Section 0 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Section 0. Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, and such as sleep o' nights. Yon Cassius has a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. Introduction. The Fat and the Thin, or to use the French title, Le Ventre de Paris, is a story of life in and around those vast central markets which form a distinctive feature of modern Paris. Even the reader who's never crossed the Channel must have heard of the Parisian Halles, for much has been written about them, not only in English books on the French metropolis, but also in English newspapers, magazines, and reviews, so that few, I fancy, will commence the perusal of the present volume without having at all events some knowledge of its subject matter. The Paris markets form such a world of their own, and teem at certain hours of the day and night with such exuberance of life, that it was only natural they should attract the attention of a novelist like Monsieur Zola, who, to use his own words, delights, quote, in any subject in which vast masses of people can be shown in motion, close quotes. Mr. Sherard tells us, footnote, Émile Zola, A Biographical and Critical Study, by Robert Harborough Sherard, pages 103, 104, London, Chatto and Windus, 1893. That the idea of Le Ventre de Paris first occurred to Monsieur Zola in 1872, when he used continually to take his friend Paul Alexis for a ramble through the Halles. I have in my possession, however, an article written by Monsieur Zola some 5 or 6 years before that time, and in this one can already detect the germ of the present work, just as the motif of another of Monsieur Zola's novels, La Joie de Vivre, can be traced to a short story written for a Russian review. Similar instances are frequently to be found in the writings of English as well as French novelists, and are, of course, easily explained. A young man, unknown to fame and unable to procure the publication of a long novel, often contents himself with embodying some particular idea in a short sketch or story which finds its way into one or another periodical, where it lies buried and forgotten by everybody, excepting its author. Time goes by, however, the writer achieves some measure of success, and one day it occurs to him to elaborate and perfect that old idea of his, only a faint aperçu of which, for lack of opportunity, he'd been able to give in the past. With a little research, no doubt, an interesting essay might be written on these literary resuscitations. But if one accepts certain novelists who are so deficient in ideas that they continue writing and rewriting the same story throughout their lives, it will, I think, be generally found that the revivals in question are due to some such reason as that given above. It should be mentioned that the article of Monsieur Zola's young days to which I have referred is not one on market life in particular, but one on violets. It contains, however, a vigorous, if brief, picture of the Halle in the small hours of the morning, and is instinct with that realistic descriptive power of which Monsieur Zola has given so many proofs. We hear the rumbling and clattering of the market carts, we see the piles of red meat, the baskets of silvery fish, the mountains of vegetables, green and white. In a few paragraphs, the whole market world passes in kaleidoscopic fashion before our eyes by the pale dancing light of the gas lamps and the lanterns. Several years after the paper I speak of was published, when Monsieur Zola began to issue Le Ventre de Paris, Monsieur Tournachon, better known as Nadar, the aeronaut and photographer, rushed into print to proclaim that the realistic novelist had simply pilfered his ideas from an account of the Halle which he, Tournachon, had but lately written. Monsieur Zola, as is so often his wont, scorned to reply to this charge of plagiarism. But had he chosen, he could have promptly settled the matter by producing his own forgotten article. At the risk of passing for a literary ghoul, I propose to exhume some portion of the paper in question, as, so far as translation can avail, it will show how Monsieur Zola wrote and what he thought in 1867. After the description of the markets to which I have alluded, there comes the following passage. I was gazing at the preparations for the great daily orgy of Paris, when I espied a throng of people bustling suspiciously in a corner. A few lanterns threw a yellow light upon this crowd. Children, women, and men with outstretched hands were fumbling in dark piles which extended along the footway. I thought that those piles must be remnants of meat sold for a trifling price, and that all those wretched people were rushing upon them to feed. I drew near and discovered my mistake. The heaps were not heaps of meat, but heaps of violets. All the flowery poesy of the streets of Paris lay there, on that muddy pavement, amidst mountains of food. The gardeners of the suburbs had brought their sweet-scented harvests to the market, and were disposing of them to the hawkers. From the rough fingers of their peasant growers, the violets were passing to the dirty hands of those who would cry them in the streets. At winter-time it is between 4 and 6 o'clock in the morning that the flowers of Paris are thus sold at the Halle. Whilst the city sleeps, and its butchers are getting all ready for its daily attack of indigestion, a trade in poetry is plied in dark, dank corners. When the sun rises, the bright red meat will be displayed in trim, carefully dressed joints, and the violets, mounted on bits of osier, will gleam softly within their elegant collars of green leaves. But when they arrive in the dark night, the bullocks, already ripped open, discharge black blood, and the trodden flowers lie prone upon the footways. I noticed just in front of me one large bunch which had slipped off a neighboring mound and was almost bathing in the gutter. I picked it up. Underneath it was soiled with mud. The greasy, fetid sewer water had left black stains upon the flowers. And then, gazing at these exquisite daughters of our gardens and our woods, astray amidst all the filth of the city, I began to ponder. On what woman's bosom could those wretched flowers open and bloom? Some hawker would dip them in a pail of water, and of all the bitter odors of the Paris mud they would retain but a slight pungency, which would remain mingled with their own sweet perfume. The water would remove their stains. They would pale somewhat and become a joy both for the smell and for the sight. Nevertheless, in the depths of each corolla there would still remain some particle of mud suggestive of impurity, and I asked myself how much love and passion was represented by all those heaps of flowers shivering in the bleak wind. To how many loving ones, and how many indifferent ones, and how many egotistical ones would all those thousands and thousands of violets go? In a few hours' time they'd be scattered to the 4 corners of Paris, and for a paltry copper the passers-by would purchase a glimpse and a whiff of springtime in the muddy streets. Imperfect as the rendering may be, I think that the above passage will show that Monsieur Zola was already possessed of a large amount of his acknowledged realistic power at the early date I have mentioned. I should also have liked to quote a rather amusing story of a priggish Philistine who ate violets with oil and vinegar, strongly peppered, but considerations of space forbid, so I will pass to another passage, which is of more interest and importance. Both French and English critics have often contended that although Monsieur Zola is a married man, he knows very little of women, as there has virtually never been any feminine romance in his life. There are those who are aware of the contrary, but whose tongues are stayed by considerations of delicacy and respect. Still, as the passage I am now about to reproduce is signed and acknowledged as fact by Monsieur Zola himself, I see no harm in slightly raising the veil from a long past episode in the master's life. The light was rising, and as I stood there before that footway transformed into a bed of flowers, my strange night fancies gave place to recollections at once sweet and sad. I thought of my last excursion to Fontenay-aux-Roses with the loved one, the good fairy of my 20th year. Springtime was budding into birth. The tender foliage gleamed in the pale April sunshine. The little pathway skirting the hill was bordered by large fields of violets. As one passed along, a strong perfume seemed to penetrate one and make one languid. She was leaning on my arm, faint with love from the sweet odor of the flowers. A whiteness hovered over the countryside. Little insects buzzed in the sunshine. Deep silence fell from the heavens. And so low was the sound of our kisses that not a bird in all the hedges showed sign of fear. At a turn of the path we perceived some old bent women who with dry, withered hands were hurriedly gathering violets and throwing them into large baskets. She who was with me glanced longingly at the flowers, and I called one of the women. "You want some violets?" said she. "How much? £1?" God of heaven! She sold her flowers by the pound. We fled in deep distress. It seemed as though the countryside had been transformed into a huge grocer's shop. Then we ascended to the wood of Verrières, and there in the grass, under the soft, fresh foliage, we found some tiny violets which seemed to be dreadfully afraid and contrived to hide themselves with all sorts of artful ruses. During 2 long hours I scoured the grass and peered into every nook, and as soon as ever I found a fresh violet, I carried it to her. She bought it of me, and the price that I exacted was a kiss. And I thought of all those things, of all that happiness, amidst the hubbub of the markets of Paris, before those poor dead flowers whose graveyard the footway had become. I remembered my good fairy, who is now dead and gone, and the little bouquet of dry violets which I still preserve in a drawer. When I returned home, I counted their withered stems. There were 20 of them, and over my lips there passed the gentle warmth of my loved one's 20 kisses. And now from violets I must, with a brutality akin to that which Monsieur Zola himself displays in some of his transitions, pass to very different things. For some time back a well-known English poet and essayist wrote of the present work that it was redolent of pork, onions, and cheese. To one of his sensitive temperament, with a muse strictly nourished on sugar and water, such gross edibles as pork and cheese and onions were peculiarly offensive. That humble plant, the onion, employed to flavor well-nigh every savory dish, can assuredly need no defense. In most European countries, too, cheese has long been known as the poor man's friend, whilst, as for pork, apart from all other considerations, I can claim it for a distinct place in English literature. A greater essayist by far than the critic to whom I am referring, a certain Mr. Charles Lamb of the India House, has left us an immortal page on the origin of roast pig and crackling. And when everything is considered, I should much like to know why novels should be confined to the aspirations of the soul, and why they should not also treat of the requirements of our physical nature. From the days of antiquity, we've all known what befell the members when, guided by the brain, they were foolish enough to revolt against the stomach. The latter plays a considerable part not only in each individual organism, but also in the life of the world. Over and over again, I could adduce a score of historical examples. It has thwarted the mightiest designs of the human mind. We mortals are much addicted to talking of our minds and our souls, and treating our bodies as mere dross. But I hold, it is a personal opinion, that in the vast majority of cases, the former are largely governed by the last. I conceive, therefore, that a novel which takes our daily sustenance as one of its themes has the best of all raison d'être. A foreign writer of far more consequence and ability than myself, Signor Edmondo de Amicis, has proclaimed the present book to be, quote, one of the most original and happiest inventions of French genius, close quotes, and I'm strongly inclined to share his opinion. It should be observed that the work does not merely treat of the provisioning of a great city. That provisioning is its scenario, but it also embraces a powerful allegory, the prose song of, quote, the eternal battle between the lean of this world and the fat, a battle in which, as the author shows, the latter always comes off successful. It is, too, in its way, an allegory of the triumph of the fat bourgeois, who lives well and beds softly, over the gaunt and Ishmael artist, an allegory which Monsieur Zola has more than once introduced into his pages, another notable instance thereof being found in Germinal, with the fat, well-bred Grégoire on the one hand, and the starving Mehieu on the other. Close quote. From this quotation from Mr. Sherard's pages, it will be gathered that Monsieur Zola had a distinct social aim in writing this book. Well nigh the whole social question may, indeed, be summed up in the words food and comfort, and in a series of novels like Les Rougon-Macquart, dealing firstly with different conditions and grades of society, and secondly, with the influence which the Second Empire exercised on France. The present volume necessarily had its place marked out from the very first. Mr. Sherard has told us of all the labor which Monsieur Zola expended on the preparation of the work, of his multitudinous visits to the Paris markets, his patient investigation of their organism, and his keen artistic interest in their manifold phases of life. And bred as I was in Paris, a partaker as I have been of her exultations and her woes, they have always had for me a strong attraction. My memory goes back to the earlier years of their existence, and I can well remember many of the old surroundings which have now disappeared. I can recollect the last vestiges of the antique piliers, built by Francis I, facing the Rue de la Tonnellerie. Paul Niquet's, with its bowel-twisting brandy and its crew of drunken rag-pickers, was certainly before my time, but I can readily recall Barat's and Bordier's, and all the folly and prodigality which raged there. I knew, too, several of the noted thieves' haunts which took the place of Niquet's, and which one was careful never to enter without due precaution. And then, when the German armies were beleaguering Paris and 2 millions of people were shut off from the world, I often strolled to the Halle to view their strangely altered aspect. The fish pavilion, of which Monsieur Zola has so much to say, was bare and deserted. The railway drays, laden with the comestible treasures of the ocean, no longer thundered through the covered ways. At the most, one found an auction going on in one or another corner, and a few Seine eels or gudgeons fetching well nigh their weight in gold. Then, in the butter and cheese pavilions, one could only procure some nauseous melted fat, while in the meat department horse and mule and donkey took the place of beef and veal and mutton. Mule and donkey were very scarce and commanded high prices, but both were of better flavor than horse. mule indeed being quite a delicacy. I also well remember a stall at which dog was sold, and hunger knowing no law, I once purchased, cooked, and ate a couple of canine cutlets, which cost me 2 francs apiece. The flesh was pinky and very tender, yet I would not willingly make such a repast again. However, peace and plenty at last came round once more, the Halle regained their old-time aspect, and in the years which followed I more than once saw the dawn rise slowly over the mounds of cabbages, carrots, leeks, and pumpkins, even as Monsieur Zola describes in the following pages. He has, I think, depicted with remarkable accuracy and artistic skill the many varying effects of color that are produced as the climbing sun casts its early beams on the giant larder and its masses of food. Effects of color which, to quote a famous saying of the first Napoleon, shows that, quote, the markets of Paris are the Louvre of the people, close quotes, in more senses than one. The reader will bear in mind that the period dealt with by the author in this work is that of 1857 to 60, when the new Halles Centrales were yet young, and indeed not altogether complete. Still, altogether, many old landmarks have long since been swept away. The picture of life in all essential particulars remained the same. Prior to 1860, the limits of Paris were the so-called Boulevard Extérieur, from which a girdle of suburbs such as Montmartre, Belleville, Passy, and Montrouge extended to the fortifications, and the population of the city was then only 1,400,000 souls. Some of the figures which will be found scattered through Monsieur Zola's work must therefore be taken as applying entirely to the past. Nowadays, the amount of business transacted at the Halle has very largely increased, in spite of the multiplication of district markets. Paris seems to have an insatiable appetite, though, on the other hand, its cuisine is fast becoming all simplicity. To my thinking, few more remarkable changes have come over the Parisians of recent years than this change of diet. One by one, great restaurants, formerly renowned for particular dishes and special wines, have been compelled through lack of custom to close their doors. And this has not been caused so much by inability to defray the cost of high feeding, as by inability to indulge in it with impunity in a physical sense. In fact, Paris has become a city of impaired digestions, which nowadays seek the simplicity without the heaviness of the old English cuisine. And should things continue in their present course, I fancy that Parisians anxious for high feeding will ultimately have to cross over to our side of the Channel. These remarks, I trust, will not be considered out of place in an introduction to a work which to no small extent treats of the appetite of Paris. The reader will find that the characters portrayed by Monsieur Zola are all types of humble life, but I fail to see that their circumstances should render them any the less interesting. A faithful portrait of a shopkeeper, a workman, or a work-girl is artistically of far more value than all the imaginary sketches of impossible dukes and good and wicked baronets in which so many English novels abound. Several of Monsieur Zola's personages seem to me extremely lifelike. Gavard, indeed, is a chef-d'œuvre of portraiture. I have known many men like him, and no one who lived in Paris under the Empire can deny the accuracy with which the author has delineated his hero Florent, the dreamy and hapless revolutionary caught in the toils of others. In those days, too, there was many such a plot as Monsieur Zola describes, instigated by agents like Logre and Labigre, and allowed to mature till the eve of an election or some other important event which rendered its exposure desirable for the purpose of influencing public opinion. In fact, in all that relates to the so-called conspiracy of the markets, Monsieur Zola, whilst changing time and place to suit the requirements of his story, has simply followed historical lines. As for the Quenu, who play such prominent parts in the narrative. The husband is a weakling with no soul above his stewpans, whilst his wife, the beautiful Lisa, in reality wears the breeches and rules the roast. The manner in which she cures Quenu of his political proclivities, though savouring of persuasiveness rather than violence, is worthy of the immortal Mrs. Caudle. Douglas Jerrold might have signed a certain lecture which she administers to her astounded helpmate. Of Pauline, de Quenu's daughter, we see but little in the story, but she becomes the heroine of another of Monsieur Zola's novels, La Joie de Vivre, and instead of inheriting the egotism of her parents, develops a passionate love and devotion for others. In a like way, Claude Lantier, Florent's artist friend and son of Gervaise of the Assommoir, figures more particularly in L'Œuvre, which tells how his painful struggle for fame resulted in madness and suicide. With reference to the beautiful Normand and the other fishwives and gossips scattered through the present volume, and those present types of Parisian gaminerie, Muche, Marjolin, and Cadine, I may mention that I have frequently chastened their language in deference to English susceptibilities, so that the story, whilst retaining every essential feature, contains nothing to which exception can reasonably be taken. E.A.V. This ends Section 0. Section 1 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 1. Amidst the deep silence and solitude prevailing in the avenue, several market gardeners' carts were climbing the slope which led towards Paris, and the fronts of the houses, asleep behind the dim lines of elms on either side of the road, echoed back the rhythmical jolting of the wheels. At the Neuilly Bridge, a cart full of cabbages and another full of peas had joined the 8 wagons of carrots and turnips coming down from Nanterre, and the horses, left to themselves, had continued plodding along with lowered heads, at a regular though lazy pace, which the ascent of the slope now slackened. The sleeping wagoners, wrapped in woolen cloaks, striped black and grey, and grasping the reins slackly in their closed hands, were stretched at full length on their stomachs atop the piles of vegetables. Every now and then a gas lamp, following some patch of gloom, would light up the hobnails of a boot, the blue sleeve of a blouse, or the peak of a cap peering out of the huge fluorescence of vegetables, red bouquets of carrots, white bouquets of turnips, and the overflowing greenery of peas and cabbages. And all along the road, and along the neighboring roads, in front and behind, the distant rumbling of vehicles told of the presence of similar contingents of the great caravan, which was travelling onward through the gloom and deep slumber of that matutinal hour, lulling the dark city to continued repose with its echoes of passing food. Madame Francois's horse, Balthazar, an animal that was far too fat, led the van. He was plodding on, half asleep and wagging his ears, when suddenly, on reaching the Rue de Longchamp, he quivered with fear and came to a dead stop. The horses behind, thus unexpectedly checked, ran their heads against the backs of the carts in front of them, and the procession halted amidst a clattering of bolts and chains and the oaths of awakened wagoners. Madame Francois, who sat in front of her vehicle, with her back to a board which kept her vehicles in position, looked down. But in the dim light thrown to the left by a small square lantern, which illuminated little beyond one of Balthazar's sheeny flanks, she could distinguish nothing. "Come, old woman, let's get on," cried one of the men, who'd raised himself to a kneeling position amongst his turnips. "It's only some drunken sot." Madame Francois, however, had bent forward and on her right hand had caught sight of a black mass lying almost under the horse's hoofs and blocking the road. "You wouldn't have us drive over a man, would you?" said she, jumping to the ground. It was indeed a man lying at full length upon the road, with his arms stretched out and his face in the dust. He seemed to be remarkably tall, but as withered as a dry branch, and the wonder was that Balthazar had not broken him in half with a blow from his hoof. Madame Francoise thought that he was dead, but on stooping and taking hold of one of his hands, she found that it was quite warm. "Poor fellow," she murmured softly. The wagoners, however, were getting impatient. "Hurry up there," said the man kneeling amongst the turnips, in a hoarse voice. "He's drunk till he can hold no more, the hog. Shove him into the gutter." Meantime, the man on the road had opened his eyes. He looked at Madame Francoise with a startled air, but did not move. She herself now thought that he must indeed be drunk. "You mustn't stop here," she said to him, "or you'll get run over and killed. Where were you going?" "I don't know," replied the man in a faint voice. Then, with an effort and an anxious expression, he added, "I was going to Paris. I fell down and don't remember any more." Madame Francoise could now see him more distinctly, and he was truly a pitiable object, with his ragged black coat and trousers, through the rents in which you could espy his scraggy limbs. Underneath a black cloth cap, which was drawn low over his brows, as though he were afraid of being recognized, could be seen two large brown eyes, gleaming with peculiar softness in his otherwise stern and harassed countenance. It seemed to Madame Francoise that he was in far too famished a condition to have got drunk. "And what part of Paris were you going to?" she continued. The man did not reply immediately. This questioning seemed to distress him. He appeared to be thinking the matter over, but at last said hesitatingly, "Over yonder, towards the markets." He had now with great difficulty got to his feet again, and seemed anxious to resume his journey. But Madame Francoise noticed that he tottered, and clung for support to one of the shafts of her wagon. "Are you tired?" she asked him. "Yes, very tired," he replied. Then she suddenly assumed a grumpy tone, as though displeased, and, giving him a push, exclaimed, "Look sharp, then, and climb into my cart. You've made us lose a lot of time. I'm going to the markets, and I'll turn you out there with my vegetables." Then, as the man seemed inclined to refuse her offer, she pushed him up with her stout arms, and bundled him down upon the turnips and carrots. "Come now, don't give us any more trouble," she cried angrily. "You're quite enough to provoke one, my good fellow. Don't I tell you that I'm going to the markets? Sleep away up there. I'll wake you when we arrive." She herself then clambered into the cart again, and settled herself with her back against the board, grasping the reins of Balthazar, who started off drowsily, swaying his ears once more. The other wagons followed, and the procession resumed its lazy march through the darkness, whilst the rhythmical jolting of the wheels again awoke the echoes of the sleepy house fronts, and the wagoners, wrapped in their cloaks, dozed off afresh. The one who had called to Madame Francoise growled out as he lay down, "As if we'd nothing better to do than pick up every drunken sot we come across. You're a scorcher, old woman." The wagons rumbled on, and the horses picked their own way with drooping heads. The stranger whom Madame Francoise had befriended was lying on his stomach, with his long legs lost amongst the turnips which filled the back part of the cart, whilst his face was buried amidst the spreading piles of carrot bunches. With weary, extended arms he clutched hold of his vegetable couch, in fear of being thrown to the ground by one of the wagon's jolts, and his eyes were fixed on the two long lines of gas lamps which stretched away in front of him till they mingled with a swarm of other lights in the distance atop of the slope. Far away on the horizon floated a spreading, whitish vapor, showing where Paris slept amidst the luminous haze of all those flamelets. I come from Nanterre, and my name's Madame Francois, said the market gardener presently. Since my poor man died, I go to the markets every morning myself. It's a hard life, as you may guess. And who are you? My name's Florent. I come from a distance, replied the stranger with embarrassment. Please excuse me, but I'm really so tired that it's painful to me to talk. He was evidently unwilling to say anything more, and so Madame Francois relapsed into silence and allowed the reins to fall loosely on the back of Balthazar, who went his way like an animal acquainted with every stone of the road. Meantime, with his eyes still fixed upon the far-spreading glare of Paris, Florent was pondering over the story which he had refused to communicate to Madame Francois. After making his escape from Cayenne, whither he'd been transported for his participation in the resistance to Louis Napoleon's coup d'etat, he had wandered about Dutch Guiana for a couple of years, burning to return to France, yet dreading the imperial police. At last, however, he once more saw before him the beloved and mighty city which he had so keenly regretted and so ardently longed for. He would hide himself there, he told himself, and again lead the quiet, peaceable life that he'd lived years ago. The police would never be any the wiser, and everyone would imagine indeed that he died over yonder, across the sea. Then he thought of his arrival at Havre, where he'd landed with only some 15 francs tied up in a corner of his handkerchief. He had been able to pay for a seat in the coach as far as Rouen, but from that point he'd been forced to continue his journey on foot, as he had scarcely 30 sous left of his little store. At Vernon, his last copper had gone in bread. After that, he had no clear recollection of anything. He fancied that he could remember having slept for several hours in a ditch, and having shown the papers with which he'd provided himself to a gendarme. However, he'd only a very confused idea of what had happened. He had left Vernon without any breakfast, seized every now and then with hopeless despair and raging pangs which had driven him to munch the leaves of the hedges as he tramped along. A prey to cramp and fright, his body bent, his sight dimmed, and his feet sore, he had continued his weary march, ever drawn onwards in a semi-unconscious state by a vision of Paris, which far, far away beyond the horizon seemed to be summoning him and waiting for him. When he at length reached Courbevoie, the night was very dark. Paris, looking like a patch of star-sprent sky that had fallen upon the black earth, seemed to him to wear a forbidding aspect, as though angry at his return. Then he felt very faint, and his legs almost gave way beneath him as he descended the hill. As he crossed the Neuilly bridge, he sustained himself by clinging to the parapet, and bent over and looked at the Seine rolling inky waves between its dense, massy banks. A red lamp on the water seemed to be watching him with a sanguineous eye. And then he had to climb the hill if he would reach Paris on its summit yonder. The hundreds of leagues which he had already traveled were as nothing to it. That bit of a road filled him with despair. He would never be able, he thought, to reach yonder light-crowned summit. The spacious avenue lay before him with its silence and its darkness, its lines of tall trees and low houses, its broad grey footwalks, speckled with the shadows of overhanging branches, and parted occasionally by the gloomy gaps of side streets. The squat yellow flames of the gas lamps, standing erect at regular intervals, alone imparted a little life to the lonely wilderness. And Florent seemed to make no progress. The avenue appeared to grow ever longer and longer, to be carrying Paris away into the far depths of the night. At last he fancied that the gas lamps with their single eyes were running off on either hand, whisking the road away with them, and then, overcome by vertigo, he stumbled and fell on the roadway like a log. Now he was lying at ease on his couch of greenery, which seemed to him soft as a feather bed. He had slightly raised his head so as to keep his eyes on the luminous haze which was spreading above the dark roofs which he could divine on the horizon. He was nearing his goal, carried along towards it with nothing to do but to yield to the leisurely jolts of the wagon, and, free from all further fatigue, he now only suffered from hunger. Hunger indeed had once more awoke within him with frightful and well-nigh intolerable pangs. His limbs seemed to have fallen asleep. He was only conscious of the existence of his stomach, horribly cramped and twisted as by a red-hot iron. The fresh odor of the vegetables amongst which he was lying affected him so keenly that he almost fainted away. He strained himself against that piled-up mass of food with all his remaining strength in order to compress his stomach and silence its groans. And the 9 other wagons behind him, with their mountains of cabbages and peas, their piles of artichokes, lettuces, celery, and leeks, seemed to him to be slowly overtaking him, as though to bury him whilst he was thus tortured by hunger beneath an avalanche of food. Presently the procession halted, and there was a sound of deep voices. They had reached the barriers, and the municipal customs officers were examining the wagons. A moment later Florent entered Paris in a swoon, lying atop of the carrots with clenched teeth. "Hello, you up there!" Madame Francois called out sharply. And as the stranger made no attempt to move, she clambered up and shook him. Florent rose to a sitting position. He had slept and no longer felt the pangs of hunger, but was dizzy and confused. "You'll help me to unload, won't you?" Madame Francois said to him as she made him get down. He helped her. A stout man with a felt hat on his head and a badge in the top buttonhole of his coat was striking the ground with a stick and grumbling loudly. Come now, make haste. You must get on faster than that. Bring the wagon a little more forward. How many yards standing have you? 4, isn't it?" Then he gave a ticket to Madame Francois, who took some coppers out of a little canvas bag and handed them to him, whereupon he went off to vent his impatience and tapped the ground with his stick a little further away. Madame Francois took hold of Balthazar's bridle and backed him so as to bring the wheels of the wagon close to the footway. Then, having marked out her 4 yards with some wisps of straw, after removing the back of the cart, she asked Florent to hand her the vegetables bunch by bunch. She arranged them sort by sort on her standing, setting them out artistically, the tops forming a band of greenery around each pile, and it was with remarkable rapidity that she completed her show, which, in the gloom of early morning, looked like some piece of symmetrically colored tapestry. When Florent had handed her a huge bunch of parsley, which he'd found at the bottom of the cart, she asked him for still another service. "It would be very kind of you," said she, "if you'd look after my goods while I put the horse and cart up. I'm only going a couple of yards to the Golden Compasses in the Rue Montorgueil." Florent told her that she might make herself easy. He preferred to remain still, for his hunger had revived since he'd begun to move about. He sat down and leaned against a heap of cabbages beside Madame Francois' stock. He was all right there, he told himself, and would not go further afield, but wait. His head felt empty, and he had no very clear notion as to where he was. At the beginning of September it is quite dark in the early morning. Around him lighted lanterns were flitting or standing stationary in the depths of the gloom. He was sitting on one side of a broad street which he did not recognize. It stretched far away into the blackness of the night. He could make out nothing plainly, excepting the stock of which he'd been left in charge. All around him along the market footways rose similar piles of goods. The middle of the roadway was blocked by huge grey tumbrils, and from one end of the street to the other a sound of heavy breathing passed, betokening the presence of horses which the eye could not distinguish. Shouts and calls, the noise of falling wood or of iron chains slipping to the ground, the heavy thud of loads of vegetables discharged from the wagons, and the grating of wheels as the carts were backed against the footways, filled the yet sonorous awakening, whose near approach could be felt and heard in the throbbing gloom. Glancing over the pile of cabbages behind him, Florent caught sight of a man wrapped like a parcel in his cloak, and snoring away with his head upon some baskets of plums. Nearer to him, on his left, he could distinguish a lad, some 10 years old, slumbering between two heaps of endive, with an angelic smile on his face. And as yet there seemed to be nothing on that pavement that was really awake, except the lanterns waving from invisible arms, and flitting and skipping over the sleep of the vegetables and human beings spread out there in heaps pending the dawn. However, what surprised Florent was the sight of some huge pavilions on either side of the street, pavilions with lofty roofs which seemed to expand and soar out of sight amidst a swarm of gleams. In his weakened state of mind, he fancied he beheld a series of enormous, symmetrically built palaces, light and airy as crystal, whose fronts sparkled with countless streaks of light filtering through endless Venetian shutters. Gleaming between the slender pillar shafts, these narrow golden bars seemed like ladders of light mounting to the gloomy line of the lower roofs, and then soaring aloft till they reached the jumble of higher ones, thus describing the open framework of immense square halls, where in the yellow flare of the gaslights a multitude of vague, gray, slumbering things was gathered together. At last Florent turned his head to look about him, distressed at not knowing where he was, and filled with vague uneasiness by the sight of that huge and seemingly fragile vision. And now, as he raised his eyes, he caught sight of the luminous dial and the grey massive pile of Saint Eustache's church. At this he was much astonished. He was close to Saint Eustache, yet all was novel to him. However, Madame Francois had come back again, and was engaged in a heated discussion with a man who carried a sack over his shoulder and offered to buy her carrots for a sou a bunch. "Really now, you're unreasonable, lacaille," said she. "You know quite well that you'll sell them again to the Parisians at 4 and 5 sous the bunch. Don't tell me that you won't. You may have them for 2 sous the bunch, if you like." Then, as the man went off, she continued, "Upon my word, I believe some people think that things grow of their own accord. Let him go and find carrots at a sou the bunch elsewhere, tipsy scoundrel that he is. He'll come back again presently, you'll see." These last remarks were addressed to Florent, and seating herself by his side, Madame Francois resumed, "If you've been a long time away from Paris, you perhaps don't know the new markets. They haven't been built for more than 5 years at the most. That pavilion you see there beside us is the flower and fruit market. The fish and poultry markets are further away, and over there behind us come the vegetables and the butter and cheese. There are 6 pavilions on this side, and on the other side across the road there are 4 more, with the meat and the tripe stalls. It's an enormous place, but it's horribly cold in the winter. They talk about pulling down the houses near the corn market to make room for 2 more pavilions. But perhaps you know all this?" "No, indeed," replied Florent. "I've been abroad." "And what's the name of that big street in front of us?" "Oh, that's a new street. It's called the Rue du Pont Neuf. It leads from the Seine through here to the Rue Montmartre and the Rue Montorgueil. You would soon have recognized where you were if it had been daylight." Madame Francois paused and rose, for she saw a woman heading down to examine her turnips. "Ah, is that you, Madame Chantemesse?" she said in a friendly way. Florent meanwhile glanced towards the Rue Montorgueil. It was there that a body of police officers had arrested him on the night of December 4. Footnote, 1851, 2 days after the coup d'etat. Translator. He'd been walking along the Boulevard Montmartre at about 2 o'clock, quietly making his way through the crowd and smiling at the number of soldiers that the Élysée had sent into the streets to awe the people, when the military suddenly began making a clean sweep of the thoroughfare, shooting folks down at close range during a quarter of an hour. Jostled and knocked to the ground, Florent fell at the corner of the Rue Vivien and knew nothing further of what happened, for the panic-stricken crowd, in their wild terror of being shot, trampled over his body. Presently, hearing everything quiet, he made an attempt to rise, but across him there lay a young woman in a pink bonnet whose shawl had slipped aside, allowing her chemisette, pleated in little tucks, to be seen. 2 bullets had pierced the upper part of her bosom, and when Florent gently removed the poor creature to free his legs, 2 streamlets of blood oozed from her wounds onto his hands. Then he sprang up with a sudden bound and rushed madly away, hatless and with his hands still wet with blood. Until evening he wandered about the streets with his head swimming, ever seeing the young woman lying across his legs with her pale face, her blue staring eyes, her distorted lips, and her expression of astonishment at thus meeting death so suddenly. He was a shy, timid fellow. Albeit 30 years old, he'd never dared to stare women in the face, and now, for the rest of his life, he was to have that one fixed in his heart and memory. He felt as though he'd lost some loved one of his own. In the evening, without knowing how he had got there, still dazed and horrified as he was by the terrible scenes of the afternoon, he'd found himself at a wine shop in the Rue Montorgueil, where several men were drinking and talking of throwing up barricades. He went away with them, helped them to tear up a few paving stones, and seated himself on the barricade, weary with his long wandering through the streets, and reflecting that he would fight when the soldiers came up. However, he'd not even a knife with him, and was still bareheaded. Towards 11 o'clock he dozed off, and in his sleep could see the 2 holes in the dead woman's white chemisette glaring at him like eyes reddened by tears and blood. When he awoke, he found himself in the grasp of 4 police officers who were pummeling him with their fists. The men who had built the barricade had fled. The police officers treated him with still greater violence, and indeed almost strangled him when they noticed that his hands were stained with blood. It was the blood of the young woman. Florent raised his eyes to the luminous dial of Saint-Eustache, with his mind so full of these recollections that he did not notice the position of the pointers. It was, however, nearly 4 o'clock. The markets were as yet wrapped in sleep. Madame Francois was still talking to old Madame Chantemesse, both standing and arguing about the price of turnips, and Florent now called to mind how narrowly he had escaped being shot over yonder by the wall of Saint-Eustache. A detachment of gendarmes had just blown out the brains of 5 unhappy fellows caught at a barricade in the Rue Grenelle. The 5 corpses were lying on the footway, at a spot where he thought he could now distinguish a heap of rosy radishes. He himself had escaped being shot merely because the policemen only carried swords. They took him to a neighboring police station and gave the officer in charge a scrap of paper on which were these words written in pencil: "Taken with blood-stained hands. Very dangerous." Then he'd been dragged from station to station till the morning came. The scrap of paper accompanied him wherever he went. He was manacled and guarded as though he were a raving madman. At the station in the Rue de la Lingerie, some tipsy soldiers wanted to shoot him, and they'd already lighted a lantern with that object, when the order arrived for the prisoners to be taken to the depot of the Prefecture of Police. 2 days afterwards, he found himself in a casemate of the Fort of Bicêtre. Ever since then he'd been suffering from hunger. He'd felt hungry in the casemate, and the pangs of hunger had never since left him. 100 men were pent in the depths of that cellar-like dungeon, where, scarce able to breathe, they devoured the few mouthfuls of bread that were thrown to them, like so many captive wild beasts. When Florent was brought before an investigating magistrate, without anyone to defend him and without any evidence being adduced, he was accused of belonging to a secret society. And when he swore that this was untrue, the magistrate produced a scrap of paper from amongst the documents before him, taken with blood-stained hands, very dangerous. That was quite sufficient. He was condemned to transportation. 6 weeks afterwards, one January night, a jailer awoke him and locked him up in a courtyard with more than 400 other prisoners. An hour later, this first detachment started for the pontoons in exile, handcuffed and guarded by a double file of gendarmes with loaded muskets. They crossed the Austerlitz bridge, followed the line of the boulevard, and so reached the terminus of the Western Railway line. It was a joyous carnival night. The windows of the restaurants on the boulevard glittered with lights. At the top of the Rue Vivien, just at the spot where he ever saw the young woman lying dead, that unknown young woman whose image he always bore with him, he now beheld a large carriage in which a party of masked women, with bare shoulders and laughing voices, were venting their impatience at being detained and expressing their horror of that endless procession of convicts. The whole of the way from Paris to Havre, the prisoners never received a mouthful of bread or a drink of water. The officials had forgotten to give them their rations before starting, and it was not till 36 hours afterwards, when they'd been stowed away in the hold of the frigate Canada, that they at last broke their fast. No, Florent had never again been free from hunger. He recalled all the past to mind, but could not recollect a single hour of satiety. He'd become dry and withered, his stomach seemed to have shrunk, his skin clung to his bones. And now that he was back in Paris once more, he found it fat and sleek and flourishing, teeming with food in the midst of the darkness. He'd returned to it on a couch of vegetables. He lingered in its midst, encompassed by unknown masses of food which still and ever increased and disquieted him. Had that happy carnival night continued throughout those 7 years, then? Once again he saw the glittering windows on the boulevard, the laughing women, the luxurious, greedy city which he'd quitted on that faraway January night. And it seemed to him that everything had expanded and increased in harmony with those huge markets, whose gigantic breathing, still heavy from the indigestion of the previous day, he now began to hear. Old Mother Chantemesse had by this time made up her mind to buy a dozen bunches of turnips. She put them in her apron, which she held closely pressed to her person, thus making herself look yet more corpulent than she was. And for some time longer she lingered there, still gossiping in a drawling voice. When at last she went away, Madame Francois again sat down by the side of Florent. "Poor old Mother Chantemesse," she said. "She must be at least 72. I can remember her buying turnips of my father when I was a mere chit. And she hasn't a relation in the world, no one but a young hussy whom she picked up I don't know where, and who does nothing but bring her trouble. Still, she manages to live, selling things by the ha'porth and clearing her couple of francs profit a day. For my own part, I'm sure that I could never spend my days on the foot pavement in this horrid Paris, and she hasn't even any relations here." "You have some relations in Paris, I suppose?" she asked presently, seeing that Florent seemed disinclined to talk. Florent did not appear to hear her. A feeling of distrust came back to him. His head was teeming with old stories of the police, stories of spies prowling about at every street corner, and of women selling the secrets which they managed to worm out of the unhappy fellows they deluded. Madame Francois was sitting close beside him, and certainly looked perfectly straightforward and honest, with her big calm face, above which was bound a black and yellow handkerchief. She seemed about 35 years of age, and was somewhat stoutly built, with a certain hardy beauty due to her life in the fresh air. A pair of black eyes, which beamed with kindly tenderness, softened the more masculine characteristics of her person. She certainly was inquisitive, but her curiosity was probably well meant. "I've a nephew in Paris," she continued, without seeming at all offended by Florent's silence. "He turned out badly, though, and has enlisted. It's a pleasant thing to have somewhere to go and stay at, isn't it? I dare say there's a big surprise in store for your relations when they see you, but it's always a pleasure to welcome one of one's own people back again, isn't it?" She kept her eyes fixed upon him while she spoke, doubtless compassionating his extreme scragginess, fancying too that there was a gentleman inside those old black rags, and so not daring to slip a piece of silver into his hand. At last, however, she timidly murmured, "All the same, if you should happen just at present to be in want of anything—" But Florent checked her with uneasy pride. He told her that he had everything he required and had a place to go to. She seemed quite pleased to hear this, and, as though to tranquilize herself concerning him, repeated several times, "Well, well, in that case, you've only got to wait till daylight." A large bell at the corner of the fruit market, just over Florent's head, now began to ring. The slow, regular peals seemed to gradually dissipate the slumber that yet lingered all around. Carts were still arriving, and the shouts of the wagoners, the cracking of their whips, and the grinding of the paving stones beneath the iron-bound wheels and the horses' shoes sounded with an increasing din. The carts could now only advance by a series of spasmodic jolts, and stretched in a long line, one behind the other, till they were lost to sight in the distant darkness, whence a confused roar ascended. Unloading was in progress all along the Rue du Pont-Neuf, the vehicles being drawn up close to the edge of the footways, while their teams stood motionless in close order, as at a horse fair. Florent felt interested in one enormous tumbrel which was piled up with magnificent cabbages, and had only been backed to the curb with the greatest difficulty. Its load towered above the lofty gas lamp, whose bright light fell full upon the broad leaves, which looked like pieces of dark green velvet, scalloped and goffered. A young peasant girl, some 16 years old, in a blue linen jacket and cap, had climbed onto the tumbrel, where, buried in the cabbages to her shoulders, she took them one by one and threw them to somebody concealed in the shade below. Every now and then the girl would slip and vanish, overwhelmed by an avalanche of the vegetables, but her rosy nose soon reappeared amidst the teeming greenery, and she broke into a laugh, while the cabbages again flew down between Florent and the gas lamp. He counted them mechanically as they fell. When the cart was emptied, he felt worried. The piles of vegetables on the pavement now extended to the verge of the roadway. Between the heaps, the market gardeners left narrow paths to enable people to pass along. The whole of the wide footway was covered from end to end with dark mounds. As yet, in the sudden dancing gleams of light from the lanterns, you only just espied the luxuriant fullness of the bundles of artichokes, the delicate green of the lettuces, the rosy coral of the carrots, and dull ivory of the turnips. And these gleams of rich color flitted along the heaps according as the lanterns came and went. The footway was now becoming populated. A crowd of people had awakened and was moving hither and thither amidst the vegetables, stopping at times and chattering and shouting. In the distance a loud voice could be heard crying, "Endive! Who's got endive?" The gates of the pavilion devoted to the sale of ordinary vegetables had just been opened, and the retail dealers who had stalls there, with white caps on their heads, fichus knotted over their black jackets, and skirts pinned up to keep them from getting soiled, now began to secure their stock for the day, depositing their purchases in some huge porter's baskets placed upon the ground. Between the roadway and the pavilion these baskets were to be seen coming and going on all sides, knocking against the crowded heads of the bystanders, who resented the pushing with coarse expressions, whilst all around was a clamour of voices growing hoarse by prolonged wrangling over a sou or two. Florent was astonished by the calmness of the female market gardeners, with bandanas and bronzed faces, displayed amidst all this garrulous bargaining of the markets. Behind him, on the roadway of the Rue Rambuteau, fruit was being sold. Hampers and low baskets covered with canvas or straw stood there in long lines. A strong odor of overripe Mirabelle plums was wafted hither and thither. At last, a subdued and gentle voice, which he heard for some time past, induced him to turn his head, and he saw a charming, darksome little woman sitting on the ground and bargaining. "Come now, Marcel," said she, "you'll take 100 sous, won't you?" The man to whom she was speaking was closely wrapped in his cloak and made no reply. However, after a silence of 5 minutes or more, the young woman returned to the charge. "Come now, Marcel, 100 sous for that basket there, and 4 francs for the other one. That'll make 9 francs altogether." Then came another interval. "Well, tell me what you will take." 10 francs. You know that well enough already. I told you so before. But what have you done with your jewels this morning, La Sarriette?" The young woman began to laugh as she took a handful of small change out of her pocket. "Oh," she replied, "Jules is still in bed. He says that men were not intended to work." She paid for the 2 baskets and carried them into the fruit pavilion, which had just been opened. The market buildings still retained their gloom-wrapped aspect of airy fragility, streaked with 1,000 lines of light that gleamed from the Venetian shutters. People were beginning to pass along the broad-covered streets intersecting the pavilions, but the more distant buildings still remained deserted amidst the increasing buzz of life on the footways. By Saint-Eustache, the bakers and wine sellers were taking down their shutters, and the ruddy shops, with their gas lights flaring, showed like gaps of fire in the gloom in which the grey house fronts were yet steeped. Florent noticed a baker's shop on the left-hand side of the Rue Montorgueil, replete and golden with its last baking, and fancied he could scent the pleasant smell of the hot bread. It was now 4:30. Madame Francois by this time had disposed of nearly all her stock. She had only a few bunches of carrots left when Lacaille once more made his appearance with his sack. "Well," he said, "will you take a sou now?" "I knew I should see you again," the good woman quietly answered. "You'd better take all I have left. There are 17 bunches. That makes 17 sous. No, 34. At last they agreed to fix the price at 25 sous. Madame Francois was anxious to be off. "He'd been keeping his eye upon me all the time," she said to Florent, when Lacaille had gone off with the carrots in his sack. "That old rogue runs things down all over the markets, and he often waits till the last peal of the bell before spending 4 sous in purchase. Oh, these Paris folk! They'll wrangle and argue for an hour to save half a sou, and then go off and empty their purses at the wine shop." Whenever Madame Francois talked of Paris, she always spoke in a tone of disdain, and referred to the city as though it were some ridiculous, contemptible, faraway place in which she only condescended to set foot at night-time. "There," she continued, sitting down again beside Florent, on some vegetables belonging to a neighbor. "I can get away now." Florent bent his head. He had just committed a theft. When Lacaille went off, he caught sight of a carrot lying on the ground, and having picked it up, he was holding it tightly in his right hand. Behind him were some bundles of celery, and bunches of parsley were diffusing pungent odors which painfully affected him. "Well, I'm off now," said Madame Francois. However, she felt interested in this stranger, and could divine that he was suffering there on that foot pavement from which he never stirred. She made him fresh offers of assistance, but he again refused them, with a still more bitter show of pride. He even got up and remained standing, to prove that he was quite strong again. Then, as Madame Francois turned her head away, he put the carrot to his mouth. But he had to remove it for a moment, in spite of a terrible longing which he felt to dig his teeth into it, for Madame Francois turned round again, and looking him full in the face, began to question him with her good-natured womanly curiosity. Florent, to avoid speaking, merely answered by nods and shakes of the head. Then, slowly and gently, he began to eat the carrot. The worthy woman was at last on the point of going off, when a powerful voice exclaimed close beside her, "Good morning, Madame Francois." The speaker was a slim young man with big bones and a big head. His face was bearded, and he had a very delicate nose and narrow, sparkling eyes. He wore on his head a rusty, battered black felt hat, and was buttoned up in an immense overcoat which had once been of a soft chestnut hue, but which rain had discolored and streaked with long greenish stains. Somewhat bent and quivering with a nervous restlessness which was doubtless habitual with him, he stood there in a pair of heavy laced shoes, and the shortness of his trousers allowed a glimpse of his coarse blue hose. "Good morning, Monsieur Claude," the market gardener replied cheerfully. "I expected you, you know, last Monday, and as you didn't come, I've taken care of your canvas for you. I've hung it up on a nail in my room." "You are really very kind, Madame Francois. I'll go to finish that study of mine one of these days. I wasn't able to go on Monday. Has your big plum tree still got all its leaves?" "Yes, indeed." "I wanted to know because I mean to put it in a corner of the picture. It will come in nicely by the side of the fowl house. I've been thinking about it all the week. What lovely vegetables are in the market this morning. I came down very early, expecting a fine sunrise effect upon all these heaps of cabbages." With a wave of the arm, he indicated the footway. Well, I must be off now," said Madame Francois. "Goodbye for the present. We shall meet again soon, I hope, Monsieur Claude." However, as she turned to go, she introduced Florent to the young artist. "This gentleman, it seems, has come from a distance," said she. "He feels quite lost in your scampish Paris. I dare say you might be of service to him." Then she at last took her departure, feeling pleased at having left the two men together. Claude looked at Florent with a feeling of interest. That tall, slight, wavy figure seemed to him original. Madame Francois's hasty presentation was in his eyes quite sufficient, and he addressed Florent with the easy familiarity of a lounger accustomed to all sorts of chance encounters. "I'll accompany you," he said. "Which way are you going?" Florent felt ill at ease. He was not wont to unbosom himself so readily. However, ever since his arrival in Paris, a question had been trembling on his lips, and now he ventured to ask it with the evident fear of receiving an unfavorable reply. "Is the Rue Pirouette still in existence?" "Oh, yes," answered the artist. "A very curious corner of old Paris is the Rue Pirouette. It twists and turns like a dancing girl, and the houses bulge out like pot-bellied gluttons. I've made an etching of it that isn't half bad. I'll show it to you when you come to see me. Is it to the Rue Pirouette that you want to go?" Florent, who felt easier and more cheerful now that he knew the street still existed, declared that he did not want to go there. In fact, he did not want to go anywhere in particular. All his distrust awoke into fresh life at Claude's insistence. "Oh, never mind," said the artist. "Let's go to the Rue Pirouette all the same. It has such a fine color at night time. Come along, it's only a couple of yards away." Florent felt constrained to follow him, and the two men walked off side by side, stepping over the hampers and vegetables like a couple of old friends. On the footway of the Rue Rambuteau there were some immense heaps of cauliflowers, symmetrically piled up like so many cannonballs. The soft white flowers spread out like huge roses in the midst of their thick green leaves, and the piles had something of the appearance of bridal bouquets ranged in a row in colossal flower stands. Claude stopped in front of them, venting cries of admiration. Then, on turning into the Rue Pirouette, which was just opposite, he pointed out each house to his companion and explained his views concerning it. There was only a single gas lamp burning in a corner. The buildings, which had settled down and swollen, threw their penthouses forward in such wise as to justify Claude's allusion to pot-bellied gluttons, whilst their gables receded, and on either side they clung to their neighbours for support. 3 or 4, however, standing in gloomy recesses, appeared to be on the point of toppling forward. The solitary gas lamp illumined one which was snowy with a fresh coat of whitewash, suggesting some flabby, broken-down old dowager, powdered and bedaubed in the hope of appearing young. Then the others stretched away into the darkness, bruised, dented, and cracked, greeny with the fall of water from their roofs, and displaying such an extraordinary variety of attitudes and tints that Claude could not refrain from laughing as he contemplated them. Florent, however, came to stand at the corner of the Rue de Mondetour, in front of the last house but one on the left. Here, the 3 floors, each with 2 shutterless windows, having little white curtains closely drawn, seemed wrapped in sleep. But up above, a light could be seen flitting behind the curtains of a tiny gable casement. However, the sight of the shop beneath the penthouse seemed to fill Florent with the deepest emotion. It was kept by a dealer in cooked vegetables, and was just being opened. At its far end some metal pans were glittering, while on several earthen ones in the window there was a display of cooked spinach and endive, reduced to a paste and arranged in conical mounds, from which customers were served with shovel-like carvers of white metal, only the handles of which were visible. This sight seemed to rivet Florent to the ground with surprise. He evidently could not recognize the place. He read the name of the shopkeeper, Godeboeuf, which was painted on a red signboard up above, and remained quite overcome by consternation. His arms dangling beside him, he began to examine the cooked spinach, with the despairing air of one on whom some supreme misfortune falls. However, the gable casement was now opened, and a little old woman leaned out of it, and looked first at the sky, and then at the markets in the distance. "Ah, Mademoiselle Saget is an early riser," exclaimed Claude, who just raised his head. And turning to his companion, he added, "I once had an aunt living in that house. It's a regular hive of tittle-tattle. Ah, the Méhudins are stirring now, I see. There's a light on the 2nd floor." Florent would have liked to question his companion, but the latter's long discolored overcoat gave him a disquieting appearance. So without a word Florent followed him, whilst he went on talking about the Méhudins. These Méhudins were fish-girls, it seemed. The older one was a magnificent creature, while the younger one, who sold fresh water fish, reminded Claude of one of Murillo's virgins, whenever he saw her standing with her fair face amidst her carps and eels. From this Claude went on to remark with asperity that Murillo painted like an ignoramus. But all at once he stopped short in the middle of the street. "Come," he exclaimed, "tell me where it is that you want to go." "I don't want to go anywhere just at present," replied Florent in confusion. "Let's go wherever you like." Just as they were leaving the Rue Pirouette, someone called to Claude from a wine shop at the corner of the street. The young man went in, dragging Florent with him. The shutters had been taken down on one side only, and the gas was still burning in the sleepy atmosphere of the shop. A forgotten napkin and some cards that had been used in the previous evening's play were still lying on the tables, and the fresh breeze that streamed in through the open doorway freshened the close, warm, vinous air. The landlord, Monsieur Lebigre, was serving his customers. He wore a sleeved waistcoat, and his fat, regular features, fringed by an untidy beard, were still pale with sleep. Standing in front of the counter, groups of men with heavy, tired eyes were drinking, coughing, and spitting, whilst trying to rouse themselves by the aid of white wine and brandy. Amongst them, Florent recognized Lacaille, whose sack now overflowed with various sorts of vegetables. He was taking his 3rd dram with a friend, who was telling him a long story about the purchase of a hamper of potatoes. Footnote. At the Paris Central markets, potatoes are sold by the hamper, not by the sack, as in England. Translator. When he'd emptied his glass, he went to chat with Monsieur Lebigre in a little glazed compartment at the end of the room, where the gas had not yet been lighted. This ends Section 1. Section 2 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 2. "Well, what will you take?" Claude again asked Florent. The latter looked at the counter in great embarrassment. At one end of it some stoneware pots encircled with brass bands and containing punch and hot wine were standing over the short blue flames of a gas stove. Florent at last confessed that a glass of something warm would be welcome. Monsieur Lebigre thereupon served them with 3 glasses of punch. In a basket near the pots were some smoking hot rolls which had only just arrived. However, as neither of the others took one, Florent likewise refrained and drank his punch. He felt it slipping down into his empty stomach like a steam of molten lead. It was Alexandre who paid for the shout. "He's a fine fellow, that Alexandre," said Claude, when he and Florent found themselves alone again on the footway of the Rue Rambuteau. "He's a very amusing companion to take into the country. He's fond of showing his strength, and then he's so magnificently built. I've seen him stripped. If I could only get him to pose for me in the nude out in the open air. Well, we'll go and take a turn through the markets now, if you like." Florent followed, yielding entirely to his new friend's guidance. A bright glow at the far end of the Rue Rambuteau announced the break of day. The far-spreading voice of the markets was becoming more sonorous, and every now and then the peals of a bell ringing in some distant pavilion mingled with the swelling, rising clamor. Claude and Florent entered one of the covered streets between the fish and poultry pavilions. Florent raised his eyes and looked at the lofty vault overhead, the inner timbers of which glistened amidst a black lacework of iron supports. As he turned into the great central thoroughfare, he pictured himself in some strange town with its various districts and suburbs, promenades and streets, squares and crossroads, all suddenly placed under shelter on a rainy day by the whim of some gigantic power. The deep gloom brooding in the hollows of the roofs multiplied, as it were, the forest of pillars, and infinitely increased the number of the delicate ribs, railed galleries, and transparent shutters. And over the phantom city and far away into the depths of the shade, a teeming, flowering vegetation of luxuriant metalwork, with spindle-shaped stems and twining, knotted branches, covered the vast expanse as with the foliage of some ancient forest. Several departments of the market still slumbered behind their closed iron gates. The butter and poultry pavilions displayed rows of little trellised stalls in long alleys, which lines of gaslight showed to be deserted. The fish market, however, had just been opened, and women were flitting to and fro amongst the white slabs littered with shadowy hampers and cloths. Among the vegetables and fruit and flowers, the noise and bustle were gradually increasing. The whole place was by degree waking up, from the popular quarter where the cabbages are piled at 4 o'clock in the morning, to the lazy and wealthy district which only hangs up its pullets and pheasants when the hands of the clock point to 8. The great covered alleys were now teeming with life. All along the footways on both sides of the road there were still many market gardeners, with other small growers from the environs of Paris, who displayed baskets containing their gatherings of the previous evening, bundles of vegetables and clusters of fruit. Whilst the crowd incessantly paced hither and thither, vehicles barred the road, and Florent, in order to pass them, had to press against some dingy sacks, like coal sacks in appearance, and so numerous and heavy that the axle trees of the vans bent beneath them. They were quite damp and exhaled a fresh odor of seaweed. From a rent low down in the side of one of them, a black stream of big mussels was trickling. Florent and Claude had now to pause at every step. The fish was arriving, and one after another the drays of the railway companies drove up, laden with wooden cages full of the hampers and baskets that had come by train from the sea-coast. And to get out of the way of the fish drays, which became more and more numerous and disquieting, the artist and Florent rushed amongst the wheels of the drays laden with butter and eggs and cheese, huge yellow vehicles bearing colored lanterns and drawn by 4 horses. The market porters carried the cases of eggs and baskets of cheese and butter into the auction pavilion, where clerks were making entries in notebooks by the light of the gas. Claude was quite charmed with all this uproar, and forgot everything to gaze at some effect of light, some group of blouses, or the picturesque unloading of a cart. At last they extricated themselves from the crowd, and as they continued on their way along the main artery, they presently found themselves amidst an exquisite perfume which seemed to be following them. They were in the cut flower market. All over the footways to the right and left, women were seated in front of large rectangular baskets full of bunches of roses, violets, dahlias, and marguerites. At times the clumps darkened and looked like splotches of blood. At others they brightened into silvery grays of the softest tones. A lighted candle, standing near one basket, set amidst the general blackness quite a melody of color. The bright variegations of marguerites, the blood-red crimson of dahlias, the bluey purple of violets, and the warm flesh tints of roses. And nothing could have been sweeter or more suggestive of springtide than this soft breath of perfume encountered on the footway, on emerging from the sharp odors of the fish market and the pestilential smell of the butter and the cheese. Claude and Florent turned round and strolled about, loitering among the flowers. They halted with some curiosity before several women who were selling bunches of fern and bundles of vine leaves, neatly tied up in packets of 5 and 20. Then they turned down another covered alley, which was almost deserted, and where their footsteps echoed as though they had been walking through a church. Here they found a little cart, scarcely larger than a wheelbarrow, to which was harnessed a diminutive donkey, who, no doubt, felt bored, for at sight of them he began braying with such prolonged and sonorous force that the vast roofing of the markets fairly trembled. Then the horses began to neigh in reply. There was a sound of pawing and tramping, a distant uproar, which swelled, rolled along, then died away. Meanwhile, in the Rue Bergère in front of them, Claude and Florent perceived a number of bare, frontless salesmen's shops where, by the light of flaring gas jets, they could distinguish piles of hampers and fruit, enclosed by 3 dirty walls, which were covered with addition sums in pencil, and the 2 wanderers were still standing there, contemplating this scene, when they noticed a well-dressed woman huddled up in a cab which looked quite lost and forlorn in the block of carts as it stealthily made its way onwards. "There's Cinderella coming back without her slippers," remarked Claude, with a smile. They began chatting together as they went back towards the markets. Claude whistled as he strolled along with his hands in his pockets, and expatiated on his love for this mountain of food which rises every morning in the very center of Paris. He prowled about the footways night after night, dreaming of colossal still-life subjects, paintings of an extraordinary character. He'd even started on one, having his friend Marjolin and that jade Cadine to pose for him. But it was hard work to paint those confounded vegetables and fruit and fish and meat. They were all so beautiful. Florent listened to the artist's enthusiastic talk with a void and hunger-aching stomach. It did not seem to occur to Claude that all those things were intended to be eaten. Their charm for him lay in their color. Suddenly, however, he ceased speaking, and, with a gesture that was habitual to him, tightened the long red sash which he wore under his green-stained coat. And then, with a sly expression, he resumed, "Besides, I breakfast here, through my eyes, at any rate, and that's better than getting nothing at all. Sometimes when I've forgotten to dine on the previous day, I treat myself to a perfect fit of indigestion in the morning by watching the carts arrive here laden with all sorts of good things. On such mornings as those, I love my vegetables more than ever. The exasperating part, the rank injustice of it all, is that those rascally Philistines really eat these things." Then he went on to tell Florent of a supper to which a friend had treated him at Barrat's on a day of affluence. They'd partaken of oysters, fish, and game, but Barrat's had sadly fallen, and all the carnival life of the old Marché des Innocents was now buried. In place thereof they had those huge central markets, that colossus of ironwork, that new and wonderful town. Fools might say what they liked, it was the embodiment of the spirit of the times. Florent, however, could not at first make out whether he was condemning the picturesqueness of Barrat's or its good cheer. But Claude next began to inveigh against romanticism. He preferred his piles of vegetables, he said, to the rags of the Middle Ages, and he ended up by reproaching himself with guilty weakness in making an etching of the Rue Pirouette. All those grimy old places ought to be leveled to the ground, he declared, and modern houses ought to be built in their stead. "There," he exclaimed, coming to a halt, "look at the corner of the footway yonder. Isn't that a picture ready-made, ever so much more human and natural than all their confounded consumptive daubs?" Along the covered way, women were now selling hot soup and coffee. At one corner of the foot pavement, a large circle of customers clustered round a vendor of cabbage soup. The bright tin cauldron, full of broth, was steaming over a little low stove, through the holes of which came the pale glow of the embers. From a napkin-lined basket, the woman took some thin slices of bread and dropped them into yellow cups. Then, with a ladle, she filled the cups with liquor. Around her were saleswomen neatly dressed, market gardeners in blouses, porters with coats soiled by the loads they'd carried, poor ragged vagabonds. In fact, all the early hungry ones of the markets, eating and scalding their mouths, and drawing back their chins to avoid soiling them with the drippings from their spoons. The delighted artist blinked and sought a point of view so as to get a good ensemble of the picture. That cabbage soup, however, exhaled a very strong odor. Florent, for his part, turned his head away, distressed by the sight of the full cups which the customers emptied in silence, glancing around them the while like suspicious animals. As the woman began serving a fresh customer, Claude himself was affected by the odorous steam of the soup, which was wafted full in his face. He again tightened his sash, half amused and half annoyed. Then, resuming his walk, and alluding to the punch paid for by Alexandre, he said to Florent in a low voice, "It's very odd, but have you ever noticed that although a man can always find somebody to treat him to something to drink, he can never find a soul who will stand him anything to eat?" The dawn was now rising. The houses on the Boulevard de Sébastopol, at the end of the Rue de la Cossonnerie, were still black. But above the sharp line of their slate roofs, a patch of pale blue sky, circumscribed by the arch pieces of the covered way, showed like a gleaming half-moon. Claude, who'd been bending over some grated openings on a level with the ground, through which a glimpse could be obtained of deep cellars where gas lights glimmered, now glanced up into the air between the lofty pillars, as though scanning the dark roofs which fringed the clear sky. Then he halted again with his eyes fixed on one of the light iron ladders which connect the superposed market roofs and give access from one to the other. Florent asked him what he was seeking there. "I'm looking for that scamp of a Marjolin," replied the artist. "He's sure to be in some guttering up there, unless indeed he's been spending the night in the poultry cellars. I want him to give me a sitting." Then he went on to relate how a market saleswoman had found his friend Marjolin one morning in a pile of cabbages, and how Marjolin had grown up in all liberty on the surrounding footways. When an attempt had been made to send him to school, he'd fallen ill, and it had been necessary to bring him back to the markets. He knew every nook and corner of them and loved them with a filial affection, leading the agile life of a squirrel in that forest of ironwork. He and Cadine, the hussy whom Mother Chantemesse had picked up one night in the old market of the Innocents, made a pretty couple. He, a splendid foolish fellow, as glowing as a Rubens, with a ruddy down on his skin which attracted the sunlight, and she, slight and sly, with a comical fizz under her tangle of black curly hair. Whilst talking, Claude quickened his steps, and soon brought his companion back to Saint-Eustache again. Florent, whose legs were once more giving way, dropped upon a bench near the omnibus office. The morning air was freshening. At the far end of the Rue Rambuteau, rosy gleams were streaking the milky sky, which higher up was slashed by broad grey rifts. Such was the sweet balsamic scent of this dawn, that Florent for a moment fancied himself in the open country, on the brow of a hill. But behind the bench Claude pointed out to him the many aromatic herbs and bulbs on sale. All along the footways skirting the tripe market there were, so to say, fields of thyme and lavender, garlic and shallots, and round the young plane trees on the pavement the vendors had twined long branches of laurel, forming trophies of greenery. The strong scent of the laurel leaves prevailed over every other odor. At present the luminous dial of Saint-Eustache was paling as a night light does when surprised by the dawn. The gas jets in the wine shops in the neighboring streets went out one by one, like stars extinguished by the brightness. And Florent gazed at the vast markets now gradually emerging from the gloom, from the dreamland in which he had beheld them, stretching out their ranges of open palaces. Greenish-grey in hue, they looked more solid now, and even more colossal with their prodigious masting of columns upholding an endless expanse of roofs. They rose up in geometrically shaped masses, and when all the inner lights had been extinguished, and the square uniform buildings were steeped in the rising dawn, they seemed typical of some gigantic modern machine, some engine, some cauldron for the supply of a whole people, some colossal belly bolted and riveted, built up of wood and glass and iron, and endowed with all the elegance and power of some mechanical motive appliance working there with flaring furnaces and wild, bewildering revolutions of wheels. Claude, however, had enthusiastically sprung on to the bench and stood upon it. He compelled his companion to admire the effect of the dawn rising over the vegetables. There was a perfect sea of these extending between the two clusters of pavilions from Saint-Eustache to the Rue des Halles, and in the two open spaces at either end the flood of greenery rose to even greater height and quite submerged the pavements. The dawn appeared slowly, softly grey in hue, and spreading a light watercolor tint over everything. These surging piles akin to hurrying waves, this river of verdure rushing along the roadway like an autumn torrent, assumed delicate shadowy tints, tender violet, blush rose, and greeny yellow, all the soft light hues which at sunrise make the sky look like a canopy of shot silk. And by degrees, as the fires of dawn rose higher and higher at the far end of the Rue Rambuteau, the mass of vegetation grew brighter and brighter, emerging more and more distinctly from the bluey gloom that clung to the ground. Salad herbs, cabbage lettuce, and endive and succory, with rich soil still clinging to their roots, exposed their swelling hearts. Bundles of spinach, bundles of sorrel, clusters of artichokes, piles of peas and beans, mounds of cos lettuce, tied round with straws, sounded every note in the whole gamut of greenery, from the sheeny lacquer-like green of the pods to the deep-toned green of the foliage. A continuous gamut with ascending and descending scales which died away in the variegated tones of the heads of celery and bundles of leeks. But the highest and most sonorous note still came from the patches of bright carrots and snowy turnips, strewn in prodigious quantities all along the markets and lighting them up with the medley of their two colours. At the crossway in the Rue des Halles, cabbages were piled up in mountains. There were white ones, hard and compact as metal balls, curly savoys whose great leaves made them look like basins of green bronze, and red cabbages, which the dawn seemed to transform into superb masses of bloom with the hue of wine lees, splotched with dark purple and carmine. At the other side of the markets, at the crossway near Saint-Eustache, the end of the Rue Rambuteau was blocked by a barricade of orange-hued pumpkins, sprawling with swelling bellies in two superposed rows. And here and there gleamed the glistening ruddy brown of a hamper of onions, the blood-red crimson of a heap of tomatoes, the quiet yellow of a display of marrows, and the sombre violet of the fruit of the eggplant, while numerous fat black radishes still left patches of gloom amidst the quivering brilliance of a general awakening. Claude clapped his hands at the sight. He declared that those blackguard vegetables were wild, mad, sublime. He stoutly maintained that they were not yet dead, but gathered in the previous evening, waited for the morning sun to bid him goodbye from the flagstones of the market. He could observe their vitality, he declared, see their leaves stir and open as though their roots were yet firmly and warmly embedded in well-manured soil. And here in the markets, he added, he heard the death rattle of all the kitchen gardens of the environs of Paris. A crowd of white caps, loose black jackets, and blue blouses was swarming in the narrow paths between the various piles. The big baskets of the market porters passed along slowly above the heads of the throng. Retail dealers, costermongers, and greengrocers were making their purchases in haste. Corporals and nuns clustered round the mountains of cabbages, and college cooks prowled about inquisitively on the lookout for good bargains. The unloading was still going on, heavy tumbrils, discharging their contents as though there were so many paving stones, added more and more waves to the sea of greenery which was now beating against the opposite footways. And from the far end of the Rue Pont-Neuf, fresh rows of carts were still and ever arriving. "What a fine sight it is!" exclaimed Claude, in an ecstasy of enthusiasm. Florent was suffering keenly. He fancied that all this was some supernatural temptation, and unwilling to look at the markets any longer, turned towards Saint-Eustache, a side view of which he obtained from the spot where he now stood. With its roses and broad-arched windows, its bell turret and roofs of slate, it looked as though painted in sepia against the blue of the sky. He fixed his eyes at last on the sombre depths of the Rue Montorgueil, where fragments of gaudy signboards showed conspicuously, and on the corner of the Rue Montmartre, where there were balconies gleaming with letters of gold. And when he again glanced at the crossroads, his gaze was solicited by other signboards, on which such inscriptions as "Druggist and Chemist," "Flour and Grain," appeared in big red and black capital letters upon faded backgrounds. Near these corners, houses with narrow windows were now awakening, setting amidst the newness and airiness of the Rue Pont-Neuf a few of the yellow ancient facades of olden Paris. Standing at the empty windows of the great drapery shop at the corner of the Rue Rambuteau, a number of spruce-looking counter-jumpers in their shirt-sleeves, with snowy white wristbands and tight-fitting pantaloons, were dressing their goods. Farther away, in the windows of the severe-looking, barrack-like Guillot establishment, biscuits in gilt wrappers and fancy cakes on glass stands were tastefully set out. All the shops were now open, and workmen in white blouses with tools under their arms were hurrying along the road. Claude had not yet got down from the bench. He was standing on tiptoe in order to see the farther down the streets. Suddenly, in the midst of the crowd which he overlooked, he caught sight of a fair head with long wavy locks, followed by a little black one covered with curly tumbled hair. "Hello, Marjolin! Hello, Cadine!" he shouted. And then, as his voice was drowned by the general uproar, he jumped to the ground and started off. But all at once, recollecting that he'd left Florent behind him, he hastily came back. "I live at the end of the Impasse des Bourdonnais," he said rapidly. "My name's written in chalk on the door, Claude Lantier. Come and see the etching of the Rue Pirouette." Then he vanished. He was quite ignorant of Florent's name, and after favoring him with his views on art, parted from him as he had met him, at the roadside. Florent was now alone, and at first this pleased him. Ever since Madame Françoise had picked him up in the Avenue de Neuilly, he'd been coming and going in a state of pain-fraught somnolence which had quite prevented him from forming any definite ideas of his surroundings. Now at last he was at liberty to do what he liked, and he tried to shake himself free from that intolerable vision of teeming food by which he was pursued. But his head still felt empty and dizzy, and all that he could find within him was a kind of vague fear. The day was now growing quite bright, and he could be distinctly seen. He looked down at his wretched, shabby coat and trousers. He buttoned the first, dusted the latter, and strove to make a bit of a toilet, fearing lest those black rags of his should proclaim aloud whence he'd come. He was seated in the middle of the bench by the side of some wandering vagabonds who'd settled themselves there while waiting for the sunrise. The neighborhood of the Marquis is a favorite spot with vagrants in the small hours of the morning. However, two constables, still in night uniform with cloaks and képis, paced up and down the footways and side by side, their hands resting behind their backs, and every time they passed the bench they glanced at the game which they scented there. Florent felt sure that they recognized him, and were consulting together about arresting him. At this thought his anguish of mind became extreme. He felt a wild desire to get up and run away, but he did not dare to do so, and was quite at a loss as to how he might take himself off. The repeated glances of the constables, their cold, deliberate scrutiny, caused him the keenest torture. At length he rose from the bench, making a great effort to restrain himself from rushing off as quickly as his long legs could carry him, and succeeded in walking quietly away, though his shoulders quivered in the fear he felt of suddenly feeling the rough hands of the constables clutching at his collar from behind. He had now only one thought, one desire, which was to get away from the markets as quickly as possible. He would wait and make his investigations later on, when the footway should be clear. The three streets which met here, the Rue Montmartre, Rue Montorgueil, and Rue Turbigo, filled him with uneasiness. They were blocked by vehicles of all kinds, and their footways were crowded with vegetables. Florent went straight along as far as the Rue Pierre-Lescaut, but there the cress and the potato market seemed to him insuperable obstacles. So he resolved to take the Rue Rambuteau. On reaching the Boulevard de Sébastopol, however, he came across such a block of vans and carts and wagonettes that he turned back and proceeded along the Rue Saint-Denis. Then he got amongst the vegetables once more. Retail dealers had just set up their stalls, formed of planks resting on tall hampers, and the deluge of cabbages and carrots and turnips began all over again. The markets were overflowing. Florent tried to make his escape from this pursuing flood which ever overtook him in his flight. He tried the Rue de la Cossonnerie, the Rue Berger, the Square des Innocents, the Rue de la Ferronnerie, and the Rue des Halles. And at last he came to a standstill, quite discouraged and scared at finding himself unable to escape from the infernal circle of vegetables which now seemed to dance around him, twining clinging verdure about his legs. The everlasting stream of carts and horses stretched away as far as the Rue de Rivoli and the Place du Hôtel de Ville. Huge vans were carrying away supplies for all the greengrocers and fruiterers of an entire district. Charabancs were starting for the suburbs with straining, groaning sides. In the Rue de Pont-Neuf, Florent got completely bewildered. He stumbled upon a crowd of handcarts in which numerous costermongers were arranging their purchases. Amongst them he recognized Lacaille, who went off along the Rue Saint-Honoré, pushing a barrow of carrots and cauliflowers before him. Florent followed him, in the hope that he would guide him out of the mob. The pavement was now quite slippery, although the weather was dry, and the litter of artichoke stalks, turnip tops, and leaves of all kinds made walking somewhat dangerous. Florent stumbled at almost every step. He lost sight of Lacaille in the Rue Vauviliers, and on approaching the corn market he again found the streets barricaded with vehicles. Then he made no further attempt to struggle. He was once more in the clutch of the markets, and their stream of life bore him back. Slowly retracing his steps, he presently found himself by Saint-Eustache again. He now heard the loud, continuous rumbling of the wagons that were setting out from the markets. Paris was doling out the daily food of its 2 million inhabitants. These markets were like some huge central organ beating with giant force and sending the blood of life through every vein of the city. The uproar was akin to that of colossal jaws, a mighty sound to which each phase of the provisioning contributed, from the whip cracking of the larger retail dealers as they started off for the district markets, to the dragging pit-a-pat of the old shoes worn by the poor women who hawked their lettuces in baskets from door to door. Florent turned into a covered way on the left, intersecting the group of 4 pavilions whose deep silent gloom he'd remarked during the night. He hoped that he might there find a refuge, discover some corner in which he could hide himself. But these pavilions were now as busy, as lively as the others. Florent walked on to the end of the street. Drays were driving up at a quick trot, crowding the market with cages full of live poultry and square hampers in which dead birds were stowed in deep layers. On the other side of the way were other drays from which porters were removing freshly killed calves wrapped in canvas and laid at full length in baskets whence only the 4 bleeding stumps of their legs protruded. There were also whole sheep and sides and quarters of beef. Butchers in long white aprons marked the meat with a stamp, carried it off, weighted it, and hung it up on hooks in the auction room. Florent, with his face close to the grating, stood gazing at the rows of hanging carcasses, at the ruddy sheep and oxen and paler calves, all streaked with yellow fat and sinews, and with bellies yawning open. Then he passed along the sidewalk where the tripe market was held, amidst the pallid calves' feet and heads, the rolled tripe neatly packed in boxes, the brains delicately set out in flat baskets, the sanguineous livers and purplish kidneys. He checked his steps in front of some long 2-wheeled carts, covered with round awnings and containing sides of pork hung on each side of the vehicle over a bed of straw. Seen from the back end, the interiors of the carts looked like recesses of some tabernacle, like some taper-lighted chapel. Such was the glow of all the bare flesh they contained. And on the beds of straw were lines of tin cans, full of the blood that had trickled from the pigs. Thereupon Florent was attacked by a sort of rage. The insipid odor of the meat, the pungent smell of a tripe exasperated him. He made his way out of the covered road, preferring to return once more to the footwalk of the Rue de Pont-Neuf. He was enduring perfect agony. The shiver of early morning came upon him, his teeth chattered, and he was afraid of falling to the ground and finding himself unable to rise again. He looked about, but could see no vacant place on any bench. Had he found one, he would have dropped asleep there, even at the risk of being awakened by the police. Then, as giddiness nearly blinded him, he leaned for support against a tree with his eyes closed and his ears ringing. The raw carrot which he'd swallowed almost without chewing was torturing his stomach, and the glass of punch which he had drunk seemed to have intoxicated him. He was indeed intoxicated with misery, weariness, and hunger. Again he felt a burning fire in the pit of the stomach, to which he every now and then carried his hands, as though he were trying to stop up a hole through which all his life was oozing away. As he stood there, he fancied that the foot pavement rocked beneath him, and thinking that he might perhaps lessen his sufferings by walking, he went straight on through the vegetables again. He lost himself amongst them. He went along a narrow footway, turned down another, was forced to retrace his steps, bungled in doing so, and once more found himself amidst piles of greenery. Some heaps were so high that people seemed to be walking between walls of bundles and bunches. Only their heads slightly overtopped these ramparts, and passed along showing whitely or blackly according to the color of their hats or caps, whilst the huge swinging baskets, carried aloft on a level with the greenery, looked like osier boats floating on a stagnant, mossy lake. Florent stumbled against 1,000 obstacles, against porters taking up their burdens and saleswomen disputing in rough tones. He slipped over the thick bed of waste leaves and stumps which covered the footway, and was almost suffocated by the powerful odor of crushed verdure. At last he halted in a sort of confused stupor, and surrendered to the pushing of some and the insults of others, and then he became a mere waif, a piece of wreckage tossed about on the surface of that surging sea. He was fast losing all self-respect, and would willingly have begged. The recollection of his foolish pride during the night exasperated him. If he had accepted Madame Francois's charity, if he had not felt such idiotic fear of Claude, he would not now have been stranded there groaning in the midst of these cabbages. And he was especially angry with himself for not having questioned the artist when they were in the Rue Pirouette. Now, alas, he was alone and deserted, liable to die in the streets like a homeless dog. For the last time he raised his eyes and looked at the markets. At present they were glittering in the sun. A broad ray was pouring through the covered road from the far end, cleaving the massy pavilions with an arcade of light, whilst fiery beams rained down upon the far expanse of roofs. The huge iron framework grew less distinct, assumed a bluey hue, became nothing but a shadowy silhouette outlined against the flaming flare of the sunrise. But up above a pane of glass took fire. Drops of light trickled down the broad sloping zinc plates to the gutterings, and then, below, a tumultuous city appeared amidst the haze of dancing golden dust. The general awakening had spread from the first start of the market gardeners snoring in their cloaks to the brisk rolling of the flood-laden railway drays. And the whole city was opening its iron gates, the footways were humming, the pavilions roaring with life. Shouts and cries of all kinds rent the air. It was as though the strain, which Florent had heard gathering force in the gloom ever since 4 a.m, had now attained its fullest volume. To the right and left, on all sides indeed, the sharp cries accompanying the auction sales sounded shrilly like flutes amidst the sonorous bass roar of the crowd. It was the fish, the butter, the poultry, and the meat being sold. The pealing of bells passed through the air, imparting a quiver to the buzzing of the opening markets. Around Florent the sun was setting the vegetables aflame. He no longer perceived any of those soft watercolor tints which had predominated in the pale light of early morning. The swelling hearts of the lettuces were now gleaming brightly. The scales of greenery showed forth with wondrous vigor. The carrots glowed blood red, the turnips shone as if incandescent in the triumphant radiance of the sun. On Florent's left, some wagons were discharging fresh loads of cabbages. He turned his eyes, and away in the distance saw carts yet streaming out of the Rue Turbigo. The tide was still and ever rising. He'd felt it about his ankles, then on a level with his stomach, and now it was threatening to drown him altogether. Blinded and submerged, his ears buzzing, his stomach overpowered by all that he'd seen, he asked for mercy, and wild grief took possession of him at the thought of dying there of starvation in the very heart of glutted Paris, amidst the effulgent awakening of her markets. Big hot tears started from his eyes. Walking on, he'd now reached one of the larger alleys. Two women, one short and old, the other tall and withered, passed him, talking together as they made their way towards the pavilions. "So you've come to do your marketing, Mademoiselle Saget?" said the tall, withered woman. "Well, yes, Madame Lecoeur, if you can give it such a name as marketing. I'm a lone woman, you know, and live on next to nothing. I should have liked a small cauliflower, but everything is so dear. How is butter selling today?" "At 34 sous. I have some which is first rate. Will you come and look at it?" "Well, I don't know if I shall want any today. I've still a little lard left." Making a supreme effort, Florent followed these two women. He recollected having heard Claude name the old one, Mademoiselle Saget, when they were in the Rue Pirouette, and he made up his mind to question her when she should have parted from her tall, withered acquaintance. "And how's your niece?" Mademoiselle Saget now asked. "Ah, la Sarriette does as she likes," Madame Lecoeur replied in a bitter tone. "She's chosen to set up for herself, and her affairs no longer concern me. When her lovers have beggared her, she needn't come to me for any bread." "And you were so good to her, too. She ought to do well this year, fruits yielding big profits. And your brother-in-law, how is he?" "Oh, he—" Madame Lecoeur bit her lips, and seemed disinclined to say anything more. "Still the same as ever, I suppose," continued Mademoiselle Saget. "He's a very worthy man. Still, I once heard it said that he spent his money in such a way that—" "But does anyone know how he spends his money?" interrupted Madame Lecoeur, with some asperity. "He's a miserly niggard, a scurvy fellow, that's what I say. Do you know, mademoiselle, he'd see me die of starvation rather than lend me 5 francs. He knows quite well that there's nothing to be made out of butter this season, any more than out of cheese and eggs, whereas he can sell as much poultry as ever he chooses. But not once, I assure you, not once has he offered to help me. I'm too proud, as you know, to accept any assistance from him. Still, it would have pleased me to have it offered. Ah, by the way, there he is, your brother-in-law," suddenly exclaimed Mademoiselle Saget, lowering her voice. The two women turned and gazed at a man who was crossing the road to enter the covered way close by. "I'm in a hurry," murmured Madame Lecoeur. "I left my stall without anyone to look after it. And besides, I don't want to speak to him." However, Florent also had mechanically turned round and glanced at the individual referred to. This was a short, squarely built man with a cheery look and grey, close-cut, brush-like hair. Under each arm he was carrying a fat goose whose head hung down and flapped against his legs. And then all at once Florent made a gesture of delight. Forgetting his fatigue, he ran after the man and, overtaking him, tapped him on the shoulder. "Gavard!" he exclaimed. The other raised his head and stared with surprise at Florent's tall black figure, which he did not at first recognize. Then all at once, "What? Is it you?" he cried, as if overcome with amazement. "Is it really you?" He all but let his geese fall, and seemed unable to master his surprise. And catching sight, however, of his sister-in-law and Mademoiselle Saget, who were watching the meeting at a distance, he began to walk on again. "Come along, don't let us stop here," he said. "There are too many eyes and tongues about." When they were in the covered way, they began to chat. Florent related how he'd gone to the Rue Pirouette, at which Gavard seemed much amused and laughed heartily. Then he told Florent that his brother Quenu had moved from that street and had reopened his pork shop close by in the Rue Rambuteau, just in front of the markets. And afterwards he was again highly amused to hear that Florent had been wandering about all that morning with Claude Lantier, an odd kind of fish, who, strangely enough, said he, was Madame Quenu's nephew. Thus chatting, Gavard was on the point of taking Florent straight to the pork shop, but on hearing that he'd returned to France with false papers, he suddenly assumed all sorts of solemn and mysterious airs, and insisted upon walking some 15 paces in front of him to avoid attracting attention. After passing through the poultry pavilion, where he hung his geese up in his stall, he began to cross the Rue Rambuteau, still followed by Florent, and then, halting in the middle of the road, he glanced significantly towards a large and well-appointed pork shop. The sun was obliquely enfilading the Rue Rambuteau, lighting up the fronts of the houses, in the midst of which the Rue Pirouette formed a dark gap. At the other end, the great pile of Saint-Eustache glittered brightly in the sunlight like some huge reliquary. And right through the crowd, from a distant crossway, an army of street sweepers was advancing in file down the road, the brooms swishing rhythmically, while scavengers provided with forks pitched the collected refuse into tumbrils, which at intervals of a score of paces halted with a noise like the chattering of broken pots. However, all Florent's attention was concentrated on the pork shop, open and radiant in the rising sun. It stood very near the corner of the Rue Pirouette and provided quite a feast for the eyes. Its aspect was bright and smiling, touches of brilliant color showing conspicuously amidst all the snowy marble. A signboard, on which the name of Quenu Gradelle glittered in fat gilt letters encircled by leaves and branches painted on a soft-hued background, was protected by a sheet of glass. On 2 panels, one on each side of the shop front, and both, like the board above, covered with glass, were paintings representing various chubby little cupids playing amidst boars' heads, pork chops, and strings of sausages. And these latter still-life subjects, embellished with scrolls and bows, had been painted in such soft tones that the uncooked pork which they represented had the pinkiness of raspberry jam. Within this pleasing framework arose the window display, arranged upon a bed of fine blue paper shavings. Here and there fern leaves, tastefully disposed, changed the plates which they encircled into bouquets fringed with foliage. There was a wealth of rich, luscious, melting things. Down below, quite close to the window, jars of preserved sausage meat were interspersed with pots of mustard. Above these were some small, plump, boned hams, golden with their dressings of toasted bread crumbs and adorned at the knuckles with green rosettes. Next came the larger dishes, some containing preserved Strasbourg tongues, enclosed in bladders colored in a bright red and varnished, so that they looked quite sanguineous beside the pale sausages and trotters. Then there were the black puddings, coiled like harmless snakes, healthy-looking chitterlings piled up 2 by 2, Lyon sausages in little silver copes that made them look like choristers, hot pies with little banner-like tickets stuck in them, big hams, and great glazed joints of veal and pork, whose jelly was as limpid as sugar candy. In the rear were other dishes and earthen pans, in which meat, minced and sliced, slumbered beneath lakes of melted fat. And betwixt the various plates and dishes, jars and bottles of sauce, coulis, stock and preserved truffles, pans of foie gras and boxes of sardines and tunny fish were strewn over the bed of paper shavings. A box of creamy cheeses and one of edible snails, the apertures of whose shells were dressed with butter and parsley, had been placed carelessly at either corner. Finally, from a bar overhead, strings of sausages and saveloy of various sizes hung down symmetrically like cords and tassels, while in the rear fragments of intestinal membrane showed like lacework, like some guipure of white flesh. And on the highest tier in this sanctuary of gluttony, amidst the membranes and between two bouquets of purple gladioli, the window stand was crowned by a small square aquarium ornamented with rockwork and containing a couple of goldfish which were continually swimming round it. Florent's whole body thrilled at the sight. Then he perceived a woman standing in the sunlight at the door of the shop. With her prosperous, happy look in the midst of all those inviting things, she added to the cheery aspect of the place. She was a fine woman and quite blocked the doorway. Still, she was not over stout, but simply buxom, with the full ripeness of her 30 years. She had only just risen, yet her glossy hair was already brushed smooth and arranged in little flat bands over her temples, giving her an appearance of extreme neatness. She had the fine skin, the pinky white complexion common to those whose life is spent in an atmosphere of raw meat and fat. There was a touch of gravity about her demeanor. Her movements were calm and slow. What mirth or pleasure she felt, she expressed by her eyes, her lips retaining all their seriousness. A collar of starched linen encircled her neck. White sleevelets reached to her elbows, and a white apron fell even over the tips of her shoes, so that you saw but little of her black cashmere dress, which clung tightly to her well-rounded shoulders and swelling bosom. The sun rays poured hotly upon all the whiteness she displayed. However, although her bluish-black hair, her rosy face, and bright sleeves and apron were steeped in the glow of light, she never once blinked, but enjoyed her morning bath of sunshine with blissful tranquillity, her soft eyes smiling the while at the flow and riot of the markets. She had the appearance of a very worthy woman.
"That's your brother's wife, your sister-in-law, Lisa," Gavard said to Florent.
He had saluted her with a slight inclination of the head. Then he darted along the house passage, continuing to take the most minute precautions, and unwilling to let Florent enter the premises through the shop, though there was no one there. It was evident that he felt great pleasure in dabbling in what he considered to be a compromising business.
"Wait here," he said, "while I go to see whether your brother is alone. You can come in when I clap my hands."
Thereupon he opened the door at the end of the passage. But as soon as Florent heard his brother's voice behind it, he sprang inside at a bound. Quenu, who was much attached to him, threw his arms round his neck, and they kissed each other like children. "Ah, dash it all! Is it really you, my dear fellow?" stammered the pork butcher. "I never expected to see you again. I felt sure you were dead. Why, only yesterday I was saying to Lisa, 'That poor fellow Florent.'" However, he stopped short, and popping his head into the shop, called out, "Lisa! Lisa!" Then turning towards a little girl who'd crept into a corner, he added, "Pauline, go and find your mother." The little one did not stir, however. She was an extremely fine child, 5 years of age, with a plump, chubby face, bearing a strong resemblance to that of the pork butcher's wife. In her arms she was holding a huge yellow cat, which had cheerfully surrendered itself to her embrace, with its legs dangling downwards, and she now squeezed it tightly with her little arms, as if she were afraid that yonder shabby-looking gentleman might rob her of it. Lisa, however, leisurely made her appearance. "Here's my brother Florent!" exclaimed Quenu. Lisa addressed him as Monsieur, and gave him a kindly welcome. She scanned him quietly from head to foot, without evincing any disagreeable surprise. Merely a faint pout appeared for a moment on her lips. Then, standing by, she began to smile at her husband's demonstrations of affection. Quenu, however, at last recovered his calmness, and noticing Florent's fleshless, poverty-stricken appearance, exclaimed, "Oh, my poor fellow, you haven't improved in your looks since you were over yonder. For my part, I've grown fat. But what would you have?" He had indeed grown fat, too fat for his 30 years. He seemed to be bursting through his shirt and apron, through all the snowy white linen in which he was swathed like a huge doll. With advancing years, his clean-shaven face had become elongated, assuming a faint resemblance to the snout of one of those pigs amidst whose flesh his hands worked and lived the whole day through. Florent scarcely recognized him. He had now seated himself, and his glance turned from his brother to handsome Lisa and little Pauline. They were all brimful of health, squarely built, sleek, in prime condition, and in their turn they looked at Florent with his uneasy astonishment which corpulent people feel at the sight of a scraggy person. The very cat, whose skin was distended by fat, dilated its yellow eyes and scrutinized him with an air of distrust. "You'll wait till we have breakfast, won't you?" asked Quenu. "We have it early at 10 o'clock. A penetrating odor of cookery pervaded the place, and Florent looked back upon the terrible night which he just spent, his arrival amongst the vegetables, his agony in the midst of the markets, the endless avalanches of food from which he just escaped. And then, in a low tone and with a gentle smile, he responded, "No, I'm really very hungry, you see." This ends section 2. Section 3 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 3. Florent had just begun to study law in Paris when his mother died. She lived at LibriVox, in the department of the Gard, and had taken for her second husband one Quenu, a native of Yvetot in Normandy, whom some sub-prefect had transplanted to the south and then forgotten there. He had remained in employment at the sub-prefecture, finding the country charming, the wine good, and the women very amiable. 3 years after his marriage, he'd been carried off by a bad attack of indigestion, leaving his sole legacy to his wife a sturdy boy who resembled him. It was only with very great difficulty that the widow could pay the college fees of Florent, her elder son, the issue of her first marriage. He was a very gentle youth, devoted to his studies, and constantly won the chief prizes at school. It was upon him that his mother lavished all her affection and based all her hopes. Perhaps, in bestowing so much love on this slim, pale youth, she was giving evidence of her preference for her first husband, a tender-hearted, caressing Provençal, who had loved her devotedly. Quenu, whose good humor and amiability had at first attracted her, had perhaps displayed too much self-satisfaction, and shown too plainly that he looked upon himself as the main source of happiness. At all events, she formed the opinion that her younger son, and in southern families younger sons are still often sacrificed, would never do any good. So she contented herself with sending him to a school kept by a neighboring old maid, where the lad learned nothing but how to idle his time away. The two brothers grew up far apart from each other, as though they were strangers. When Florent arrived at LibriVox, his mother was already buried. She had insisted upon having her illness concealed from him till the very last moment, for fear of disturbing his studies. Thus he found little Quenu, who was then 12 years old, sitting and sobbing alone on a table in the middle of the kitchen. A furniture dealer, a neighbor, gave him particulars of his mother's last hours. She'd reached the end of her resources, had killed herself by the hard work which she'd undertaken to earn sufficient money that her elder son might continue his legal studies. To her modest trade in ribbons, the profits of which were but small, she'd been obliged to add other occupations which kept her up very late at night. Her one idea of seeing Florent established as an advocate holding a good position in the town, had gradually caused her to become hard and miserly, without pity for either herself or others. Little Quenu was allowed to wander about in ragged breeches and in blouses from which the sleeves were falling away. He never dared to serve himself at table, but waited till he received his allowance of bread from his mother's hands. She gave herself equally thin slices, and it was to the effects of this regimen that she had succumbed, in deep despair at having failed to accomplish her self-allotted task. This story made a most painful impression upon Florent's tender nature, and his sobs well-nigh choked him. He took his little half-brother in his arms, held him to his breast, and kissed him as though to restore to him the love of which he had unwittingly deprived him. Then he looked at the lad's gaping shoes, torn sleeves, and dirty hands, at all the manifest signs of wretchedness and neglect. And he told himself that he would take him away and that they would both live happily together. The next day, when he began to inquire into affairs, he felt afraid that he would not be able to keep sufficient money to pay for the journey back to Paris. However, he was determined to leave LibriVox at any cost. He was fortunately able to sell the little ribbon business, and this enabled him to discharge his mother's debts, for despite her strictness in money matters, she had gradually run up bills. Then, as there was nothing left, his mother's neighbor, the furniture dealer, offered him 500 francs for her chattels and stock of linen. It was a very good bargain for the dealer, but the young man thanked him with tears in his eyes. He bought his brother some new clothes and took him away that same evening. On his return to Paris, he gave up all thought of continuing to attend the law school and postponed every ambitious project. He obtained a few pupils and established himself with little Quenu in the Rue Royer-Collard, at the corner of the Rue Saint-Jacques, in a big room which he furnished with 2 iron bedsteads, a wardrobe, a table, and 4 chairs. He now had a child to look after, and this assumed paternity was very pleasing to him. During the earlier days he attempted to give the lad some lessons when he returned home in the evening, but Quenu was an unwilling pupil. He was dull of understanding and refused to learn, bursting into tears and regretfully recalling the time when his mother had allowed him to run wild in the streets. Florent thereupon stopped his lessons in despair, and to console the lad promised him a holiday of indefinite length. As an excuse for his own weakness, he repeated that he had not brought his brother to Paris to distress him. To see him grow up in happiness became his chief desire. He quite worshipped the boy, was charmed with his merry laughter, and felt infinite joy in seeing him about him, healthy and vigorous and without a care. Florent, for his part, remained very slim and lean in his threadbare coat, and his face began to turn yellow amidst all the drudgery and worry of teaching. But Quenu grew up plump and merry, a little dense indeed, and scarce able to read or write, but endowed with high spirits which nothing could ruffle, and which filled the big gloomy room in the Rue Royer-Collard with gaiety. Years, meantime, passed by. Florent, who had inherited all his mother's spirit of devotion, kept Quenu at home as though he were a big, idle girl. He did not even suffer him to perform any petty domestic duties, but always went to buy the provisions himself and attended to the cooking and other necessary matters. This kept him, he said, from indulging in his own bad thoughts. He was given to gloominess and fancied that he was disposed to evil. When he returned home in the evening, splashed with mud and his head bowed by the annoyances to which other people's children had subjected him, his heart melted beneath the embrace of a sturdy lad whom he found spinning his top on the tiled flooring of the big room. Quenu laughed at his brother's clumsiness in making omelettes, and at the serious fashion in which he prepared the soup, beef, and vegetables. When the lamp was extinguished and Florent lay in bed, he sometimes gave way to feelings of sadness. He longed to resume his legal studies and strove to map out his duties in such wise as to secure time to follow the program of the faculty. He succeeded in doing this and was then perfectly happy. But a slight attack of fever, which confined him to his room for a week, made such a hole in his purse and caused him so much alarm that he abandoned all idea of completing his studies. The boy was now getting a big fellow, and Florent took a post as teacher in a school in the Rue de l'Estrapade at a salary of 1,800 francs per annum. This seemed like a fortune to him. By dint of economy, he hoped to be able to amass a sum of money which would set Quenu going in the world. When the lad reached his 18th year, Florent still treated him as though he were a daughter for whom a dowry must be provided. However, during his brother's brief illness, Quenu himself had made certain reflections. One morning, he proclaimed his desire to work, saying that he was now old enough to earn his own living. Florent was deeply touched at this. Just opposite, on the other side of the street, lived a working watchmaker whom Quenu, through the curtainless window, could see leaning over a little table, manipulating all sorts of delicate things, and patiently gazing at them through a magnifying glass all day long. The lad was much attracted by the sight and declared that he had a taste for watchmaking. At the end of a fortnight, however, he became restless and began to cry like a child of 10, complaining that the work was too complicated and that he would never be able to understand all the silly little things that enter into the construction of a watch. His next whim was to be a locksmith, but this calling he found too fatiguing. In a couple of years he tried more than 10 different trades. Florent opined that he acted rightly, that it was wrong to take up a calling one did not like. However, Quenu's fine eagerness to work for his living strained the resources of the little establishment very seriously. Since he had begun flitting from one workshop to another, there had been a constant succession of fresh expenses. Money had gone in new clothes, in meals taken away from home, and in the payment of footings among fellow workmen. Florent's salary of 1,800 francs was no longer sufficient, and he was obliged to take a couple of pupils in the evenings. For 8 years he continued to wear the same old coat. However, the two brothers had made a friend. One side of the house in which they lived overlooked the Rue Saint-Jacques, where there was a large poultry roasting establishment. Footnote: these rotisseries, now all but extinct, were at one time a particular feature of the Parisian provision trade. I can myself recollect several akin to the one described by Monsieur Zola. I suspect that they largely owed their origin to the form and dimensions of the ordinary Parisian kitchen stove, which did not enable people to roast poultry at home in a convenient way. In the old French cuisine, moreover, roast joints of meat were virtually unknown. Roasting was almost entirely confined to chickens, geese, turkeys, pheasants, etc., and among the middle classes people largely bought their poultry already cooked of the rôtisseur, or else confided it to him for the purpose of roasting, in the same way as our poorer classes still send their joints to the bakers. Roasting was also long looked upon in France as a very delicate art. Brillat-Savarin, in his famous Physiologie du goût, lays down the dictum that a man may become a cook, but is born a rôtisseur. Translator. Kept by a worthy man called Gavard, whose wife was dying from consumption amidst an atmosphere redolent of plump fowls. When Florent returned home too late to cook a scrap of meat, he was in the habit of laying out a dozen sous or so on a small portion of turkey or goose at this shop. Such days were feast days. Gavard in time grew interested in this tall, scraggy customer, learned his history, and invited Quenu into his shop. Before long, the young fellow was constantly to be found there. As soon as his brother left the house, he came downstairs and installed himself at the rear of the roasting shop, quite enraptured with the 4 huge spits, which turned with a gentle sound in front of the tall, bright flames. The broad copper bands of the fireplace glistened brightly, the poultry steamed, the fat bubbled melodiously in the dripping pan, and the spits seemed to talk amongst themselves and to address kindly words to Quenu, who with a long ladle devoutly basted the golden breasts of the fat geese and turkeys. He would stay there for hours, quite crimson in the dancing glow of the flames, and laughing vaguely with a somewhat stupid expression at the birds roasting in front of him. Indeed, he did not awake from this kind of trance until the geese and turkeys were unspitted. They were placed on dishes, the spits emerged from their carcasses smoking hot, and a rich gravy flowed from either end and filled the shop with a penetrating odor. Then the lad, who, standing up, had eagerly followed every phase of the dishing, would clap his hands and begin to talk to the birds, telling them that they were very nice and would be eaten up, and that the cats would have nothing but their bones. And he would give a start of delight whenever Gavard handed him a slice of bread, which he forthwith put into the dripping pan, that it might soak and toast there for half an hour. It was in this shop, no doubt, that Quenu's love of cookery took its birth. Later on, when he tried all sorts of crafts, he returned as though driven by fate to the spits and the poultry and the savory gravy, which induces one to lick one's fingers. At first, he was afraid of vexing his brother, who was a small eater and spoke of good fare with the disdain of a man who's ignorant of it. But afterwards, on seeing that Florent listened to him when he explained the preparation of some very elaborate dish, he confessed his desires and presently found a situation at a large restaurant. From that time forward, the life of the two brothers was settled. They continued to live in the room in the Rue Royer-Collard, whither they returned every evening, the one glowing and radiant from his hot fire, the other with the depressed countenance of a shabby, impecunious teacher. Florent still wore his old black coat, as he sat absorbed in correcting his pupils' exercises, while Quenu, to put himself more at ease, donned his white apron, cap, and jacket, and flitting about in front of the stove, amused himself by baking some dainty in the oven. Sometimes they smiled at seeing themselves thus attired, the one all in black, the other all in white. These different garbs, one bright and the other somber, seemed to make the big room half gay and half mournful. Never, however, was there so much harmony in a household marked by such dissimilarity. Though the elder brother grew thinner and thinner, consumed by the ardent temperament which he had inherited from his Provençal father, and the younger one waxed fatter and fatter like a true son of Normandy, they loved each other in the brotherhood they derived from their mother, a woman who had been all devotion. They had a relation in Paris, a brother of their mother's, one Gradel, who was in business as a pork butcher in the Rue Pirouette, near the central markets. He was a fat, hard-hearted, miserly fellow, and received his nephews as though they were starving paupers the first time they paid him a visit. They seldom went to see him afterwards. On his name day, Quenu would take him a bunch of flowers and receive a half-franc piece in return for it. Florent's proud and sensitive nature suffered keenly when Gradel scrutinized his shabby clothes with the anxious, suspicious glance of a miser apprehending a request for a dinner or the loan of a 5-franc piece. One day, however, it occurred to Florent in all artlessness to ask his uncle to change a 100-franc note for him. And after this the pork butcher showed less alarm at sight of the lads, as he called them. Still, their friendship got no further than these infrequent visits. These years were like a long, sweet, sad dream to Florent. As they passed, he tasted to the full all the bitter joys of self-sacrifice. At home, in the big room, life was all love and tenderness. But out in the world, amidst the humiliations inflicted on him by his pupils, and the rough jostling of the streets, he felt himself yielding to wicked thoughts. His slain ambitions embittered him. It was long before he could bring himself to bow to his fate and accept with equanimity the painful lot of a poor, plain, commonplace man. At last, to guard against the temptations of wickedness, he plunged into ideal goodness and sought refuge in a self-created sphere of absolute truth and justice. It was then that he became a Republican, entering into the Republican idea even as heartbroken girls enter a convent. And not finding a republic where sufficient peace and kindliness prevailed to lull his troubles to sleep, he created one for himself. He took no pleasure in books. All the blackened paper amidst which he lived spoke of evil-smelling classrooms, of pellets of paper chewed by unruly schoolboys, of long, profitless hours of torture. Besides, books only suggested to him a spirit of mutiny and pride, whereas it was of peace and oblivion that he felt most need. To lull and soothe himself with the ideal imaginings, to dream that he was perfectly happy and that all the world would likewise become so, to erect in his brain the Republican city in which he would fain have lived, such now became his recreation, the task, again and again renewed, of all his leisure hours. He no longer read any books beyond those which his duties compelled him to peruse. He preferred to tramp along the Rue Saint-Jacques as far as the outer boulevards, occasionally going yet a greater distance and returning by the Barrière d'Italie, and all along the road with his eyes on the Quartier Mouffetard spread out at his feet, he would devise reforms of great moral and humanitarian scope, such as he thought would change that city of suffering into an abode of bliss. During the turmoil of February 1848, when Paris was stained with blood, he became quite heartbroken, and rushed from one to another of the public clubs, demanding that the blood which had been shed should find atonement in the fraternal embrace of all Republicans throughout the world. He became one of those enthusiastic orators who preached revolution as a new religion, full of gentleness and salvation. The terrible days of December 1851, the days of the coup d'etat, were required to wean him from his doctrines of universal love. He was then without arms, allowed himself to be captured like a sheep, and was treated as though he were a wolf. He awoke from his sermon on universal brotherhood to find himself starving on the cold stones of a casemate at Bicêtre. Quenu, when 22, was distressed with anguish when his brother did not return home. On the following day he went to seek his corpse at the cemetery of Montmartre, where the bodies of those shot down on the boulevard had been laid out in a line and covered with straw, from beneath which only their ghastly heads projected. However, Quenu's courage failed him. He was blinded by his tears, and had to pass twice along the line of corpses before acquiring the certainty that Florent was not among them. At last, at the end of a long and wretched week, he learned at the prefecture of police that his brother was a prisoner. He was not allowed to see him, and when he pressed the matter, the police threatened to arrest him also. Then he hastened off to his uncle Gradel, whom he looked upon as a person of importance, hoping that he might be able to enlist his influence in Florent's behalf. But Gradel waxed wrathful, declared that Florent deserved his fate, that he ought to have known better than to have mixed himself up with those rascally Republicans. And he even added that Florent was destined to turn out badly, that it was written on his face. Quenu wept copiously and remained there, almost choked by his sobs. His uncle, a little ashamed of his harshness, and feeling that he ought to do something for him, offered to receive him into his house. He wanted an assistant, and knew that his nephew was a good cook. Quenu was so much alarmed by the mere thought of going back to live alone in the big room in the Rue Royer-Collard that then and there he accepted Gradel's offer. That same night he slept in his uncle's house, in a dark hole of a garret just under the room, where there was scarcely space for him to lie at full length. However, he was less wretched there than he would have been opposite his brother's empty couch. He succeeded at length in obtaining permission to see Florent, but on his return from Bicêtre he was obliged to take to his bed. For nearly 3 weeks he lay fever-stricken in a stupefied, comatose state. Gradelle meantime called down all sorts of maledictions on his Republican nephew, and one morning, when he heard of Florent's departure for Cayenne, he went upstairs, tapped Quenu on the hands, awoke him, and bluntly told him the news, thereby bringing about such a reaction that on the following day the young man was up and about again. His grief wore itself out, and his soft, flabby flesh seemed to absorb his tears. A month later he laughed again, and then grew vexed and unhappy with himself for having been merry, but his natural light-heartedness soon gained the mastery, and he laughed afresh in unconscious happiness. He now learned his uncle's business, from which he derived even more enjoyment than from cookery. Gradelle told him, however, that he must not neglect his pots and pans, that it was rare to find a pork butcher who was also a good cook, and that he'd been lucky in serving in a restaurant before coming to the shop. Gradelle, moreover, made full use of his nephew's acquirements, employed him to cook the dinners sent out to certain customers, and placed all the broiling and the preparation of pork chops garnished with gherkins in his special charge. As the young man was of real service to him, he grew fond of him after his own fashion, and would nip his plump arms when he was in a good humor. Gradelle had sold the scanty furniture of the room in the Rue Royer-Collard and retained possession of the proceeds, some 40 francs or so, in order, said he, to prevent the foolish lad, Quenu, from making ducks and drakes of the cash. After a time, however, he allowed his nephew 6 francs a month, a pocket money. Quenu now became quite happy in spite of the emptiness of his purse and the harshness with which he was occasionally treated. He liked to have life doled out to him. Florent had treated him too much like an indolent girl. Moreover, he'd made a friend at his uncle's. Gradelle, when his wife died, had been obliged to engage a girl to attend to the shop, and had taken care to choose a healthy and attractive one, knowing that a good-looking girl would set off his viands and help to tempt custom. Amongst his acquaintances was a widow, living in the Rue Cuvier, near the Jardin des Plantes, whose deceased husband had been postmaster at Plassans, the seat of a sub-prefecture in the south of France. This lady, who lived in a very modest fashion on a small annuity, had brought with her from Plassans a plump, pretty child, whom she treated as her own daughter. Lisa, as the young one was called, attended upon her with much placidity and serenity of disposition. Somewhat seriously inclined, she looked quite beautiful when she smiled. Indeed, her great charm came from the exquisite manner in which she allowed this infrequent smile of hers to escape her. Her eyes then became most caressing, and her habitual gravity imparted inestimable value to these sudden, seductive flashes. The old lady had often said that one of Lisa's smiles would suffice to lure her to perdition. When the widow died, she left all her savings, amounting to some 10,000 francs, to her adopted daughter. For a week Lisa lived alone in the Rue Cuvier. It was there that Gradelle came in search of her. He'd become acquainted with her by often seeing her with her mistress when the latter called on him in the Rue Pirouette, and at the funeral she'd struck him as having grown so handsome and sturdy that he'd follow the hearse all the way to the cemetery, though he had not intended to do so. As the coffin was being lowered into the grave, he reflected what a splendid girl she would be for the counter of a pork butcher's shop. He thought the matter over, and finally resolved to offer her 30 francs a month, with board and lodging. When he made this proposal, Lisa asked for 24 hours to consider it. Then she arrived one morning with a little bundle of clothes and her 10,000 francs concealed in the bosom of her dress. A month later the whole place belonged to her. She enslaved Gradelle, Quenu, and even the smallest kitchen boy. For his part, Quenu would have cut off his fingers to please her. When she happened to smile, He remained rooted to the floor, laughing with delight as he gazed at her. Lisa was the eldest daughter of the Macquarts of Plassans, and her father was still alive. Footnote. See Monsieur Zola's novel, The Fortune of the Rougon. Translator. But she said that he was abroad and never wrote to him. Sometimes she just dropped a hint that her mother, now deceased, had been a hard worker, and that she took after her. She worked indeed very assiduously. However, she sometimes added that the worthy woman had slaved herself to death in striving to support her family. Then she would speak of the respective duties of husband and wife in such a practical though modest fashion as to enchant Quenu. He assured her that he fully shared her ideas. These were that everyone, man or woman, ought to work for his or her living, that everyone was charged with the duty of achieving personal happiness, that great harm was done by encouraging habits of idleness, and that the presence of so much misery in the world was greatly due to sloth. This theory of hers was a sweeping condemnation of drunkenness, of all the legendary loafing ways of her father Macquart. But though she did not know it, there was much of Macquart's nature in herself. She was merely a steady, sensible Macquart with a logical desire for comfort, having grasped the truth of the proverb that as you make your bed, so you lie in it. To sleep in blissful warmth there is no better plan than to prepare oneself a soft and downy couch, and to the preparation of such a couch she gave all her time and all her thoughts. When no more than 6 years old, she'd consented to remain quietly on her chair the whole day through, on condition that she should be rewarded with a cake in the evening. At Gradell's establishment, Lisa went on leading the calm, methodical life which her exquisite smiles illumined. She had not accepted the pork butcher's offer at random. She reckoned upon finding a guardian in him. With the keen scent of those who are born lucky, she perhaps foresaw that the gloomy shop in the Rue Pirouette would bring her the comfortable future she dreamed of. A life of healthy enjoyment and work without fatigue, each hour of which would bring its own reward. She attended to her counter with the quiet earnestness with which she'd waited upon the postmaster's widow, and the cleanliness of her aprons soon became proverbial in the neighborhood. Uncle Gradelle was so charmed with this pretty girl that sometimes, as he was stringing his sausages, he would say to Quenu, "Upon my word, if I weren't turned 60, I think I should be foolish enough to marry her. A wife like she'd make is worth her weight in gold to a shopkeeper, my lad." Quenu himself was growing still fonder of her, though he laughed merrily one day when a neighbor accused him of being in love with Lisa. He was not worried with love-sickness. The two were very good friends, however. In the evening they went up to their bedrooms together. Lisa slept in a little chamber adjoining the dark hole which the young man occupied. She'd made this room of hers quite bright by hanging it with muslin curtains. The pair would stand together for a moment on the landing, holding their candles in their hands, and chatting as they unlocked their doors. Then, as they closed them, they said in friendly tones, "Good night, Mademoiselle Lisa." "Good night, Monsieur Quenu." As Quenu undressed himself, he listened to Lisa making her own preparations. The partition between the two rooms was very thin. "There, she's drawing her curtains now," he would say to himself. "What can she be doing, I wonder, in front of her chest of drawers? Ah, she's sitting down now and taking off her shoes. Now she's blown her candle out. Well, good night, I must get to sleep." And at times, when he heard her bed creak as she got into it, he would say to himself with a smile, "Dash it all, Mademoiselle Lisa is no feather." This idea seemed to amuse him, and presently he'd fall asleep, thinking about the hams and salt pork that he had to prepare the next morning. This state of affairs went on for a year without causing Lisa a single blush or Quenu a moment's embarrassment. When the girl came into the kitchen in the morning, at the busiest moment of the day's work, they grasped hands over the dishes of sausage meat. Sometimes she helped him, holding the skins with her plump fingers while he filled them with meat and fat. Sometimes, too, with the tips of their tongues, they just tasted the raw sausage meat to see if it was properly seasoned. She was able to give Quenu some useful hints, for she knew of many favorite southern recipes with which he experimented with much success. He was often aware that she was standing behind his shoulder, prying into the pans. If he wanted a spoon or a dish, she would hand it to him. The heat of the fire would bring their blood to their skins. Still, nothing in the world would have induced the young man to cease stirring the fatty bouillies which were thickening over the fire, while the girl stood gravely by him, discussing the amount of boiling that was necessary. In the afternoon, when the shop lacked customers, they quietly chatted together for hours at a time. Lisa sat behind the counter, leaning back and knitting in an easy, regular fashion, while Quenu installed himself on a big oak block, dangling his legs and tapping his heels against the wood. They got on wonderfully well together, discussing all sorts of subjects, generally cookery, and then Uncle Gradel and the neighbors. Lisa also amused the young man with stories, just as though he were a child. She knew some very pretty ones, some miraculous legends full of lambs and little angels, which she narrated in a piping voice, with all her wonted seriousness. If a customer happened to come in, she saved herself the trouble of moving by asking Quenu to get the required pot of lard or box of snails. And at 11 o'clock they went slowly up to bed as on the previous night. As they closed their doors, they calmly repeated the words, "Good night, Mademoiselle Lisa." "Good night, Monsieur Quenu." One morning, Uncle Gradel was struck dead by apoplexy while preparing a galantine. He fell forward with his face against the chopping block. Lisa did not lose her self-possession. She remarked that the dead man could not be left lying in the middle of the kitchen, and had the body removed into a little back room where Gradel had slept. Then she arranged with the assistants what should be said. It must be given out that the master had died in his bed, otherwise the whole district would be disgusted and the shop would lose its customers. Quenu helped to carry the dead man away, feeling quite confused and astonished at being unable to shed any tears. Presently, however, he and Lisa cried together. Quenu and his brother Florent were the sole heirs. The gossips of the neighborhood credited old Gradel with the possession of a considerable fortune. However, not a single crown could be discovered. Lisa seemed very restless and uneasy. Quenu noticed how pensive she became, how she kept on looking around her from morning till night, as though she'd lost something. At last she decided to have a thorough cleaning of the premises, declaring that people were beginning to talk, that the story of the old man's death had got about, and that it was necessary they should make a great show of cleanliness. One afternoon, after remaining in the cellar for a couple of hours, whither she herself had gone to wash the salting tubs, she came up again, carrying something in her apron. Quenu was just then cutting up a pig's fry. She waited till he'd finished, talking a while in an easy, indifferent fashion. But there was an unusual glitter in her eyes, and she smiled her most charming smile as she told him that she wanted to speak to him. She led the way upstairs with seeming difficulty, impeded by what she had in her apron, which was strained almost to bursting. By the time she reached the 3rd floor, she found herself short of breath, and for a moment was obliged to lean against the balustrade. Quenu, much astonished, followed her into her bedroom without saying a word. It was the first time she'd ever invited him to enter it. She closed the door, and letting go the corners of her apron, which her stiffened fingers could no longer hold up, she allowed a stream of gold and silver coins to flow gently upon her bed. She had discovered Uncle Gradel's treasure at the bottom of a salting tub. The heap of money made a deep impression in the softly downy bed. Lisa and Quenu evinced a quiet delight. They sat down on the edge of the bed, Lisa at the head and Quenu at the foot, on either side of the heap of coins, and they counted the money out upon the counterpane so as to avoid making any noise. There were 40,000 francs in gold and 3,000 francs in silver, whilst in a tin box they found banknotes to the value of 42,000 francs. It took them 2 hours to count up the treasure. Quenu's hands trembled slightly, and it was Lisa who did most of the work. They arranged the gold on the pillow in little heaps, leaving the silver in the hollow depression of the counterpane. When they'd ascertained the total amount, 85,000 francs, to them an enormous sum, they began to chat, and their conversation naturally turned upon their future, and they spoke of their marriage, although there had never been any previous mention of love between them. But this heap of money seemed to loosen their tongues. They gradually seated themselves further back on the bed, leaning against the wall, beneath the white muslin curtains, and as they talked together, their hands, playing with the heap of silver between them, met and remained linked amidst the pile of 5-franc pieces. Twilight surprised them still sitting together. Then, for the first time, Lisa blushed at finding the young man by her side. For a few moments, indeed, although not a thought of evil had come to them, they felt much embarrassed. Then Lisa went to get her own 10,000 francs. Quenu wanted her to put them with his uncle's savings. He mixed the two sums together, saying with a laugh that the money must be married also. Then it was agreed that Lisa should keep the hoard in her chest of drawers. When she locked it up, they both quietly went downstairs. They were now practically husband and wife. The wedding took place during the following month. The neighbors considered the match a very natural one and in every way suitable. They'd vaguely heard the story of the treasure, and Lisa's honesty was the subject of endless eulogy. After all, said the gossips, she might well have kept the money herself and not have spoken a word to Quenu about it. If she had spoken, it was out of pure honesty, for no one had seen her find the hoard. She well deserved, they added, that Quenu should make her his wife. That Quenu, by the way, was a lucky fellow. He wasn't a beauty himself, yet he had secured a beautiful wife who had disinterred a fortune for him. Some even went so far as to whisper that Lisa was a simpleton for having acted as she done. But the young woman only smiled when people speaking to her vaguely alluded to all these things. She and her husband lived on as previously, in happy placidity and quiet affection. She still assisted him as before. Their hands still met amidst the sausage meat. She still glanced over his shoulder into the pots and pans, and still nothing but the great fire in the kitchen brought the blood to their cheeks. However, Lisa was a woman of practical common sense, and speedily saw the folly of allowing 85,000 francs to be idle in a chest of drawers. Quenu would have willingly stowed them away again at the bottom of the salting tub until he'd gained as much more, when they could have retired from business and have gone to live at Suresnes, a suburb to which both were partial. Lisa, however, had other ambitions. The Rue Pirouette did not accord with her ideas of cleanliness, her craving for fresh air, light, and healthy life. The shop where Uncle Gradelle had accumulated his fortune, sou by sou, was a long, dark place, one of those suspicious-looking pork butcher's shops of the old quarters of the city, where the well-worn flagstones retain a strong odor of meat in spite of constant washings. Now the young woman longed for one of those bright, modern shops, ornamented like a drawing-room, and fringing the footway of some broad street with windows of crystalline transparence. She was not actuated by any petty ambition to play the fine lady behind a stylish counter, but clearly realized that commerce in its latest development needed elegant surroundings. Quenu showed much alarm the first time that his wife suggested that they ought to move and spend some of their money in decorating a new shop. However, Lisa only shrugged her shoulders and smiled at finding him so timorous. One evening, when night was falling and the shop had grown dark, Quenu and Lisa overheard a woman of the neighborhood talking to a friend outside their door.
"No, indeed, I've given up dealing with them," said she. "I wouldn't buy a bit of black pudding from them now on any account. They had a dead man in their kitchen, you know."
Quenu wept with vexation. The story of Gredel's death in the kitchen was clearly getting about, and his nephew began to blush before his customers when he saw them sniffing his wares too closely. So, of his own accord, he spoke to his wife of her proposal to take a new shop. Lisa, without saying anything, had already been looking out for other premises, and had found some admirably situated only a few yards away in the Rue Rambuteau. The immediate neighborhood of the central markets, which were becoming open just opposite, would triple their business and make their shop known all over Paris. Quenu allowed himself to be drawn into a lavish expenditure of money. He laid out over 30,000 francs in marble, glass, and gilding. Lisa spent hours with the workmen, giving her views about the slightest details. When she was at last installed behind the counter, customers arrived in a perfect procession, merely for the sake of examining the shop. The inside walls were lined from top to bottom with white marble. The ceiling was covered with a huge square mirror framed by a broad gilded cornice, richly ornamented, whilst from the center hung a crystal chandelier with 4 branches. And behind the counter and on the left and at the far end of the shop were other mirrors, fitted between the marble panels and looking like doors opening into an infinite series of brightly lighted halls where all sorts of appetizing edibles were displayed. The huge counter on the right hand was considered a very fine piece of work. At intervals along the front were lozenge-shaped panels of pinky marble. The flooring was of tiles, alternately white and pink, with a deep red fretting as border. The whole neighborhood was proud of the shop, and no one again thought of referring to the kitchen in the Rue Pirouette, where a man had died. For quite a month women stopped short on the footway to look at Lisa between the Savoloyan bladders in the window. Her white and pink flesh excited as much admiration as the marbles. She seemed to be the soul, the living light, the healthy, sturdy idol of the pork trade, and thenceforth one and all baptized her Lisa the Beauty. To the right of the shop was the dining room, a neat-looking apartment containing a sideboard, a table, and several cane-seated chairs of light oak. The matting on the floor, the wallpaper of a soft yellow tint, the oilcloth table cover, colored to imitate oak, gave the room a somewhat cold appearance, which was relieved only by the glitter of a brass hanging lamp suspended from the ceiling and spreading its big shade of transparent porcelain over the table. One of the dining-room doors opened into the huge square kitchen, at the end of which was a small paved courtyard, serving for the storage of lumber. Tubs, barrels, and pans, and all kinds of utensils not in use. To the left of the water tap, alongside the gutter which carried off the greasy water, stood pots of faded flowers, removed from the shop window and slowly dying. Business was excellent. Quenu, who had been much alarmed by the initial outlay, now regarded his wife with something like respect, and told his friends that she had a wonderful head. At the end of 5 years they had nearly 80,000 francs invested in the state funds. Lisa would say that they were not ambitious, that they had no desire to pile up money too quickly, or else she would have enabled her husband to gain hundreds and thousands of francs by prompting him to embark in the wholesale pig trade. But they were still young and had plenty of time before them. Besides, they didn't care about a rough, scrambling business, but preferred to work at their ease and enjoy life, instead of wearying themselves with endless anxieties. For instance, Lisa would add in her expansive moments, I have, a cousin in Paris. I never see him, as the two families have fallen out. He's taken the name of Saccard. Footnote, see Monsieur Zola's novel, Money, on account of certain matters which he wants to be forgotten. Well, this cousin of mine, I'm told, makes millions and millions of francs, but he gets no enjoyment out of life. He's always in a state of feverish excitement, always rushing hither and thither, up to his neck in all sorts of worrying business. Well, it's impossible, isn't it, for such a man to eat his dinner peaceably in the evening? We, at any rate, can take our meals comfortably and make sure of what we eat, and we're not harassed by worries as he is. The only reason why people should care for money is that money's wanted for one to live. People like comfort, that's natural. But as for making money simply for the sake of making it, and giving yourself far more trouble and anxiety to gain it than you can ever get pleasure from it when it's gained, why, as for me, I'd rather sit still and cross my arms. And besides, I should like to see all those millions of my cousins. I can't say that I altogether believe in them. I caught sight of him the other day in his carriage. He was quite yellow and looked ever so sly. A man who's making money doesn't have that kind of expression. But it's his business and not mine. For our part, we prefer to make merely 100 sous at a time and to get 100 sous worth of enjoyment out of them. The household was undoubtedly thriving. A daughter had been born to the young couple during their first year of wedlock, and all three of them looked blooming. The business went on prosperously without any laborious fatigue, just as Lisa desired. She'd carefully kept free of any possible source of trouble or anxiety, and the days went by in an atmosphere of peaceful, unctuous prosperity. Their home was a nook of sensible happiness, a comfortable manger, so to speak, where father, mother, and daughter could grow sleek and fat. It was only Quenu who occasionally felt sad, through thinking of his brother Florent. Up to the year 1856 he'd received letters from him at long intervals. Then no more came, and he'd learned from a newspaper that 3 convicts having attempted to escape from the Ile du Diable had been drowned before they were able to reach the mainland. He'd made inquiries at the Prefecture of Police, but had not learnt anything definite. It seemed probable that his brother was dead. However, he did not lose all hope, though months passed without any tidings. Florent, in the meantime, was wandering about Dutch Guiana, and refrained from writing home as he was ever in hope of being able to return to France. Quenu at last began to mourn for him, as one mourns for those whom one has been unable to bid farewell. Lisa had never known Florent, but she spoke very kindly whenever she saw her husband give way to his sorrow, and she evinced no impatience when, for the 100th time or so, he began to relate stories of his early days, of his life in the big room in the Rue Royer-Collard, the 36 trades which he'd taken up one after another, and the dainties which he'd cooked at the stove, dressed all in white, while Florent was dressed all in black. To such talk as this, indeed, she listened placidly, with a complacency which never wearied. It was into the midst of all this happiness, ripening after careful culture, that Florent dropped one September morning, just as Lisa was taking her matutinal bath of sunshine, and Quenu, with his eyes still heavy with sleep, was lazily applying his fingers to the congealed fat left in the pans from the previous evening. Florent's arrival caused a great commotion. Gavard advised them to conceal the outlaw, as he somewhat pompously called Florent. Lisa, who looked pale and more serious than was her wont, at last took him to the 5th floor, where she gave him the room belonging to the girl who assisted her in the shop. Quenu had cut some slices of bread and ham, but Florent was scarcely able to eat. He was overcome by dizziness and nausea, and went to bed, where he remained for 5 days in a state of delirium, the outcome of an attack of brain fever, which fortunately received energetic treatment. When he recovered consciousness, he perceived Lisa sitting by his bedside, silently stirring some cooling drink in a cup. As he tried to thank her, she told him he must keep perfectly quiet and that they could talk together later on. At the end of another 3 days, Florent was on his feet again. Then one morning Quenu went up to tell him that Lisa awaited them in her room on the 1st floor. Quenu and his wife there occupied a suite of 3 rooms and a dressing room. You first passed through an antechamber containing nothing but chairs, and then a small sitting room whose furniture, shrouded in white covers, slumbered in the gloom cast by the Venetian shutters, which were always kept closed so as to prevent the light blue of the upholstery from fading. Then came the bedroom, the only one of the 3 which was really used. It was very comfortably furnished in mahogany. The bed, bulky and drowsy of aspect in the depths of a damp alcove, was really wonderful, with its 4 mattresses, its 4 pillows, its layers of blankets, and its corpulent edredon. It was evidently a bed intended for slumber. A mirrored wardrobe, a washstand with drawers, a small central table with a worked cover, and several chairs whose seats were protected by squares of lace, gave the room an aspect of plain but substantial middle-class luxury. On the left-hand wall on either side of the mantelpiece, which was ornamented with some landscape-painted vases mounted on bronze stands, and a gilt timepiece on which a figure of Gutenberg, also gilt, stood in an attitude of deep thought, hung portraits in oil of Quenu and Lisa in ornate oval frames. Quenu had a smiling face, while Lisa wore an air of grave propriety, and both were dressed in black and depicted in flattering fashion, their features idealized, their skins wondrously smooth, their complexions soft and pinky. A carpet in the Wilton style, with a complicated pattern of roses mingling with stars, concealed the flooring, while in front of the bed was a fluffy mat made out of long pieces of curly wool, a work of patience at which Lisa herself had toiled while seated behind her counter. But the most striking object of all in the midst of this array of new furniture was a grey, square, thick-set secrétaire, which had been repolished in vain, for the cracks and notches in the marble top and the scratches on the old mahogany front, quite black with age, still showed plainly. Lisa had desired to retain this piece of furniture, however, as Uncle Gradelle had used it for more than 40 years. It would bring them good luck, she said. Its metal fastenings were truly something terrible. Its lock was like that of a prison gate, and it was so heavy that it could scarcely be moved. When Florent and Quenu entered the room, they found Lisa seated at the lower desk of the secrétaire, writing and putting down figures in a big, round, and very legible hand. She signed to them not to disturb her, and the 2 men sat down. Florent looked round the room, and notably at the 2 portraits, the bed and the timepiece, with an air of surprise. "There!" at last exclaimed Lisa, after having carefully verified a whole page of calculations. "Listen to me now. We have an account to render to you, my dear Florent." It was the first time that she had so addressed him. However, taking up the page of figures, she continued, "Your Uncle Gradelle died without leaving a will. Consequently, you and your brother are his sole heirs. We now have to hand your share over to you." "But I do not ask you for anything," exclaimed Florent. "I don't wish for anything." Quenu had apparently been in ignorance of his wife's intentions. He turned rather pale and looked at her with an expression of displeasure. Of course, he certainly loved his brother dearly, but there was no occasion to hurl his uncle's money at him in this way. There would have been plenty of time to go into the matter later on. "I know very well, my dear Florent," continued Lisa, "that you did not come back with the intention of claiming from us what belongs to you. But business is business, you know, and we'd better get things settled at once. Your uncle's savings amounted to 85,000 francs. I have therefore put down 42,500 to your credit. See?" She showed him the figures on the sheet of paper. "It is unfortunately not so easy to value the shop, plant, stock in trade, and goodwill. I've only been able to put down approximate amounts, but I don't think I've underestimated anything. Well, the total valuation which I have made comes to 15,310 francs, your half of which is 7,655 francs, so that your share amounts in all to 50,155 francs. Please verify it for yourself, will you?" She'd called out the figures in a clear, distinct voice, and she now handed the paper to Florent, who was obliged to take it. "But the old man's business was certainly never worth 15,000 francs, cried Quenu. "Why, I wouldn't have given 10,000 for it." He had ended by getting quite angry with his wife. Really, it was absurd to carry honesty to such a point as that. Had Florent said one word about the business? No, indeed, he had declared that he didn't wish for anything. "The business was worth 15,310 francs, Lisa reasserted calmly. "You will agree with me, my dear Florent, that it is quite unnecessary to bring a lawyer into our affairs. It is for us to arrange the division between ourselves, since you've now turned up again. I naturally thought of this as soon as you arrived, and while you were in bed with the fever, I did my best to draw up this little inventory. It contains, as you see, a fairly complete statement of everything. I've been through our old books and have called up my memory to help me. Read it aloud, and I'll give you any additional information you may want." Florent ended by smiling. He was touched by this easy and, as it were, natural display of probity. Placing the sheet of figures on the young woman's knee, he took hold of her hand and said, "I am very glad, my dear Lisa, to hear that you are prosperous, but I will not take your money. The heritage belongs to you and my brother, who took care of my uncle up to the last. I don't require anything, and I don't intend to hamper you in carrying on your business." Lisa insisted, and even showed some vexation, while Quenu gnawed his thumbs in silence to restrain himself. "Ah," resumed Florent with a laugh, "if Uncle Gradelle could hear you, I think he'd come back and take the money away again. I was never a favorite of his, you know." "Well, no," muttered Quenu, no longer able to keep still. "He certainly wasn't over fond of you." Lisa, however, still pressed the matter. She did not like to have money in her secrétaire that did not belong to her. It would worry her, said she. The thought of it would disturb her peace. Thereupon Florent, still in a joking way, proposed to invest his share in the business. Moreover, said he did not intend to refuse their help. He would, no doubt, be unable to find employment all at once, and then, too, he would need a complete outfit, for he was scarcely presentable. "Of course," cried Quenu, "you'll board and lodge with us, and we'll buy you all that you want. That's understood. You know very well that we are not likely to leave you in the streets, I hope." He was quite moved now, and even felt a trifle ashamed of the alarm he'd experienced at the thought of having to hand over a large amount of money all at once. He began to joke, and told his brother that he would undertake to fatten him. Florent gently shook his hand, and while Lisa folded up a sheet of figures and put it away in a drawer of the secrétaire, "You are wrong," she said by way of conclusion. "I have done what I was bound to do. Now it shall be as you wish. But for my part, I should never have had a moment's peace if I had not put things before you. Bad thoughts would quite upset me." This ends section 3. Section 4 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 4. They then began to speak of another matter. It would be necessary to give some reason for Florent's presence, and at the same time avoid exciting the suspicion of the police. He told them that in order to return to France he had availed himself of the papers of a poor fellow who died in his arms at Suriname from yellow fever. By a singular coincidence, this young fellow's Christian name was Florent. Florent Lacarrière, to give him his name in full, had left but one relation in Paris, a female cousin, and had been informed of her death while in America. Nothing could therefore be easier than for Quenu's half-brother to pass himself off as the man who died at Suriname. Lisa offered to take upon herself the part of the female cousin. They then agreed to relate that their cousin Florent had returned from abroad, where he'd failed in his attempts to make a fortune, and that they, the Quenu Gradelles, as they were called in the neighborhood, had received him into their house until he could find some suitable employment. When this was all settled, Quenu insisted upon his brother making a thorough inspection of the rooms, and would not spare him the examination of a single stool. Whilst they were in the bare-looking chamber containing nothing but chairs, Lisa pushed open a door, and showing Florent a small dressing-room, told him that the shop girl should sleep in it so that he could retain the bedroom on the 5th floor. In the evening, Florent was arrayed in new clothes from head to foot. He had insisted upon again having a black coat and black trousers, much against the advice of Quenu, upon whom black had a depressing effect. No further attempts were made to conceal his presence in the house, and Lisa told the story which had been planned to everyone who cared to hear it. Henceforth, Florent spent almost all his time on the premises, lingering on a chair in the kitchen or leaning against the marble work in the shop. At meal-times, Quenu plied him with food, and evinced considerable vexation when he proved such a small eater and left half the contents of his liberally filled plate untouched. Lisa had resumed her old life, evincing a kindly tolerance of her brother-in-law's presence, even in the morning, when he somewhat interfered with the work. Then she would momentarily forget him, and on suddenly perceiving his black form in front of her, give a slight start of surprise, followed, however, by one of her sweet smiles, lest he might feel it all hurt. This skinny man's disinterestedness had impressed her, and she regarded him with a feeling akin to respect, mingled with vague fear. Florent had for his part only felt that there was great affection around him. When bedtime came, he went upstairs, a little wearied by his lazy day, with the 2 young men whom Quenu employed as assistants, and who slept in attics adjoining his own. Léon, the apprentice, was barely 15 years of age. He was a slight, gentle-looking lad, addicted to stealing stray slices of ham and bits of sausages. These he would conceal under his pillow, eating them during the night without any bread. Several times at about 1 o'clock in the morning, Florent almost fancied that Léon was giving a supper party, for he heard low whispering followed by a sound of munching jaws and rustling paper. And then a rippling girlish laugh would break faintly on the deep silence of a sleeping house, like the soft trilling of a flageolet. The other assistant, Auguste Landois, came from Troyes. Bloated with unhealthy fat, he had too large a head and was already bald, although only 28 years of age. As he went upstairs with Florent on the first evening, he told him his story in a confused, garrulous way. He had at first come to Paris merely for the purpose of perfecting himself in the business, intending to return to Troyes, where his cousin, Augustin Landois, was waiting for him, and there setting up for himself as a pork butcher. He and she had had the same godfather and bore virtually the same Christian name. However, he'd grown ambitious and now hoped to establish himself in business in Paris by the aid of the money left him by his mother, which he had deposited with the notary before leaving Champagne. Auguste had got so far in his narrative when the 5th floor was reached. However, he still detained Florent in order to sound the praises of Madame Quenu, who had consented to send for Augustin Landois to replace an assistant who had turned out badly. He himself was now thoroughly acquainted with his part of the business, and his cousin was perfecting herself in shop management. In a year or 18 months they would be married, and then they would set up on their own account in some populous corner of Paris, at Plaisance most likely. They were in no great hurry, he added, for the bacon trade was very bad that year. Then he proceeded to tell Florent that he and his cousin had been photographed together at the fair of Saint-Ouen, and he entered the attic to have another look at the photograph, which Augustine had left on the mantelpiece, in her desire that Madame Quenu's cousin should have a pretty room. Auguste lingered there for a moment, looking quite livid in the dim yellow light of his candle, and casting his eyes around the little chamber, which was still full of memorials of the young girl. Next, setting up to the bed, he asked Florent if it was comfortable. His cousin slept below now, said he, and would be better there in the winter, for the attics were very cold. Then at last he went off, leaving Florent alone with the bed, and standing in front of the photograph. As shown on the latter, Auguste looked like a sort of pale Quenu, and Augustine like an immature Lisa. Florent, although on friendly terms with the assistants, petted by his brother and cordially treated by Lisa, presently began to feel very bored. He had tried, but without success, to obtain some pupils. Moreover, he purposely avoided the students' quarter for fear of being recognized. Lisa gently suggested to him that he'd better try to obtain a situation in some commercial house where he could take charge of the correspondence and keep the books. She returned to the subject again, and at last offered to find a berth for him herself. She was gradually becoming impatient at finding him so often in her way, idle and not knowing what to do with himself. At first this impatience was merely due to the dislike she felt of people who do nothing but cross their arms and eat, and she had no thought of reproaching him for consuming her substance. "For my own part," she would say to him, "I could never spend the whole day in dreamy lounging. You can't have any appetite for your meals. You ought to tire yourself." Gavard also was seeking a situation for Florent, but in a very extraordinary and most mysterious fashion. He would have liked to find some employment of a dramatic character, or in which there should be a touch of bitter irony, as was suitable for an outlaw. Gavard was a man who was always in opposition. He had just completed his 50th year, and he boasted that he'd already passed judgment on 4 governments. He still contemptuously shrugged his shoulders at the thought of Charles X, the priests and the nobles and other attendant rabble whom he'd helped to sweep away. Louis-Philippe, with his bourgeois following, had been an imbecile, and he could tell how the citizen king had hoarded his coppers in a woolen stocking. As for the Republic of 48, that had been a mere farce. The working classes had deceived him. However, he no longer acknowledged that he had applauded the coup d'etat, for he now looked upon Napoleon III as his personal enemy, a scoundrel who shut himself up with Morny and others to indulge in gluttonous orgies. He was never weary of holding forth upon this subject. Lowering his voice a little, he would declare that women were brought to the Tuileries in closed carriages every evening, and that he who was speaking had one night heard the echoes of the orgies while crossing the Place du Carrousel. It was Gavard's religion to make himself as disagreeable as possible to any existing government. He would seek to spite it in all sorts of ways and laugh in secret for several months at the pranks he played. To begin with, he voted for candidates who would worry the ministers at the Corps Législatif. Then, if he could rob the revenue, or baffle the police, or bring about a row of some kind or other, he strove to give the affair as much of an insurrectionary character as possible. He told a great many lies, too, set himself up as being a very dangerous man, talked as though the satellites of the Tuileries were well acquainted with him and trembled at the sight of him, and asserted that one half of them must be guillotined and the other half transported the next time there was a flare-up. His violent political creed found food in boastful, bragging talk of this sort. He displayed all the partiality for a lark and a rumpus which prompts a Parisian shopkeeper to take down his shutters on a day of barricade fighting to get a good view of the corpses of the slain. When Florent returned from Cayenne, Gavard opined that he got hold of a splendid chance for some abominable trick, and bestowed much thought upon the question of how he might best vent his spleen on the emperor and ministers and everyone in office down to the very lowest police constable. Gavard's manners with Florent were altogether those of a man tasting some forbidden pleasure. He contemplated him with blinking eyes, lowered his voice even when making the most trifling remark, and grasped his hand with all sorts of Masonic flummery. He had at last lighted upon something in the way of an adventure. He had a friend who was really compromised and could, without falsehood, speak of the dangers he incurred. He undoubtedly experienced a secret alarm at the sight of this man who had returned from transportation and whose fleshlessness testified to the long sufferings he had endured. However, this touch of alarm was delightful, for it increased his notion of his own importance and convinced him that he was really doing something wonderful in treating a dangerous character as a friend. Florent became a sort of sacred being in his eyes. He swore by him alone and had recourse to his name whenever arguments failed him, and he wanted to crush the government once and for all. Gavard had lost his wife in the Rue Saint-Jacques some months after the coup d'etat. However, he kept on his roasting shop till 1856. At that time, it was reported that he had made large sums of money by going into partnership with a neighboring grocer who had obtained a contract for supplying dried vegetables to the Crimean Expeditionary Corps. The truth was, however, that, having sold his shop, he lived on his income for a year without doing anything. He himself did not care to talk about the real origin of his fortune, for to have revealed it would have prevented him from plainly expressing his opinion of the Crimean War, which he referred to as a mere adventurous expedition, undertaken simply to consolidate the throne and to fill certain persons' pockets. At the end of a year he'd grown utterly weary of life in his bachelor quarters. As he was in the habit of visiting the Quenu Gradelles almost daily, he determined to take up his residence nearer to them, and came to live in the Rue de la Cossonnerie. The neighboring markets, with their noisy uproar and endless chatter, quite fascinated him, and he decided to hire a stall in the poultry pavilion, just for the purpose of amusing himself and occupying his idle hours with all the gossip. Thenceforth he lived amidst ceaseless tittle-tattle, acquainted with every little scandal in the neighborhood, his head buzzing with the incessant yelping around him. He blissfully tasted 1,000 titillating delights, having at last found his true element and bathing in it, with the voluptuous pleasure of a carp swimming in the sunshine. Florent would sometimes go to see him at his stall. The afternoons were still very warm. All along the narrow alley sat women plucking poultry. Rays of light streamed in between the awnings, and in the warm atmosphere, in the golden dust of the sunbeams, feathers fluttered hither and thither like dancing snowflakes. A trail of coaxing calls and offers followed Florent as he passed along. "Can I sell you a fine duck, monsieur?" "I've got some very fine fat chickens here, monsieur. Come and see." "Monsieur, do just buy this pair of pigeons." Deafened and embarrassed, he freed himself from the women, who still went on plucking as they fought for possession of him, and the fine down flew about and well-nigh choked him, like hot smoke reeking with the strong odor of the poultry. At last, in the middle of the alley, near the water-taps, he found Gavard ranting away in his shirt-sleeves, in front of his stall, with his arms crossed over the bib of his blue apron. He reigned there in a gracious, condescending way, over a group of 10 or 12 women. He was the only male dealer in that part of the market. He was so fond of wagging his tongue that he had quarreled with 5 or 6 girls whom he had successively engaged to attend to his stall, and had now made up his mind to sell his goods himself, naively explaining that the silly women spent the whole blessed day in gossiping, and that it was beyond his power to manage them. As someone, however, was still necessary to supply his place whenever he absented himself, he took in Marjolin, who was prowling about after attempting in turn all the petty market callings. Florent sometimes remained for an hour with Gavard, amazed by his ceaseless flow of chatter and his calm serenity and assurance amid the crowd of petticoats. He would interrupt one woman, pick a quarrel with another 10 stalls away, snatch a customer from a third, and make as much noise himself as his 100-and-odd garrulous neighbors, whose incessant clamor kept the iron plates of the pavilion vibrating sonorously like so many gongs. The poultry dealer's only relations were a sister-in-law and a niece. When his wife died, his eldest sister, Madame Lecoeur, who had become a widow about a year previously, had mourned for her in an exaggerated fashion, and gone almost every evening to tender consolation to the bereaved husband. She had doubtless cherished the hope that she might win his affection and fill the yet warm place of the deceased. Gavard, however, abominated lean women, and would indeed only stroke such cats and dogs as were very fat, so that Madame Lecoeur, who was long and withered, failed in her designs. With her feelings greatly hurt, furious at the ex-roaster's 5-franc pieces eluding her grasp, she nurtured great spite against him. He became the enemy to whom she devoted all her time. When she saw him set up in the markets only a few yards away from the pavilion, where she herself sold butter and eggs and cheese, she accused him of doing so simply for the sake of annoying her and bringing her bad luck. From that moment she began to lament, and turned so yellow in melancholy that she indeed ended by losing her customers and getting into difficulties. She had for a long time kept with her the daughter of one of her sisters, a peasant woman who had sent her the child and then taken no further trouble about it. This child grew up in the markets. Her surname was Sarriette, and so she became generally known as La Sarriette. At 16 years of age, she developed into such a charming, sly-looking puss that gentlemen came to buy cheeses at her aunt's stall simply for the purpose of ogling her. She did not care for the gentlemen, however, with her dark hair, pale face, and eyes glistening like live embers. Her sympathies were with the lower ranks of the people. At last she chose as her lover a young man from Ménilmontant, who was employed by her aunt as a porter. At 20 she set up in business as a fruit dealer with the help of some funds procured no one knew how, and thenceforth Monsieur Jules, as her lover was called, displayed spotless hands, a clean blouse, and a velvet cap, and only came down to the market in the afternoon in his slippers. They lived together on the 3rd story of a large house in the Rue Vauviliers, on the ground floor of which was a disreputable café. Madame Lecoeur's acerbity of temper was brought to a pitch by what she called La Sarriette's ingratitude, and she spoke of the girl in the most violent and abusive language. They broke off all intercourse, the aunt fairly exasperated, and the niece and Monsieur Jules concocting stories about the aunt, which the young man would repeat to the other dealers in the butter pavilion. Gavard found La Sarriette very entertaining, and treated her with great indulgence. Whenever they met, he would good-naturedly pat her cheeks. One afternoon, whilst Florent was sitting in his brother's shop, tired out with the fruitless pilgrimages he had made during the morning in search of work, Marjolin made his appearance there. This big lad, who had the massiveness and gentleness of a Fleming, was a protégé of Lisa's. She would say that there was no evil in him, that he was indeed a little bit stupid, but as strong as a horse, and particularly interesting from the fact that nobody knew anything of his parentage. It was she who'd got Gavard to employ him. Lisa was sitting behind the counter, feeling annoyed by the sight of Florent's muddy boots, which were soiling the pink and white tiles of the flooring. Twice already had she risen to scatter sawdust about the shop. However, she smiled at Marjolin as he entered. "Monsieur Gavard," began the young man, "has sent me to ask—" But all at once he stopped and glanced round. Then, in a lower voice, he resumed, "He told me to wait till there was no one with you, and then to repeat these words which he made me learn by heart. Ask him if there is no danger, and if I can come and talk to them of the matter they know about."
"Tell Monsieur Gavard that we are expecting him," replied Lisa, who was quite accustomed to the poultry dealer's mysterious ways. Marjolin, however, did not go away, but remained in ecstasy before the handsome mistress of the shop, contemplating her with an expression of fawning humility. Touched, as it were, by this mute adoration, Lisa spoke to him again. "Are you comfortable with Monsieur Gavard?" she asked. "He's not an unkind man, and you ought to try to please him."
"Yes, Madame Lisa."
"But you don't behave as you should, you know. Only yesterday I saw you clambering about the roofs of the market again, and besides, you are constantly with a lot of disreputable lads and lasses. You ought to remember that you are a man now, and begin to think of the future."
"Yes, Madame Lisa."
However, Lisa had to get up to wait upon a lady who came in and wanted a pound of pork chops. She left the counter and went to the block at the far end of the shop. Here, with a long, slender knife, she cut 3 chops in a loin of pork, and then, raising a small cleaver with her strong hand, dealt 3 sharp blows which separated the chops from the loin. At each blow she dealt, her black merino dress rose slightly behind her, and the ribs of her stays showed beneath her tightly stretched bodice. She slowly took up the chops and weighed them with an air of gravity, her eyes gleaming and her lips tightly closed. When the lady had gone, and Lisa perceived Marjolin still full of delight at having seen her deal those 3 clean, forcible blows with the cleaver, she at once called out to him, "What? Haven't you gone yet?" He thereupon turned to go, but she detained him for a moment longer. "Now, don't let me see you again with that hussy Cadine," she said. "Oh, it's no use to deny it. I saw you together this morning in the tripe market, watching men breaking the sheep's heads. I can't understand what attraction a good-looking young fellow like you can find in such a slipshod slattern as Cadine. Now then, go and tell Monsieur Gavard that he'd better come at once, while there's no one about." Marjolin thereupon went off in confusion, without saying a word. Handsome Lisa remained standing behind her counter, with her head turned slightly in the direction of her markets, and Florent gazed at her in silence, surprised to see her looking so beautiful. He had never looked at her properly before. Indeed, he did not know the right way to look at a woman. He now saw her rising above the viands on the counter. In front of her was an array of white china dishes containing long Arles and Lyon sausages, slices of which had already been cut off, with tongues and pieces of boiled pork, then a pig's head in a mass of jelly, an open pot of preserved sausage meat, and a large box of sardines disclosing a pool of oil. On the right and left, upon wooden platters, were mounds of French and Italian brawn, a common French ham of a pinky hue, and a Yorkshire ham whose deep red lean showed beneath a broad band of fat. There were other dishes too, round ones and oval ones, containing spiced tongue, truffled galantine, and a boar's head stuffed with pistachio nuts, while close to her, in reach of her hand, stood some yellow earthen pans containing larded veal, pâté de foie gras, and hare pie. As there were no signs of Gavard's coming, she arranged some 4-end bacon upon a little marble shelf at the end of the counter, put the jars of lard and dripping back into their places, wiped the plates of each pan of scales, and saw to the fire of the heater, which was getting low. Then she turned her head again and gazed in silence towards the markets. The smell of all the viands ascended around her. She was enveloped, as it were, by the aroma of truffles. She looked beautifully fresh that afternoon. The whiteness of all the dishes was supplemented by that of her sleevelets and apron,
above which appeared her plump neck and rosy cheeks, which recalled the soft tones of the hams and the pallor of all the transparent fat. As Florent continued to gaze at her, he began to feel intimidated, disquieted by her prim, sedate demeanor, and in lieu of openly looking at her, he ended by glancing surreptitiously in the mirrors around the shop, in which her back and face and profile could be seen. The mirror on the ceiling, too, reflected the top of her head, with its tightly rolled chignon and the little bands lowered over her temples. There seemed indeed to be a perfect crowd of Lisas, with broad shoulders, powerful arms, and round, full bosoms. At last Florent checked his roving eyes and let them rest on a particularly pleasing side view of the young woman, as mirrored between two pieces of pork. From the hooks running along the whole line of mirrors in marble hung sides of pork and bands of larding fat, and Lisa, with her massive neck, rounded hips, and swelling bosom seen in profile, looked like some waxwork queen in the midst of the dangling fat and meat. However, she bent forward and smiled in a friendly way at the two goldfish which were ever and ever swimming round the aquarium in the window. Gavard entered the shop. With an air of great importance he went to fetch Quenu from the kitchen. Then he seated himself upon a small marble-topped table, while Florent remained on his chair and Lisa behind the counter, Quenu meantime leaning his back against the side of pork. And thereupon Gavard announced that he had at last found a situation for Florent. They would be vastly amused when they heard what it was, and the government would be nicely caught. But all at once he stopped short, for a passing neighbor, Mademoiselle Saget, having seen such a large party gossiping together at the Quenu Gradelles, had opened the door and entered the shop. Carrying her everlasting black ribbonless straw hat, which appropriately cast a shadow over her prying white face, she saluted the men with a slight bow and Lisa with a sharp smile. She was an acquaintance of the family and still lived in the house in the Rue Pirouette, where she had resided for the last 40 years, probably on a small private income, but of that she never spoke. She had, however, one day talked of Cherbourg, mentioning that she'd been born there. Nothing further was ever known of her antecedents. All her conversation was about other people. She could tell the whole story of their daily lives, even to the number of things they sent to be washed each month, and she carried her prying curiosity concerning her neighbors' affairs so far as to listen behind their doors and open their letters. Her tongue was feared from the Rue Saint-Denis to the Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and from the Rue Saint-Honoré to the Rue Mauconseil. All day long she went ferreting about with her empty bag, pretending that she was marketing, but in reality buying nothing, as her sole purpose was to retail scandal and gossip, and keep herself fully informed of every trifling incident that happened. Indeed, she turned her brain into an encyclopedia, brimful of every possible particular concerning the people of the neighborhood and their homes. Quenu had always accused her of having spread the story of his uncle Gredel's death on the chopping block, and had borne her a grudge ever since. She was extremely well posted in the history of Uncle Gredel and the Quenus, and knew them, she would say, by heart. For the last fortnight, however, Florent's arrival had greatly perplexed her, filled her indeed with a perfect fever of curiosity. She became quite ill when she discovered any unforeseen gap in her information. And yet she could have sworn that she'd seen that tall, lanky fellow somewhere or other before. She remained standing in front of the counter, examining the dishes one after another, and saying in a shrill voice, "I hardly know what to have. When the afternoon comes, I feel quite famished for my dinner. And then later on, I don't seem able to fancy anything at all. Have you got a cutlet rolled in breadcrumbs left, Madame Quenu?" Without waiting for a reply, she removed one of the covers of the heater. It was that of the compartment reserved for the chitterlings, sausages, and black puddings. However, the chafing dish was quite cold, and there was nothing left but one stray forgotten sausage. "Look under the other cover, Mademoiselle Saget," said Lisa. "I believe there's a cutlet there."
"No, it doesn't tempt me,"
muttered the little old woman, poking her nose under the other cover, however, all the same.
"I felt rather a fancy for one, but I'm afraid a cutlet would be rather too heavy in the evening. I'd rather have something, too, that I need not warm."
While speaking, she turned towards Florent and looked at him. Then she looked at Gavard, who was beating a tattoo with his fingertips on the marble table. She smiled at them as though inviting them to continue their conversation. "Wouldn't a little piece of salt pork suit you?" asked Lisa.
"A piece of salt pork? Yes, that might do."
Thereupon she took up the fork with plated handle, which was lying at the edge of a dish, and began to turn all the pieces of pork about, prodding them, lightly tapping the bones to judge of their thickness, and minutely scrutinizing the shreds of pinky meat. And as she turned them over, she repeated,
No, it doesn't tempt me."
"Well then, have a sheep's tongue, or a bit of brawn, or a slice of larded veal," suggested Lisa patiently. Mademoiselle Saget, however, shook her head. She remained there for a few minutes longer, pulling dissatisfied faces over the different dishes. Then, seeing that the others were determined to remain silent, and that she would not be able to learn anything, she took herself off.
"No, I rather felt a fancy for a cutlet rolled in breadcrumbs," she said as she left the shop. "But the one you have left is too fat. I must come another time."
Lisa bent forward to wash her through the sausage skins hanging in the shop front, and saw her cross the road and enter the fruit market.
"The old she-goat,"
growled Gavard. Then, as they were now alone again, he began to tell them of a situation he'd found for Florent. A friend of his, he said, Monsieur Verlac, one of the fish market inspectors, was so ill that he was obliged to take a rest, and that very morning the poor man had told him that he should be very glad to find a substitute who would keep his berth open for him in case he should recover.
"Verlac, you should know, won't last another 6 months," added Gavard, "and Florent will keep the place. It's a splendid idea, isn't it? And it will be such a take-in for the police. The berth is under the prefecture, you know. What glorious fun to see Florent getting paid by the police, eh?" He burst into a hearty laugh. The idea struck him as so extremely comical. "I won't take the place," Florent bluntly replied. "I've sworn I'll never accept anything from the Empire, and I would rather die of starvation than serve under the prefecture." "It is quite out of the question, Gavard, quite so." Gavard seemed somewhat put out on hearing this. Quenu had lowered his head, while Lisa, turning around, looked keenly at Florent, her neck swollen, her bosom straining her bodice almost to bursting point. She was just going to open her mouth when La Sarriette entered the shop, and there was another pause in the conversation. "Dear me," exclaimed La Sarriette, with her soft laugh. "I'd almost forgotten to get any bacon fat. Please, Madame Quenu, cut me a dozen thin strips. Very thin ones, you know. I want them for larding larks. Jules has taken it into his head to eat some larks. Ah, how do you do, uncle?" She filled the whole shop with her dancing skirts and smiled brightly at everyone. Her face looked fresh and creamy, and on one side her hair was coming down, loosened by the wind which blew through the markets. Gavard grasped her hands, while she with merry impudence resumed, "I'll bet that you were talking about me just as I came in. Tell me what you were saying, uncle." However, Lisa now called to her. "Just look and tell me if this is thin enough." She was cutting the strips of bacon fat with great care on a piece of board in front of her. Then, as she wrapped them up, she inquired, "Can I give you anything else?" "Well, yes," replied La Sarriette. "Since I'm about it, I think I'll have a pound of lard. I'm awfully fond of fried potatoes. I can make a breakfast off a pen'orth of potatoes and a bunch of radishes." "Yes, I'll have a pound of lard, please, Madame Quenu."
Lisa placed the sheet of stout paper in the pan of the scales. Then she took the lard out of a jar under the shelves with a boxwood spatula, gently adding small quantities to the fatty heap, which began to melt and run slightly. When the plate of a scale fell, she took up the paper, folded it, and rapidly twisted the ends with her fingertips. "That makes 24 sous, she said. "The bacon is 6 sous, 30 sous altogether. There's nothing else you want, is there?"
"No," said La Sarriette, "nothing."
She paid her money, still laughing and showing her teeth and staring the men in the face. Her grey skirt was all awry, and her loosely fastened red kerchief allowed a little of her white bosom to appear. Before she went away, she stepped up to Gavard again, and pretending to threaten him, exclaimed, "So you won't tell me what you were talking about as I came in? I could see you laughing from the street. Oh, you sly fellow! Ah, I shan't love you any longer." Then she left the shop and ran across the road. "It was Mademoiselle Saget who sent her here," remarked handsome Lisa dryly. Then silence fell again for some moments. Gavard was dismayed at Florent's reception of his proposal. Lisa was the first to speak. "It was wrong of you to refuse the post, Florent," she said in the most friendly tones. "You know how difficult it is to find any employment, and you're not in a position to be over-exacting." "I have my reasons," Florent replied. Lisa shrugged her shoulders. "Come now," said she, "you really can't be serious, I'm sure. I can understand that you're not in love with the government, but it would be too absurd to let your opinions prevent you from earning your living. And besides, my dear fellow, the Emperor isn't at all a bad sort of man. You don't suppose, do you, that he knew you were eating moldy bread and tainted meat? He can't be everywhere, you know, and you can see for yourself that he hasn't prevented us here from doing pretty well. You're not at all just. Indeed, you are not." Gavard, however, was getting very fidgety. He could not bear to hear people speak well of the Emperor.
"No, no, Madame Quenu," he interrupted. "You're going too far. It is a scoundrelly system altogether."
"Oh, as for you," exclaimed Lisa vivaciously, "you'll never rest until you've got yourself plundered and knocked on the head as the result of all your wild talk. Don't let us discuss politics. You would only make me angry. The question is Florent, isn't it? Well, for my part, I say that he ought to accept this inspectorship. Don't you think so too, Quenu?" Quenu, who had not yet said a word, was very much put out by his wife's sudden appeal. "It's a good berth," he replied, without compromising himself. Then, amidst another interval of awkward silence, Florent resumed, "I beg you, let us drop the subject. My mind is quite made up. I shall wait." "You will wait," cried Lisa, losing patience. 2 rosy fires had risen to her cheeks. As she stood there erect in her white apron, with rounded swelling hips, it was with difficulty that she restrained herself from breaking out into bitter words. However, the entrance of another person into the shop arrested her anger. The new arrival was Madame Lecoeur.
"Can you let me have half a pound of mixed meats at 50 sous the pound?" she asked.
She at first pretended not to notice her brother-in-law, but presently she just nodded her head to him without speaking. Then she scrutinized the 3 men from head to foot, doubtless hoping to divine their secret by the manner in which they waited for her to go. She could see that she was putting them out, and the knowledge of this rendered her yet more sour and angular, and she stood there in her limp skirts with her long spider-like arms bent and her knotted fingers clasped beneath her apron. Then, as she coughed slightly, Gavard, whom the silence embarrassed, inquired if she had a cold. She curtly answered in the negative. Her tightly stretched skin was of a red brick color on those parts of her face where her bones protruded, and the dull fire burning in her eyes, scorching Their lids testified to some liver complaint, nurtured by the querulous jealousy of her disposition. She turned round again towards the counter and watched each movement made by Lisa as she served her with the distrustful glance of one who is convinced that an attempt will be made to defraud her.
"Don't give me any Savoy," she exclaimed. "I don't like it."
Lisa had taken up a slender knife and was cutting some thin slices of sausage. She next passed on to the smoked ham and the common ham, cutting delicate slices from each, and bending forward slightly as she did so, with her eyes ever fixed on the knife. Her plump, rosy hands, flitting about the viands with light and gentle touches, seemed to have derived suppleness from contact with all the fat. "You would like some larded veal, wouldn't you?" she asked, bringing a yellow pan towards her. Madame Lecoeur seemed to be thinking the matter over at considerable length. However, she at last said that she would have some. Lisa had now begun to cut into the contents of the pans, from which she removed slices of larded veal and hare pâté on the tip of a broad-bladed knife, and she deposited each successive slice on the middle of a sheet of paper placed on the scales.
"Aren't you going to give me some of the boar's head with pistachio nuts?" asked Madame Lecoeur in her querulous voice.
Lisa was obliged to add some of the boar's head, but the butter dealer was getting exacting and asked for 2 slices of galantine. She was very fond of it. Lisa, who was already irritated, played impatiently with the handles of the knives, and told her that the galantine was truffled, and that she could only include it in an assortment at 3 francs the pound. Madame Lecoeur, however, continued to pry into the dishes, trying to find something else to ask for. When the assortment was weighed, she made Lisa add some jelly and gherkins to it. The block of jelly, shaped like a Savoy cake, shook on its white china dish beneath the angry violence of Lisa's hand, and as with her fingertips she took a couple of gherkins from a jar behind the heater, she made the vinegar spurt over the sides.
25 sous, isn't it?"
Madame Lecoeur leisurely inquired. She fully perceived Lisa's covert irritation, and greatly enjoyed the sight of it, producing her money as slowly as possible, as though, indeed, her silver had got lost amongst the coppers in her pocket. As she glanced askance at Gavard, relishing the embarrassed silence which her presence was prolonging, and vowing that she would not go off, since they were hiding some trickery or other from her. However, Lisa at last put the parcel in her hands, and she was then obliged to make her departure. She went away without saying a word, but darting a searching glance all round the shop. "It was that Saget who sent her, too," burst out Lisa, as soon as the old woman was gone. "Is the old wretch going to send the whole market here to try to find out what we talk about? What a prying, malicious set they are! Did anyone ever hear before of crumbed cutlets and assortments being bought at 5 o'clock in the afternoon? But then they'd rack themselves with indigestion rather than not find out. Upon my word, though, if La Saget sends anyone else here, you'll see the reception she'll get. I would bundle her out of the shops even if she were my own sister." The 3 men remained silent in presence of this explosion of anger. Gavard had gone to lean over the brass rail of the window front, where, seemingly lost in thought, he began playing with one of the cut glass balusters detached from its wire fastening. Presently, however, he raised his head.
"Well, for my part," he said, "I looked upon it all as an excellent joke."
"Looked upon what as a joke?" asked Lisa, still quivering with indignation.
"The inspectorship."
She raised her hands, gave a last glance at Florent, and then sat down upon the cushioned bench behind the counter and said nothing further. Gavard, however, began to explain his views at length, the drift of his argument being that it was the government which would look foolish in the matter, since Florent would be taking its money.
"My dear fellow," he said complacently, "those scoundrels all but starved you to death, didn't they? Well, you must make them feed you now. It's a splendid idea. It caught my fancy at once."
Florent smiled, but still persisted in his refusal. Quenu, in the hope of pleasing his wife, did his best to find some good arguments. Lisa, however, appeared to pay no further attention to them. For the last moment or two she'd been looking attentively in the direction of the markets. And all at once she sprang to her feet again, exclaiming, "Ah, it is La Normande that they are sending to play the spy on us now. Well, so much the worse for La Normande. She shall pay for the others." A tall female pushed the shop door open. It was the handsome fish girl, Louise Méhudin, generally known as La Normande. She was a bold-looking beauty with a delicate white skin, and was almost as plump as Lisa, but there was more effrontery in her glance, and her bosom heaved with warmer life. She came into the shop with a light, swinging step, her gold chain jingling on her apron, her bare hair arranged in the latest style, and a bow at her throat, a lace bow, which made her one of the most coquettish-looking queens of the markets. She brought a vague odor of fish with her, and a herring scale showed like a tiny patch of mother-of-pearl near the little finger of one of her hands. She and Lisa, having lived in the same house in the Rue Pirouette, were intimate friends, linked by a touch of rivalry, which kept each of them busy with thoughts of the other. In the neighborhood people spoke of the beautiful Norman, just as they spoke of beautiful Lisa. This brought them into opposition and comparison, and compelled each of them to do her utmost to sustain her reputation for beauty. Lisa from her counter could, by stooping a little, perceive the fish girl amidst her salmon and turbot in the pavilion opposite, and each kept a watch on the other. Beautiful Lisa laced herself more tightly in her stays, and the beautiful Norman replied by placing additional rings on her fingers and additional bows on her shoulders. When they met, they were very bland and unctuous and profuse in compliments, but all the while their eyes were furtively glancing from under their lowered lids, in hope of discovering some flaw. They made a point of always dealing with each other, and professed great mutual affection. "I see," said La Normande, with her smiling air. "It's tomorrow evening that you make your black puddings, isn't it?" Lisa maintained a cold demeanor. She seldom showed any anger, but when she did, it was tenacious and slow to be appeased. "Yes," she replied dryly, with the tips of her lips. "I'm so fond of black puddings, you know, when they come straight out of the pot," resumed La Normande. "I'll come and get some of you tomorrow." She was conscious of her rival's unfriendly greeting. However, she glanced at Florent, who seemed to interest her. And then, unwilling to go off without having the last word, she was imprudent enough to add, "I bought some black pudding of you the day before yesterday, you know, and it wasn't quite sweet." "Not quite sweet," repeated Lisa, very pale and her lips quivering. She might perhaps have once more restrained herself, for fear of La Normande imagining that she was overcome by envious spite at the sight of the lace bow. But the girl, not content with playing the spy, proceeded to insult her, and that was beyond endurance. So, leaning forward with her hands clenched on the counter, she exclaimed in a somewhat hoarse voice, "I say, when you sold me that pair of soles last week, did I come and tell you before everybody that they were stinking?" "Stinking? My soles stinking!" cried the fish dealer, flushing scarlet. For a moment they remained silent, choking with anger, but glaring fiercely at each other over the array of dishes. All their honeyed friendship had vanished. A word had sufficed to reveal what sharp teeth there were behind their smiling lips. "You're a vulgar, low creature," cried the beautiful Norman. "You'll never catch me setting foot in here again, I can tell you." "Get along with you, get along with you," exclaimed beautiful Lisa. "I know quite well whom I've got to deal with." The fish girl went off, hurling behind her a coarse expression which left Lisa quivering. The whole scene had passed so quickly that the three men, overcome with amazement, had not had time to interfere. Lisa soon recovered herself and was resuming the conversation, without making any allusion to what had just occurred, when the shop girl, Augustine, returned from an errand on which he'd been sent. Lisa thereupon took Gavard aside, and after telling him to say nothing for the present to Monsieur Verlac, promised that she would undertake to convince her brother-in-law in a couple of days' time at the utmost. Quenu then returned to his kitchen, while Gavard took Florent off with him. And as they were just going into Monsieur Lebigre's to drink a drop of vermouth together, he called his attention to 3 women standing in the covered way between the fish and poultry pavilions. This ends section 4. Section 5 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 5.
"They're cackling together," he said with an envious air.
The markets were growing empty, and Mademoiselle Saget, Madame Lecoeur, and La Sarriette alone lingered on the edge of the footway. The old maid was holding forth.
"As I told you before, Madame Lecoeur," said she, "they've always got your brother-in-law in their shop. You saw him there yourself just now, didn't you?"
"Oh, yes, indeed. He was sitting on a table and seemed quite at home."
"Well, for my part," interrupted La Sarriette, "I heard nothing wrong, and I can't understand why you are making such a fuss."
Mademoiselle Saget shrugged her shoulders.
"You're very innocent yet, my dear," she said. "Can't you see why the Quenus are always attracting Monsieur Gavard to their place? Well, I'll wager that he'll leave all he has to their little Pauline."
"You believe that, do you?" cried Madame Lecoeur, white with rage. Then, in a mournful voice, as though she had just received some heavy blow, she continued, "I am alone in the world and have no one to take my part. He is quite at liberty to do as he pleases. His niece sides with him, too. You heard her just now. She has quite forgotten all that she cost me and wouldn't stir a hand to help me."
"Indeed, aunt," exclaimed La Sarriette, "you're quite wrong there. It's you who've never had anything but unkind words for me."
They became reconciled on the spot and kissed one another. The niece promised that she would play no more pranks, and the aunt swore by all she held most sacred that she looked upon La Sarriette as her own daughter. Then Mademoiselle Saget advised them as to the steps they ought to take to prevent Gavard from squandering his money. And they all agreed that the Quenu Gradelles were very disreputable folks and required closely watching. "I don't know what they're up to just now," said the old maid, "but there's something suspicious going on, I'm sure. What's your opinion now of that fellow Florent, that cousin of Madame Quenu's?" The 3 women drew more closely together and lowered their voices. "You remember," said Madame Lecoeur, "that we saw him one morning with his boots all split and his clothes covered with dust, looking just like a thief who's been up to some roguery. That fellow quite frightens me." "Well, he's certainly very thin," said La Sarriette, "but he isn't ugly." Mademoiselle Saget was reflecting, and she expressed her thoughts aloud.
"I've been trying to find out something about him for the last fortnight, but I can make nothing of it. Monsieur Gavard certainly knows him. I must have met him myself somewhere before, but I can't remember where." She was still ransacking her memory when La Normande swept up to them like a whirlwind. She had just left the pork shop. "That big booby Lisa has got nice manners, I must say," she cried, delighted to be able to relieve herself. "Fancy her telling me that I sold nothing but stinking fish. But I gave her as good as she deserved, I can tell you. A nice den they keep with their tainted pig meat which poisons all their customers." "But what had you been saying to her?" asked the old maid, quite frisky with excitement and delighted to hear that the 2 women had quarreled.
I'd said nothing at all. No, not that. I just went into the shop and told her very civilly that I'd buy some black pudding tomorrow evening, and then she overwhelmed me with abuse. A dirty hypocrite she is, with her saint-like airs, but she'll pay more dearly for this than she fancies." The three women felt that La Normande was not telling them the truth, but this did not prevent them from taking her part with a rush of bad language. They turned towards the Rue Rambuteau with insulting mien, inventing all sorts of stories about the uncleanliness of the cooking at the Quenu shop, and making the most extraordinary accusations. If the Quenus had been detected selling human flesh, the women could not have displayed more violent and threatening anger. The fish girl was obliged to tell her story 3 times over.
"And what did the cousin say?"
asked Mademoiselle Saget with wicked intent.
"The cousin?"
repeated La Normande in a shrill voice. "Do you really believe that he's a cousin? He's some lover or other, I'll wager, the great booby." The 3 others protested against this. Lisa's honorability was an article of faith in the neighborhood. "Stuff and nonsense," retorted La Normande. "You can never be sure about those smug, sleek hypocrites." Mademoiselle Saget nodded her head, as if to say that she was not very far from sharing La Normande's opinion. And she softly added,
"Especially as this cousin has sprung from no one knows where, for it's a very doubtful sort of account that the Quenus give of him."
"Oh, he's the fat woman's sweetheart, I tell you," reaffirmed the fish girl, "some scamp or vagabond picked up in the streets. It's easy enough to see it." "She has given him a complete outfit," remarked Madame Lecoeur. "He must be costing her a pretty penny."
Yes, yes," muttered the old maid. "Perhaps you're right. I must really get to know something about him."
Then they all promised to keep one another thoroughly informed of whatever might take place in the Quenu Gradelle establishment. The butter dealer pretended that she wished to open her brother-in-law's eyes as to the sort of places he frequented. However, La Normande's anger had by this time toned down, and a good sort of a girl at heart, she went off weary of having talked so much on the matter. "I'm sure that La Normande said something or other insolent," remarked Madame Lecoeur knowingly, when the fish girl had left them. "It is just her way, and it scarcely becomes a creature like her to talk as she did of Lisa." The 3 women looked at each other and smiled. Then, when Madame Lecoeur also had gone off, La Sarriette remarked to Mademoiselle Saget, "It's foolish of my aunt to worry herself so much about all these affairs. It's that which makes her so thin. Ah, she'd have willingly taken Gavard for a husband if she could only have got him. Yet she used to beat me if ever a young man looked my way." Mademoiselle Saget smiled once more, and when she found herself alone and went back towards the Rue Pirouette, she reflected that those 3 cackling hussies were not worth a rope to hang them. She was indeed a little afraid that she might have been seen with them, and the idea somewhat troubled her, for she realized that it would be bad policy to fall out with the Quenu Gradelles, who, after all, were well-to-do folks, and much esteemed. So she went a little out of her way on purpose to call at Tabureau, the baker's in the Rue Turbigo, the finest baker's shop in the whole neighborhood. Madame Tabureau was not only an intimate friend of Lisa's, but an accepted authority on every subject. When it was remarked that Madame Tabureau had said this, or Madame Tabureau had said that, there was no more to be urged. So the old maid, calling at the baker's under pretence of inquiring at what time the ovens would be hot, as she wished to bring a dish of pears to be baked, took the opportunity to eulogize Lisa and lavish praise upon the sweetness and excellence of her black puddings. Then, well pleased at having prepared this moral alibi, and delighted at having done what she could to fan the flames of a quarrel without involving herself in it, she briskly returned home, feeling much easier in her mind, but still striving to recall where she'd previously seen Madame Quenu's so-called cousin. That same evening, after dinner, Florent went out and strolled for some time in one of the covered ways of the markets. A fine mist was rising, and a grey sadness, which the gaslight studded as with yellow tears, hung over the deserted pavilions. For the first time, Florent began to feel that he was in the way, and to recognize the unmannerly fashion in which he, thin and artless, had tumbled into this world of fat people. And he frankly admitted to himself that his presence was disturbing the whole neighborhood, and that he was a source of discomfort to the Quenus, a spurious cousin of far too compromising appearance. These reflections made him very sad. Not indeed that they had noticed the slightest harshness on the part of his brother or Lisa. It was their very kindness, rather, that was troubling him, and he accused himself of a lack of delicacy in quartering himself upon them. He was beginning to doubt the propriety of his conduct. The recollection of the conversation in the shop during the afternoon caused him a vague disquietude. The odor of the viands on Lisa's counter seemed to penetrate him. He felt himself gliding into nerveless, satiated cowardice. Perhaps he had acted wrongly in refusing the inspectorship offered him. This reflection gave birth to a stormy struggle in his mind, and he was obliged to brace and shake himself before he could recover his wonted rigidity of principles. However, a moist breeze had risen and was blowing along the covered way, and he regained some degree of calmness and resolution on being obliged to button up his coat. The wind seemingly swept from his clothes all the greasy odor of the pork shop, which had made him feel so languid. He was returning home when he met Claude Lantier. The artist, hidden in the folds of his greenish overcoat, spoke in a hollow voice full of suppressed anger. He was in a passion with painting, declared that it was a dog's trade, and swore that he would not take up a brush again as long as he lived. That very afternoon he'd thrust his foot through a study which he'd been making of the head of that hussy Cadine. Claude was subject to these outbursts, the fruit of his inability to execute the lasting, living works which he dreamed of. And at such times life became an utter blank to him, and he wandered about the streets, wrapped in the gloomiest thoughts, and waiting for the morning as for a sort of resurrection. He used to say that he felt bright and cheerful in the morning, and horribly miserable in the evening. Footnote. Claude Lantier's struggle for fame is fully described in M. Zola's novel, L'Œuvre, his masterpiece. Translator. Each of his days was a long effort ending in disappointment. Florent scarcely recognized in him the careless night wanderer of the markets. They had already met again at the pork shop, and Claude, who knew the fugitive's story, had grasped his hand and told him that he was a sterling fellow. It was very seldom, however, that the artist went to the Quenus. "Are you still at my aunt's?" he asked. "I can't imagine how you manage to exist amidst all that cookery. The place reeks with the smell of meat. When I've been there for an hour, I feel as though I shouldn't want anything to eat for another 3 days. I ought not to have gone there this morning. It was that which made me a mess of my work." Then, after he and Florent had taken a few steps in silence, he resumed. "Ah, the good people! They quite grieve me with their fine health. I thought of painting their portraits, but I've never been able to succeed with such round faces, in which there's never a bone. Ah, you wouldn't find my Aunt Lisa kicking her foot through her pans. I was an idiot to have destroyed Cadine's head. Now that I come to think of it, it wasn't so very bad, perhaps, after all." Then they began to talk about Aunt Lisa. Claude said that his mother, footnote, Gervaise, the heroine of L'Assommoir, had not seen anything of her for a long time, and he hinted that the pork butcher's wife was somewhat ashamed of her sister, having married a common working man. Moreover, she wasn't at all fond of unfortunate folks. Speaking of himself, he told Florent that a benevolent gentleman had sent him to college, being very pleased with the donkeys and old women that he'd managed to draw when only 8 years old. But the good soul had died, leaving him an income of 1,000 francs, which just saved him from perishing of hunger. "All the same, I would rather have been a working man," continued Claude. "Look at the carpenters, for instance. They're very happy folks, the carpenters. They have a table to make, say, well, they make it, and then go off to bed, happy at having finished the table and perfectly satisfied with themselves. Now I, on the other hand, scarcely get any sleep at nights. All those confounded pictures which I can't finish go flying about my brain. I never get anything finished and done with. Never, never." His voice almost broke into a sob. Then he attempted to laugh, and afterwards began to swear and pour forth coarse expressions, with the cold rage of one who, endowed with a delicate, sensitive mind, doubts his own powers and dreams of wallowing in the mire. He ended up by squatting down before one of the gratings which admitted air into the cellars beneath the markets, cellars where the gases continually kept burning. And in the depths below he pointed out Marjolin and Cadine tranquilly eating their supper, whilst seated on one of the stone blocks used for killing the poultry. The two young vagabonds had discovered a means of hiding themselves and making themselves at home in the cellars after the doors had been closed.
"What a magnificent animal he is, eh?" exclaimed Claude with envious admiration, speaking of Marjolin. "He and Cadine are happy, at all events. All they care for is eating and kissing. They haven't a care in the world. Ah, you do quite right, after all, to remain at the pork shop. Perhaps you'll grow sleek and plump there." Then he suddenly went off. Florent climbed up to his garret, disturbed by Claude's nervous restlessness, which revived his own uncertainty. On the morrow he avoided the pork shop all the morning and went for a long walk on the quays. When he returned to lunch, however, he was struck by Lisa's kindliness. Without any undue insistence, she again spoke to him about the inspectorship, as of something which was well worth his consideration. As he listened to her, with a full plate in front of him, he was affected, in spite of himself, by the prim comfort of his surroundings. The matting beneath his feet seemed very soft. The gleams of the brass hanging lamp, the soft yellow tint of the wallpaper, and the bright oak of the furniture filled him with appreciation of a life spent in comfort, which disturbed his notions of right and wrong. He still, however, had sufficient strength to persist in his refusal, and repeated his reasons, albeit conscious of the bad taste he was showing in thus ostentatiously parading his animosity and obstinacy in such a place. Lisa showed no signs of vexation. On the contrary, she smiled, and the sweetness of her smile embarrassed Florent far more than her suppressed irritation of the previous evening. At dinner the subject was not renewed. They talked solely of the great winter saltings which would keep the whole staff of the establishment busily employed. The evenings were growing cold, and as soon as they dined they retired into the kitchen, where it was very warm. The room was so large, too, that several people could sit comfortably at the square central table without in any way impeding the work that was going on. Lighted by gas, the walls were coated with white and blue tiles to a height of some 5 or 6 feet from the floor. On the left was a great iron stove, in the 3 apertures of which were set 3 large round pots, their bottoms black with soot. At the end was a small range, which, fitted with an oven and a smoking place, served for the broiling, and up above, over the skimming spoons, ladles, and long-handled forks, were several numbered drawers containing rasped bread, both fine and coarse, toasted crumbs, spices, cloves, nutmegs, and pepper. On the right, leaning heavily against the wall, was the chopping block, a huge mass of oak, slashed and scored all over.
Attached to it were several appliances, an injecting pump, a forcing machine, and a mechanical mincer, which, with their wheels and cranks, imparted to the place an uncanny and mysterious aspect, suggesting some kitchen of the infernal regions. Then, all round the walls, upon shelves, and even under the tables, were iron pots, earthenware pans, dishes, pails, various kinds of tin utensils, a perfect battery of deep copper saucepans and swelling funnels, racks of knives and choppers, rows of larding pins and needles. A perfect world of greasy things. In spite of the extreme cleanliness, grease was paramount. It oozed forth from between the blue and white tiles on the wall, glistened on the red tiles of the flooring, gave a grayish glitter to the stove, and polished the edges of a chopping block with a transparent sheen of varnished oak. And indeed, amidst the ever-rising steam, the continuous evaporation from the 3 big pots in which pork was boiling and melting, there was not a single nail from ceiling to floor from which grease did not exude. The Quenu Gradelles prepared nearly all their stock themselves. All that they procured from outside were the potted meats of celebrated firms, with jars of pickles and preserves, sardines, cheese, and edible snails. They consequently became very busy after September in filling the cellars which had been emptied during the summer. They continued working even after the shop had been closed for the night. Assisted by Auguste and Léon, Quenu would stuff sausage skins, prepare hams, melt down lard, and salt the different sorts of bacon. There was a tremendous noise of cauldrons and cleavers, and the odor of cooking spread through the whole house. All this was quite independent of the daily business in fresh pork, pâté de foie gras, hare patty, galantine, saveloy, and black puddings. That evening, at about 11 o'clock, Quenu, after placing a couple of pots on the fire in order to melt down some lard, began to prepare the black puddings. Auguste assisted him. At one corner of a square table, Lisa and Augustine sat mending linen, whilst opposite to them on the other side, with his face turned towards the fireplace, was Florent. Léon was mincing some sausage meat on the oak block in a slow, rhythmical fashion. Auguste first of all went out into the yard to fetch a couple of jug-like cans full of pig's blood. It was he who stuck the animals in the slaughterhouse. He himself would carry away the blood and interior portions of the pigs, leaving the men who scalded the carcasses to bring them home completely dressed in their carts. Quenu asserted that no assistant in all Paris was Auguste's equal as a pig-sticker. The truth was that Auguste was a wonderfully keen judge of the quality of the blood, and the black pudding proved good every time that he said such would be the case. "Well, will the black pudding be good this time?" asked Lisa. Auguste put down the 2 cans and slowly answered. "I believe so, Madame Quenu. Yes, I believe so. I tell it at first by the way the blood flows. If it spurts out very gently when I pull out the knife, that's a bad sign, and shows that the blood is poor." "But doesn't that depend on how far the knife has been stuck in?" asked Quenu. A smile came over Auguste's pale face. "No," he replied. "I always let 4 digits of the blade go in. That's the right way to measure. But the best sign of all is when the blood runs out, and I beat it with my hand when it pours into the pail. It ought to be of a good warmth, and creamy, without being too thick." Augustine had put down her needle, and with her eyes raised was now gazing at Auguste. On her ruddy face, crowned by wiry chestnut hair, there was an expression of profound attention. Lisa, and even little Pauline, was also listening with deep interest. "Well, I beat it, and beat it, and beat it," continued the young man, whisking his hand about as though he were whipping cream. "And then, when I take my hand out and look at it, it ought to be greased, as it were, by the blood, and equally coated all over. And if that's the case, anyone can say without fear of mistake that the black puddings will be good." He remained for a moment in an easy attitude, complacently holding his hand in the air. This hand, which spent so much of its time in pails of blood, had brightly gleaming nails and looked very rosy above his white sleeve. Quenu had nodded his head in approbation, and an interval of silence followed. Léon was still mincing. Pauline, however, after remaining thoughtful for a little while, mounted upon Florent's feet again, and in her clear voice exclaimed, "I say, cousin, tell me the story of the gentleman who was eaten by the wild beasts." It was probably the mention of the pig's blood which had aroused in the child's mind the recollection of the gentleman who'd been eaten by the wild beasts. Florent did not at first understand what she referred to, and asked her what gentleman she meant. Lisa began to smile. "She wants you to tell her," she said, "the story of that unfortunate man, you know whom I mean, which you told to give out one evening. She must have heard you." At this, Florent grew very grave. The little girl got up, and taking the big cat in her arms, placed it on his knees, saying that Mouton also would like to hear the story. Mouton, however, leaped up onto the table, where with rounded back he remained contemplating the tall, scraggy individual who for the last fortnight had apparently afforded him matter for deep reflection. Pauline meantime began to grow impatient, stamping her feet and insisting on hearing the story. "Oh, tell her what she wants," said Lisa, as the child persisted and became quite unbearable. "She'll leave us in peace then." Florent remained silent for a moment longer, with his eyes turned towards the floor. Then, slowly raising his head, he let his gaze rest first on the two women who were plying their needles, and next on Quenu and Auguste, who were preparing the pot for the black puddings. The gas was burning quietly, the stove diffused a gentle warmth, and all the grease of the kitchen glistened in an atmosphere of comfort such as attends good digestion. Then, taking little Pauline upon his knee and smiling a sad smile, Florent addressed himself to the child as follows. Footnote: Florent's narrative is not romance, but is based on the statements of several of the innocent victims whom the third Napoleon transported to Cayenne when wading through blood to the power which he so misused. Translator. Once upon a time, there was a poor man who was sent away, a long, long way off, right across the sea. On the ship which carried him were 400 convicts, and he was thrown among them. He was forced to live for 5 weeks amidst all those scoundrels dressed like them in coarse canvas and feeding at their mess. Foul insects preyed on him, and terrible sweats robbed him of all his strength. The kitchen, the bakehouse, and the engine room made the orlop deck so terribly hot that 10 of the convicts died from it. In the daytime they were sent up in batches of 50 to get a little fresh air from the sea, and as the crew of the ship feared them, a couple of cannons were pointed at the little bit of deck where they took exercise. The poor fellow was very glad indeed when his turn to go up came. His terrible perspiration then abated somewhat. Still he could not eat and felt very ill. During the night, when he was manacled again, and the rolling of the ship in the rough sea kept knocking him against his companions, he quite broke down and began to cry, glad to be able to do so without being seen. Pauline was listening with dilated eyes, and her little hands crossed primly in front of her. "But this isn't the story of a gentleman who was eaten by the wild beasts," she interrupted. "This is quite a different story. Isn't it now, cousin?" "Wait a bit, and you'll see," replied Florent gently. "I shall come to the gentleman presently. I'm telling you the whole story from the beginning." "Oh, thank you," murmured the child, with a delighted expression. However, she remained thoughtful, evidently struggling with some great difficulty to which she could find no explanation. At last she spoke. "But what had the poor man done," she asked, "that he was sent away and put in the ship?" Lisa and Augustine smiled, They were quite charmed with the child's intelligence, and Lisa, without giving the little one a direct reply, took advantage of the opportunity to teach her a lesson by telling her that naughty children were also sent away in boats like that. "Oh, then," remarked Pauline judiciously, "perhaps it served my cousin's poor man quite right if he cried all night long." Lisa resumed her sewing, bending over her work. Quenu had not listened. He'd been cutting some little rounds of onion over a pot placed on the fire, and almost at once the onions began to crackle, raising a clear, shrill chirrup like that of grasshoppers basking in the heat. They gave out a pleasant odor, too, and when Quenu plunged his great wooden spoon into the pot, the chirruping became yet louder, and the whole kitchen was filled with the penetrating perfume of the onions. Auguste, meantime, was preparing some bacon fat in a dish, and Léon's chopper fell faster and faster, and every now and then scraped the block so as to gather together the sausage meat, now almost a paste. "When they got across the sea," Florent continued, "they took the man to an island called the Devil's Island." Footnote: the Île du Diable. This spot was selected as the place of detention of Captain Dreyfus, the French officer convicted in 1894 after having divulged important military documents to foreign powers. Translator. Where he found himself amongst others who'd been carried away from their own country. They were all very unhappy. At first they were kept to hard labor, just like convicts. The gendarme who had charge of them counted them 3 times every day so as to be sure that none were missing. Later on, they were left free to do as they liked, being merely locked up at night in a big wooden hut, where they slept in hammocks stretched between 2 bars. At the end of the year they went about barefooted, as their boots were quite worn out, and their clothes had become so ragged that their flesh showed through them. They built themselves some huts with trunks of trees as a shelter against the sun, which is terribly hot in those parts. But these huts did not shield them against the mosquitoes, which covered them with pimples and swellings during the night. Many of them died, and the others turned quite yellow, so shrunken and wretched with their long unkempt beards that one could not behold them without pity. "Auguste, give me the fat," cried Quenu, and when the apprentice had handed him the dish, he let the pieces of bacon fat slide gently into the pot, and then stirred them with his spoon. A yet denser steam now rose from the fireplace. "What did they give them to eat?" asked little Pauline, who seemed deeply interested. "They gave them maggoty rice and fowl meat," answered Florent, whose voice grew lower as he spoke. The rice could scarcely be eaten. When the meat was roasted and very well done, it was just possible to swallow it. But if it was boiled, it smelt so dreadfully that the men had nausea and stomach ache. "I'd rather have lived upon dry bread," said the child, after thinking the matter carefully over. Léon, having finished the mincing, now placed the sausage meat upon the square table in a dish. Mouton, who had remained seated with his eyes fixed upon Florent, as though filled with amazement by his story, was obliged to retreat a few steps, which he did with a very bad grace. Then he rolled himself up with his nose close to the sausage meat, and began to purr. Lisa was unable to conceal her disgust and amazement. That foul rice, that evil-smelling meat, seemed to her to be scarcely credible abominations, which disgraced those who had eaten them as much as it did those who had provided them. And her calm, handsome face and round neck quivered with vague fear of the man who lived upon such horrid food. "No, indeed, it was not a land of delights," Florent resumed, forgetting all about little Pauline, and fixing his dreamy eyes upon the steaming pot. "Every day brought fresh annoyances, perpetual grinding tyranny, the violation of every principle of justice, contempt for all human charity, which exasperated the prisoners and slowly consumed them with a fever of sickly rancor. They lived like wild beasts, with the lash ceaselessly raised over their backs. Those torturers would have liked to kill the poor man. Oh no, it can never be forgotten. It's impossible. Such sufferings will someday claim vengeance." His voice had fallen, and the pieces of fat hissing merrily in the pot drowned it with the sound of their boiling. Lisa, however, heard him and was frightened by the implacable expression which had suddenly come over his face. And recollecting the gentle look which he habitually wore, she judged him to be a hypocrite. Florent's hollow voice had brought Pauline's interest and delight to the highest pitch, and she fidgeted with pleasure on his knee.
"But the man?" she exclaimed. "Go on about the man."
Florent looked at her, and then appeared to remember, and smiled his sad smile again. "The man," he continued, "was weary of remaining on the island, and had but one thought, that of making his escape by crossing the sea and reaching the mainland, whose white coastline could be seen on the horizon in clear weather. But it was no easy matter to escape. It was necessary that a raft should be built, and as several of the prisoners had already made their escape, all the trees on the island had been felled to prevent the others from obtaining timber. The island was indeed so bare and naked, so scorched by the blazing sun, that life in it had become yet more perilous and terrible. However, it occurred to the man and two of his companions to employ the timbers of which their huts were built. And one evening they put out to sea on some rotten beams which they'd fastened together with dry branches. The wind carried them towards the coast. Just as daylight was about to appear, the raft struck on a sandbank with such violence that the beams were severed from their lashings and carried out to sea. The three poor fellows were almost engulfed in the sand. Two of them sank in it to their waists, while the third disappeared up to his chin, and his companions were obliged to pull him out. At last they reached a rock, so small that there was scarcely room for them to sit down upon it. When the sun rose, they could see the coast in front of them, a bar of grey cliffs stretching all along the horizon. Two, who knew how to swim, determined to reach those cliffs. They preferred to run the risk of being drowned at once to that of slowly starving on the rock. But they promised their companion that they would return for him when they'd reached land and had been able to procure a boat.
"Ah, I know now,"
cried little Pauline, clapping her hands with glee.
"It's the story of the gentleman who was eaten by the crabs."
They succeeded in reaching the coast, continued Florent, but it was quite deserted, and it was only at the end of 4 days that they were able to get a boat. When they returned to the rock, they found their companion lying on his back, dead, and half eaten by crabs, which were still swarming over what remained of his body. Footnote. In deference to the easily shocked feelings of the average English reader, I have somewhat modified this passage. In the original, Monsieur Zola fully describes the awful appearance of the body. Translator. A murmur of disgust escaped Lisa and Augustine, and a horrified grimace passed over the face of Leon, who was preparing the skins for the black puddings. Quenu stopped in the midst of his work and looked at Auguste, who seemed to have turned faint. Only little Pauline was smiling. In imagination the others could picture those swarming, ravenous crabs crawling all over the kitchen and mingling gruesome odors with the aroma of the bacon fat and onions. "Give me the blood!" cried Quenu, who had not been following the story. Auguste came up to him with the 2 cans, from which he slowly poured the blood, while Quenu, as it fell, vigorously stirred the now thickening contents of the pot. When the cans were emptied, Quenu reached up to one of the drawers above the range and took out some pinches of spice. Then he added a plentiful seasoning of pepper. "They left him there, didn't they?" Lisa now asked of Florent, "and returned themselves in safety?" "As they were going back," continued Florent, "the wind changed, and they were driven out into the open sea. A wave carried away one of their oars, and the water swept so furiously into the boat that their whole time was taken up in bailing it out with their hands. They tossed about in this way in sight of the coast, carried away by squalls and then brought back again by the tide, without a mouthful of bread to eat, for their scanty stock of provisions had been consumed. This went on for 3 days. 3 days, cried Lisa in stupefaction. 3 days without food. Yes, 3 days without food. When the east wind at last brought them to shore, one of them was so weak that he lay on the beach the whole day. In the evening he died. His companion had vainly attempted to get him to chew some leaves which he gathered from the trees. At this point Augustine broke into a slight laugh. Then, ashamed at having done so and not wishing to be considered heartless, she stammered out in confusion, "Oh, I wasn't laughing at that. It was Mouton. Do just look at Mouton, madame." Then Lisa in her turn began to smile. Mouton, who'd been lying all this time with his nose close to the dish of sausage meat, had probably begun to feel distressed and disgusted by the presence of all this food, for he'd risen and was rapidly scratching the table with his paws, as though he wanted to bury the dish in its contents. At last, however, turning his back to it and lying down on his side, he stretched himself out, half closing his eyes and rubbing his head against the table with languid pleasure. Then they all began to compliment Mouton. He never stole anything, they said, and could be safely left with the meat. Pauline related that he licked her fingers and washed her face after dinner without trying to bite her. However, Lisa now came back to the question as to whether it were possible to live for 3 days without food. In her opinion, it was not. "No," she said, "I can't believe it. No one ever goes 3 days without food. When people talk of a person dying of hunger, it's a mere expression. They always get something to eat, more or less. It's only the most abandoned wretches, people who are utterly lost." She was doubtless going to add, vagrant rogues, but she stopped short and looked at Florent. The scornful pout of her lips and the expression of her bright eyes plainly signified that in her belief only villains made such prolonged fasts. It seemed to her that a man able to remain without food for 3 days must necessarily be a very dangerous character, for indeed honest folks never placed themselves in such a position. Florent was now almost stifling. In front of him, the stove, into which Léon had just thrown several shovels full of coal, was snoring like a lay clerk asleep in the sun, and the heat was very great. Auguste, who had taken charge of the lard melting in the pots, was watching over it in a state of perspiration, and Quenu wiped his brow with his sleeve whilst waiting for the blood to mix. A drowsiness such as follows gross feeding, an atmosphere heavy with indigestion, pervaded the kitchen. When the man had buried his comrade in the mud, Florent continued slowly, he walked off alone straight in front of him. Dutch Guiana, in which country he now was, is a land of forests intermingled with the rivers and swamps. The man walked on for more than a week without coming across a single human dwelling place. All around, death seemed to be lurking and lying in wait for him. Though his stomach was racked by hunger, he often did not dare to eat the bright-colored fruits which hung from the trees. He was afraid to touch the glittering berries, fearing lest they should be poisonous. For whole days he did not see a patch of sky, but tramped on beneath a canopy of branches, amidst the greenish gloom that swarmed with horrible living creatures. Great birds flew over his head with a terrible flapping of wings, and sudden strange calls resembling death groans. Apes sprang, wild animals rushed through the thickets around him, bending the saplings and bringing down a rain of leaves, as though a gale were passing. But it was particularly the serpents that turned his blood cold, when, stepping upon a matting of moving withered leaves, he caught sight of their slim heads gliding amidst the horrid maze of roots. In certain nooks of dank shadow, swarming colonies of reptiles, some black, some yellow, some purple, some striped, some spotted, and some resembling withered reeds, suddenly awakened into life and wriggled away. At such times, the man would stop and look about for a stone on which he might take refuge from the soft, yielding ground into which his feet sank. And there he would remain for hours, terror-stricken on espying in some open space nearby a boa, who, with tail coiled and head erect, swayed like the trunk of a big tree splotched with gold. At night he used to sleep in the trees, alarmed by the slightest rustling of the branches, and fancying that he could hear endless swarms of serpents gliding through the gloom. He almost stifled beneath the interminable expanse of foliage. The gloomy shade reeked with close, oppressive heat, a clammy dankness and pestilential sweat, impregnated with the coarse aroma of scented wood and malodorous flowers. And when at last, after a long, weary tramp, the man made his way out of the forest and beheld the sky again, he found himself confronted by wide rivers which barred his way. He skirted their banks, keeping a watchful eye on the gray backs of the alligators and the masses of drifting vegetation. And then, when he came to a less suspicious-looking spot, he swam across. And beyond the rivers the forests began again. At other times there were vast prairie lands, leagues of thick vegetation in which, at distant intervals, small lakes gleamed bluely. The man then made a wide detour and sounded the ground beneath him before advancing, having but narrowly escaped from being swallowed up and buried beneath one of those smiling plains which he could hear crackling at each step he took. The giant grass, nourished by all the collected humus, concealed pestiferous marshes, depths of liquid mud, and amongst the expanses of verdure spread over the glaucous immensity to the very horizon, there were only narrow stretches of firm ground with which the traveler must be acquainted if he would avoid disappearing forever. One night the man sank down as far as his waist. At each effort he made to extricate himself, the mud threatened to rise to his mouth. Then he remained quite still for nearly a couple of hours, and when the moon rose, he was fortunately able to catch hold of a branch of a tree above his head. By the time he reached a human dwelling, his hands and feet were bruised and bleeding, swollen with poisonous stings. He presented such a pitiable, famished appearance that those who saw him were afraid of him. They tossed him some food 50 yards away from the house, and the master of it kept guard over his door with a loaded gun. Florent stopped, his voice choked by emotion and his eyes gazing blankly before him. For some minutes he had seemed to be speaking to himself alone. Little Pauline, who had grown drowsy, was lying in his arms with her head thrown back, though striving to keep her wondering eyes open. And Quenu, for his part, appeared to be getting impatient. "Why, you stupid," he shouted to Leon, "don't you know how to hold a skin yet? What do you stand staring at me for? It's the skin you should look at, not me. There, hold it like that, and don't move again." With his right hand, Leon was raising a long string of sausage skin, at one end of which a very wide funnel was inserted, while with his left hand he coiled the black pudding round a metal bowl as fast as Quenu filled the funnel with big spoonfuls of the meat. The latter, black and steaming, flowed through the funnel, gradually inflating the skin, which fell down again, gorged to repletion and curving languidly. As Quenu had removed the pot from the range, both he and Leon stood out prominently, he broad-visaged, and the lad slender of profile, in the burning glow which cast over their pale faces and white garments a flood of rosy light. Lisa and Augustine watched the filling of the skin with great interest, Lisa especially, and she in her turn found fault with Leon because he nipped the skin too tightly with his fingers, which caused knots to form, she said. When the skin was quite full, Quenu let it slip gently into a pot of boiling water, and seemed quite easy in his mind again. For now nothing remained but to leave it to boil. "And the man? Go on about the man," murmured Pauline. opening her eyes and surprised at no longer hearing the narrative. Florent rocked her on his knee and resumed his story in a slow, murmuring voice, suggestive of that of a nurse singing an infant to sleep. The man, he said, arrived at a large town. There he was at first taken for an escaped convict and was kept in prison for several months. Then he was released and turned his hand to all sorts of work. He kept accounts and taught children to read, and at one time he was even employed as a navvy in making an embankment. He was continually hoping to return to his own country. He'd saved the necessary amount of money when he was attacked by yellow fever. Then, believing him to be dead, those about him divided his clothes amongst themselves, so that when he at last recovered, he had not even a shirt left. He had to begin all over again. The man was very weak and was afraid he might have to remain where he was. But at last he was able to get away, and he returned. His voice had sunk lower and lower, and now died away altogether in a final quivering of his lips. The close of the story had lulled little Pauline to sleep, and she was now slumbering with her head on Florent's shoulder. He held her with one arm, and still gently rocked her on his knee. No one seemed to pay any further attention to him, so he remained still and quiet where he was, holding the sleeping child. Now came the tug of war, as Quenu said. He had to remove the black puddings from the pot. In order to avoid breaking them or getting them entangled, he coiled them round a thick wooden pin as he drew them out, and then carried them into the yard and hung them on screens, where they quickly dried. Leon helped him, holding up the drooping ends, and as these reeking festoons of black pudding crossed the kitchen, they left behind them a trail of odorous steam, which still further thickened the dense atmosphere. Auguste, on his side, after giving a hasty glance at the lard molds, now took the covers off the two pots in which the fat was simmering, and each bursting bubble discharged an acrid vapor into the kitchen. The greasy haze had been gradually rising ever since the beginning of the evening, and now it shrouded the gas and pervaded the whole room, streaming everywhere, and veiling the ruddy whiteness of Quenu and his two assistants. Lisa and Augustine had risen from their seats, and all were panting as though they'd eaten too much. Augustine carried the sleeping Pauline upstairs, and Quenu, who liked to fasten up the kitchen himself, gave Auguste and Léon leave to go to bed, saying that he would fetch the black pudding himself. The younger apprentice stole off with a very red face, having managed to secrete under his shirt nearly a yard of the pudding, which must have almost scalded him. Then the Quenu and Florent remained alone in silence. Lisa stood nibbling a little piece of the hot pudding, keeping her pretty lips well apart all the while, for fear of burning them, and gradually the black compound vanished in her rosy mouth. "Well," said she, "La Normande was foolish in behaving so rudely. The black pudding's excellent today." However, there was a knock at the passage door, and Gavard, who stayed at Monsieur Lebigre's every evening until midnight, came in. He had called for a definite answer about the fish inspectorship. "You must understand," he said, "that Monsieur Verlac cannot wait any longer. He's too ill. So Florent must make up his mind. I have promised to give a positive answer early tomorrow." "Well, Florent accepts," Lisa quietly remarked, taking another nibble at some black pudding. Florent, who had remained in his seat, overcome by a strange feeling of prostration, vainly endeavored to rise and protest. No, say nothing," continued Lisa. "The matter is quite settled. You've suffered quite enough already, my dear Florent. What you have just been telling us is enough to make one shudder. It's time now for you to settle down. You belong to a respectable family, you received a good education, and it's really not fitting that you should go wandering about the highways like a vagrant. At your age, childishness is no longer excusable. You've been foolish. Well, all that will be forgotten and forgiven. You will take your place again among those of your own class, the class of respectable folks, and live in future like other people." Florent listened in astonishment, quite unable to say a word. Lisa was doubtless right. She looked so healthy, so serene, that it was impossible to imagine that she desired anything but what was proper. It was he, with his fleshless body and dark, equivocal-looking countenance, who must be in the wrong and indulging in unrighteous dreams. He could indeed no longer understand why he had hitherto resisted. Lisa, however, continued to talk to him with an abundant flow of words, as though he were a little boy found in fault and threatened with the police. She assumed, indeed, a most maternal manner, and plied him with the most convincing reasons. And at last, in a final argument, she said, "Do it for us, Florent. We occupy a fair position in the neighborhood which obliges us to use a certain amount of circumspection. And to tell you the truth, between ourselves, I'm afraid that people will begin to talk. This inspectorship will set everything right. You will be somebody. You will even be an honor to us." Her manner had become caressingly persuasive, and Florent was penetrated by all the surrounding plenteousness, all the aroma filling the kitchen, where he fed, as it were, on the nourishment floating in the atmosphere. He sank into blissful meanness, born of all the copious feeding that went on in the sphere of plenty in which he'd been living during the last fortnight. He felt, as it were, the titillation of forming fat, which spread slowly all over his body. He experienced the languid beatitude of shopkeepers, whose chief concern is to fill their bellies. At this late hour of night, in the warm atmosphere of the kitchen, all his acerbity and determination melted away. That peaceable evening, with the odor of the black pudding and the lard, and the sight of plump little Pauline slumbering on his knee, had so enervated him that he found himself wishing for a succession of such evenings, endless ones which would make him fat. However, it was the sight of Mouton that chiefly decided him. Mouton was sound asleep, with his stomach turned upwards, one of his paws resting on his nose, and his tail twisted over this side, as though to keep him warm. And he was slumbering with such an expression of feline happiness that Florent, as he gazed at him, murmured, "No, it would be too foolish. I accept the birth. Say that I accept it, Gavard." Then Lisa finished eating her black pudding and wiped her fingers on the edge of her apron. And next she got her brother-in-law's candle ready for him, while Gavard and Quenu congratulated him on his decision. It was always necessary for a man to settle down, said they. The breakneck freaks of politics did not provide one with food. And meantime, Lisa, standing there with the lighted candle in her hand, looked at him with an expression of satisfaction resting on her handsome face, placid, like that of some sacred cow. This ends section 5. Section 6 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 6. 3 days later, the necessary formalities were gone through, and without demur, the police authorities at the prefecture accepted Florent on Monsieur Verloc's recommendation as his substitute. Gavard, by the way, had made it a point to accompany them. When he again found himself alone with Florent, he kept nudging his ribs with his elbow as they walked along together, and laughed, without saying anything, while winking his eyes in a jeering way. he seemed to find something very ridiculous in the appearance of the police officers whom they met on the Quai de l'Horloge, for as he passed them he slightly shrugged his shoulders and made the grimace of a man seeking to restrain himself from laughing in people's faces. On the following morning, Monsieur Verlaque began to initiate the new inspector into the duties of his office. It had been arranged that during the next few days he should make him acquainted with a turbulent sphere which he would have to supervise. Poor Verlaque, as Gavard called him, was a pale little man, swathed in flannels, handkerchiefs, and mufflers. Constantly coughing, he made his way through the cool, moist atmosphere and running waters of the fish market on a pair of scraggy legs like those of a sickly child. When Florent made his appearance on the first morning at 7 o'clock, he felt quite distracted. His eyes were dazed, his head ached with all the noise and riot. Retail dealers were already prowling about the auction pavilion. Clerks were arriving with their ledgers, and consignors' agents, with leather bags slung over their shoulders, sat on overturned chairs by the salesmen's desks, waiting to receive their cash. Fish was being unloaded and unpacked, not only in the enclosure, but even on the footways. All along the latter were piles of small baskets, an endless arrival of cases and hampers and sacks of mussels, from which streamlets of water trickled. The auctioneer's assistants, all looking very busy, sprang over the heaps, tore away the straw at the tops of the baskets, emptied the latter, and tossed them aside. They then speedily transferred their contents in lots to huge wickerwork trays, arranging them with a turn of the hand so that they might show to the best advantage. And when the large tray-like baskets were all set out, Florent could almost fancy that a whole shoal of fish had got stranded there, still quivering with life and gleaming with rosy nacre, scarlet coral and milky pearl, all the soft, pale, sheeny hues of the ocean. The deep-lying forests of seaweed in which the mysterious life of the ocean slumbers seemed at one haul of the nets to have yielded up all they contained. There were cod, keeling, whiting, flounders, plaice, dabs, and other sorts of common fish of a dingy grey with whitish splotches. There were conger eels, huge serpent-like creatures with small black eyes and muddy bluish skins, so slimy that they still seemed to be gliding along, yet alive. There were broad flat skate with pale undersides edged with a soft red, and superb backs bumpy with vertebrae, and marbled down to the tautly stretched ribs of their fins with splotches of cinnabar, intersected by streaks of a tint of Florentine bronze. A dark medley of color suggestive of the hues of a toad or some poisonous flower. Then, too, there were hideous dogfish with round heads, widely gaping mouths like those of Chinese idols, and short fins like bats' wings, fit monsters to keep yelping guard over the treasures of the ocean grottos. And next came the finer fish, displayed singly on the osier trays. Salmon that gleamed like chased silver, every scale seemingly outlined by a graving tool on a polished metal surface. Mullet with larger scales and coarser markings. Large turbot and huge brill with firm flesh, white like curdled milk. Tunnyfish, smooth and glossy like bags of blackish leather, and rounded bass, with widely gaping mouths, which a soul too large for the body seemed to have rent asunder as it forced its way out amidst the stupefaction of death. And on all sides there were sole, brown and grey, in which pears, sand eels, slim and stiff, like shavings of pewter, herrings slightly twisted with bleeding gills showing on their silver-worked skins, fat dories tinged with just a suspicion of carmine, burnished mackerel with green streaked backs and sides gleaming with ever-changing iridescence, and rosy gurnets with white bellies, their heads towards the center of the baskets and their tails radiating all around, so that they simulated some strange fluorescence splotched with pearly white and brilliant vermilion. There were rock mullet, too, with delicious flesh, flushed with the pinky tinge peculiar to the Cyprinus family. Boxes of whiting with opaline reflections, and baskets of smelts. Neat little baskets, pretty as those used for strawberries, and exhaling a strong scent of violets. And meantime the tiny black eyes of the shrimps, dotted as with beads of jet their soft-toned mass of pink and gray, and spiny crawfish and lobsters striped with black, all still alive, raised a grating sound as they tried to crawl along with their broken claws. Florent gave but indifferent attention to Monsieur Verloc's explanations. A flood of sunshine suddenly streamed through the lofty glass roof of the covered way, lighting up all these precious colors, toned and softened by the waves, the iridescent flesh tints of the shellfish, the opal of the whiting, the pearly nacre of the mackerel, the ruddy gold of the mullets, the plated skins of the herrings, and massive silver of the salmon. It was as though the jewel cases of some sea nymph had been emptied there, a mass of fantastical, undreamt of ornaments, a streaming and heaping of necklaces, monstrous bracelets, gigantic brooches, barbaric gems and jewels, the use of which could not be divined. On the backs of the skate and the dogfish you saw, as it were, big dull green and purple stones set in dark metal, while the slender forms of the sand eels and the tails and fins of the smelts displayed all the delicacy of finely wrought silver work. And meantime Florent's face was fanned by a fresh breeze, a sharp salt breeze redolent of the sea. It reminded him of the coasts of Guiana and his voyages. He half fancied that he was gazing at some bay left dry by the receding tide, with the seaweed steaming in the sun, the bare rocks drying, and the beach smelling strongly of the brine. All around him the fish in their perfect freshness exhaled a pleasant perfume, that slightly sharp, irritating perfume which depraves the appetite. Monsieur Verloc coughed. The dampness was affecting him, and he wrapped his muffler more closely about his neck. "Now," said he, "we will pass on to the fresh-water fish." This was in a pavilion beside the fruit market, the last one indeed in the direction of the Rue Rambuteau. On either side of the space reserved for the auctions were large circular stone basins, divided into separate compartments by iron gratings. Slender streams of water flowed from brass jets shaped like swans' necks, and the compartments were filled with swarming colonies of crawfish, black-backed carp ever on the move, and mazy tangles of eels, incessantly knotting and unknotting themselves. Again was Monsieur Verloc attacked by an obstinate fit of coughing. The moisture of the atmosphere was more insipid here than amongst the sea-water fish. There was a riverside scent as of sun-warmed water slumbering on a bed of sand. A great number of crawfishes had arrived from Germany that morning in cases and hampers, and the market was also crowded with river fish from Holland and England. Several men were unpacking shiny carp from the Rhine, lustrous with ruddy metallic hues, their scales resembling bronzed cloisonné enamel, and others were busy with huge pike, the cruel iron-gray brigands of the waters who ravenously protruded their savage jaws, or with magnificent dark-hued with verdigris. And amidst these suggestions of copper, iron, and bronze, the gudgeon and perch, the trout, the bleak, and the flatfish taken in sweep nets showed brightly white, the steel-blue tints of their backs gradually toning down to the soft transparency of their bellies. However, it was the fat, snowy white barbel that supplied the liveliest brightness in this gigantic collection of still life. Bags of young carp were being gently emptied into the basins. The fish spun around, then remained motionless for a moment, and at last shot away and disappeared. Little eels were turned out of their hampers in a mass and fell to the bottom of the compartments like tangled knots of snakes, while the larger ones, those whose bodies were about as thick as a child's arm, raised their heads and slipped of their own accord into the water with the supple motion of serpents gliding into the concealment of a thicket. And meantime the other fish, whose death agony had been lasting all the morning as they lay on the soiled osiers of the basket trays, slowly expired amidst all the uproar of the auctions, opening their mouths as though to inhale the moisture of the air, with great silent gasps renewed every few seconds. However, Monsieur Verlac brought Florent back to the saltwater fish. He took him all over the place and gave him the minutest particulars about everything. Round the 9 salesmen's desks ranged along 3 sides of the pavilion, there was now a dense crowd of surging, swaying heads, above which appeared the clerks, perched upon high chairs and making entries in their ledgers. "And are these clerks employed by the salesmen?" asked Florent. By way of reply, Monsieur Verlac made a detour along the outside footway, led him into the enclosure of one of the auctions, and then explained the working of the various departments of the big yellow office, which smelt strongly of fish and was stained all over by drippings and splashings from the hampers. In a little glazed compartment up above, the collector of the municipal dues took note of the prices realized by the different lots of fish. Lower down, seated upon high chairs and with their wrists resting upon little desks, were 2 female clerks who kept account of the business on behalf of the salesman. At each end of a stone table in front of the office was a crier who brought the basket trays forward in turn, and in a bawling voice announced what each lot consisted of, while above him the female clerk, pen in hand, waited to register the price at which the lots were knocked down. And outside the enclosure, shut up in another little office of yellow wood, Monsieur Verlac showed Florent the cashier, a fat old woman who was ranging coppers and 5-franc pieces in piles. "There's a double control, you see," said Monsieur Verlac, "the control of the Prefecture of the Seine and that of the Prefecture of Police. The latter, which licenses the salesmen, claims to have the right of supervision over them, and the municipality asserts its right to be represented at the transactions as they are subject to taxation." He went on expatiating at length in his faint, cold voice respecting the rival claims of the 2 prefectures. Florent, however, was paying but little heed, his attention being concentrated on a female clerk sitting on one of the high chairs just in front of him. She was a tall, dark woman of 30, with big black eyes and an easy calmness of manner, and she wrote with outstretched fingers like a girl who'd been taught the regulation method of the art. However, Florent's attention was diverted by the yelping of the crier, who was just offering a magnificent turbot for sale. "I've a bid of 30 francs. 30 francs now, 30 francs. He repeated these words in all sorts of keys, running up and down a strange scale of notes, full of sudden changes. Humpbacked, and with his face twisted askew and his hair rough and disorderly, he wore a great blue apron with a bib, and with flaming eyes and outstretched arms he cried out vociferously, 31, 32, 33, 33 francs, 50 centimes, 33.50. Then he paused to take breath, turning the basket tray and pushing it farther upon the table. The fishwives bent forward and gently touched the turbot with their fingertips. Then the crier began again with renewed energy, hurling his fingers towards the buyers with a wave of the hand and catching the slightest indication of a fresh bid. The raising of a finger, a twist of the eyebrows, a pouting of the lips, a wink, and all with such rapidity and such a ceaseless jumble of words that Florent, utterly unable to follow him, felt quite disconcerted when, in a sing-song voice, like that of a priest intoning the final words of a versicle, he chanted, 42, 42, the turbot goes for 42 francs. It was the beautiful Norman who'd made the last bid. Florent recognized her as she stood in the line of fishwives, crowding against the iron rails which surrounded the enclosure. The morning was fresh and sharp, and there was a row of tippets above the display of big white aprons, covering the prominent bosoms and stomachs and sturdy shoulders. With high-set chignons set off with curls, and white and dainty skin, the beautiful Norman flaunted her lace bow amidst tangled shocks of hair covered with dirty kerchiefs, red noses eloquent of drink, sneering mouths and battered faces suggestive of old pots. And she also recognized Madame Quenu's cousin, and was so surprised to see him there that she began gossiping to her neighbors about him. The uproar of voices had become so great that Monsieur Verlac renounced all further attempt to explain matters to Florent. On the footway close by, men were calling out the larger fish with prolonged shouts, which sounded as though they came from gigantic speaking trumpets, and there was one individual who roared, "Mussels! Mussels!" in such a hoarse, cracked, clamorous voice that the very roofs of the market shook. Some sacks of mussels were turned upside down and their contents poured into hampers, while others were emptied with shovels. And there was a ceaseless procession of basket trays containing skate, soles, mackerel, conger eels, and salmon, carried backwards and forwards amidst the ever-increasing cackle and pushing of the fishwomen as they crowded against the iron rails which creaked with their pressure. The humpbacked crier, now fairly on the job, waved his skinny arms in the air and protruded his jaws. Presently, seemingly lashed into a state of frenzy by the flood of figures that spurted from his lips, he sprang upon a stool where, with his mouth twisted spasmodically and his hair streaming behind him, he could force nothing more than unintelligible hisses from his parched throat. And in the meantime, up above, the collector of municipal dues, a little old man, muffled in a collar of imitation Astrakhan, remained with nothing but his nose showing under his black velvet skullcap. And the tall, dark-complexioned female clerk, with eyes shining calmly in her face, which had been slightly reddened by the cold, sat on her high wooden chair, quietly writing, apparently unruffled by the continuous rattle which came from the hunchback below her.
"That fellow Logre is wonderful," muttered Monsieur Verlac with a smile. "He is the best crier in the markets. I believe he could make people buy boot soles in the belief they were fish."
Then he and Florent went back into the pavilion. As they again passed the spot where the fresh waterfish were being sold by auction, and where the bidding seemed much quieter, Monsieur Verlac explained that French river fishing was in a bad way. Footnote. Monsieur Zola refers, of course, to the earlier years of the Second Empire. Under the present Republican government, which has largely fostered fish culture, matters have considerably improved. Translator. The crier here, a fair, sorry-looking fellow who scarcely moved his arms, was disposing of some lots of eels and crawfish in a monotonous voice, while the assistants fished fresh supplies out of the stone basins with their short-handled nets. However, the crowd round the salesmen's desks was still increasing. Monsieur Verlac played his part as Florent's instructor in the most conscientious manner, clearing the way by means of his elbows and guiding his successor through the busiest parts. The upper-class retail dealers were there, quietly waiting for some of the finer fish, or loading the porters with their purchases of turbot, tunny, and salmon. The street hawkers who clubbed together to buy lots of herrings and small flatfish were dividing them on the pavement. There were also some people of the smaller middle class, from distant parts of the city, who'd come down at 4 o'clock in the morning to buy a really fresh fish, and had ended by allowing some enormous lot, costing from 40 to 50 francs, to be knocked down to them, with the result that they would be obliged to spend the whole day in getting their friends and acquaintances to take the surplus off their hands. Every now and then some violent pushing would force a gap through part of the crowd. A fishwife, who got tightly jammed, freed herself, shaking her fists and pouring out a torrent of abuse. Then a compact mass of people again collected, and Florent, almost suffocated, declared that he had seen quite enough and understood all that was necessary. As Monsieur Verloc was helping him to extricate himself from the crowd, they found themselves face to face with the handsome Norman. She remained stock still in front of them, and with her queenly air inquired, "Well, is it quite settled? You're going to desert us, Monsieur Verloc?"
Yes, yes, replied the little man. I'm going to take a rest in the country at Clamart. The smell of the fish is bad for me, it seems. Here, this is the gentleman who's going to take my place.
So speaking, he turned round to introduce Florent to her. The handsome Norman almost choked, however. As Florent went off, he fancied he could hear her whisper to her neighbours with a laugh, "Well, we shall have some fine fun now, see if we don't." The fishwives had begun to set out their stalls. From all the taps at the corners of the marble slabs water was gushing freely, and there was a rustling sound all round, like the plashing of rain, a streaming of stiff jets of water hissing and spurting. And then from the lower side of the sloping slabs, great drops fell with a softened murmur, splashing on the flagstones where a mass of tiny streams flowed along here and there, turning holes and depressions into miniature lakes, and afterwards gliding in 1,000 rills down the slope towards the Rue Rambuteau. A moist haze ascended, a sort of rainy dust, bringing fresh whiffs of air to Florent's face, whiffs of that salt, pungent sea breeze which he remembered so well. While in such fishes was already laid out, he once more beheld the rosy knackers, gleaming corals and milky pearls, all the rippling colour and glaucous pallidity of the ocean world. That first morning left him much in doubt. Indeed, he regretted that he had yielded to Lisa's insistence. Ever since his escape from the greasy drowsiness of the kitchen, he'd been accusing himself of base weakness with such violence that tears had almost risen in his eyes. But he did not dare to go back on his word. He was a little afraid of Lisa, and could see the curl of her lips and the look of mute reproach upon her handsome face. He felt that she was too serious a woman to be trifled with. However, Gavard happily inspired him with a consoling thought. On the evening of the day on which Monsieur Verloc had conducted him through the auction sales, Gavard took him aside and told him, with a good deal of hesitation, that the poor devil was not at all well off. And after various remarks about the scoundrelly government which ground the life out of its servants without allowing them even the means to die in comfort, he ended by hinting that it would be charitable on Florent's part to surrender a part of his salary to the old inspector. Florent welcomed the suggestion with delight. It was only right, he considered, for he looked upon himself simply as Monsieur Verloc's temporary substitute, and besides, he himself really required nothing, as he boarded and lodged with his brother. Gavard added that he thought if Florent gave up 50 francs out of the 150 which he would receive monthly, the arrangement would be everything that could be desired, and lowering his voice, he added that it would not be for long, for the poor fellow was consumptive to his very bones. Finally, it was settled that Florent should see Monsieur Verloc's wife and arrange matters with her to avoid any possibility of hurting the old man's feelings. The thought of this kindly action afforded Florent great relief, and he now accepted his duties with the object of doing good, thus continuing to play the part which he'd been fulfilling all his life. However, he made the poultry dealer promise that he would not speak of the matter to anyone, and as Gavard also felt a vague fear of Lisa, he kept the secret, which was really very meritorious in him. And now the whole pork shop seemed happy. Handsome Lisa manifested the greatest friendliness towards her brother-in-law. She took care that he went to bed early so as to be able to rise in good time. She kept his breakfast hot for him, and she no longer felt ashamed at being seen talking to him on the footway, now that he wore a laced cap. Quenu, quite delighted by all these good signs, sat down to table in the evening between his wife and brother with a lighter heart than ever. They often lingered over dinner till 9 o'clock, leaving the shop in Augustine's charge, and indulging in a leisurely digestion interspersed with gossip about the neighborhood and the dogmatic opinions of Lisa on political topics. Florent also had to relate how matters had gone in the fish market that day. He gradually grew less frigid and began to taste the happiness of a well-regulated existence. There was a well-to-do comfort and trimness about the light yellowish dining room, which had a softening influence upon him as soon as he crossed its threshold. Handsome Lisa's kindly attentions wrapped him, as it were, in cotton wool, and mutual esteem and concord reigned paramount. Gavard, however, considered the Quenu-Gradelles' home to be too drowsy. He forgave Lisa her weakness for the emperor because he said one ought never to discuss politics with women, and beautiful Madame Quenu was, after all, a very worthy person who managed her business admirably. Nevertheless, he much preferred to spend his evenings at Monsieur Lebigre's, where he met a group of friends who shared his own opinions. Thus, when Florent was appointed to the inspectorship of the fish market, Gavard began to lead him astray, taking him off for hours and prompting him to lead a bachelor's life, now that he had obtained a berth. Monsieur Lebigre was the proprietor of a very fine establishment, fitted up in the modern, luxurious style. Occupying the right-hand corner of the Rue Pirouette and looking on to the Rue Rambuteau, it formed, with its 4 small Norwegian pines in green painted tubs, flanking the doorway, a worthy pendant to the big pork shop of the Quenu-Gradelles. Through the clear glass windows you could see the interior, which was decorated with festoons of foliage, vine branches, and grapes, painted on a soft green ground. The floor was tiled with large black and white squares. At the far end was the yawning cellar entrance, above which rose a spiral staircase hung with red drapery, and leading to the billiard room on the first floor. The counter, or bar, on the right looked especially rich and glittered like polished silver. Its zinc work, hanging with a broad bulging border over the substructure of white and red marble, edged it with a rippling sheet of metal as if it were some high altar laden with embroidery. At one end, over a gas stove, stood porcelain pots, decorated with circles of brass, and containing punch and hot wine. At the other extremity was a tall and richly sculptured marble fountain, from which a fine stream of water, so steady and continuous that it looked as though it were motionless, flowed into a basin. In the center, edged on 3 sides by the sloping zinc surface of the counter, was a second basin for rinsing and cooling purposes, where quart bottles of draught wine, partially empty, reared their greenish necks. Then, on the counter, to the right and left of this central basin, were batches of glasses symmetrically arranged, little glasses for brandy, thick tumblers for draught wine, cup glasses for brandied fruits, glasses for absinthe, glass mugs for beer, and tall goblets all turned upside down and reflecting the glitter of the counter. On the left, moreover, was a metal urn, serving as a receptacle for gratuities, whilst a similar one on the right bristled with a fan-like arrangement of coffee spoons. Monsieur Lebigre was generally to be found enthroned behind his counter, upon a seat covered with buttoned crimson leather. Within easy reach of his hand were the liqueur in cut-glass decanters, protruding from the compartments of a stand. His round back rested against a huge mirror, which completely filled the panel behind him. Across it ran 2 glass shelves supporting an array of jars and bottles. Upon one of them the glass jars of preserved fruits, cherries, plums, and peaches, stood out darkly, while on the other, between symmetrically arranged packets of finger biscuits, were bright flasks of soft green and red and yellow glass, suggesting strange, mysterious liqueurs, or floral extracts of exquisite limpidity. Standing on the glass shelf in the white glow of the mirror, these flasks, flashing as if on fire, seemed to be suspended in the air. To give his premises the appearance of a café, Monsieur Lebigre had placed 2 small tables of bronzed iron and 4 chairs against the wall in front of the counter. A chandelier with 5 lights and frosted globes hung down from the ceiling. On the left was a round gilt timepiece above a tourniquet. Footnote: this is a kind of dial turning on a pivot, and usually enclosed in a brass frame from which radiate a few small handles or spokes. Round the face of the dial, usually of paper, are various numerals, and between the face and its glass covering is a small marble or wooden ball. The appliance is used in lieu of dice or coins when 2 or more customers are tossing for drinks. Each in turn sends the dial spinning round, and wins or loses according to the numeral against which the ball rests when the dial stops. As I can find no English name for the appliance, I thought it best to describe it. Translator. Fixed to the wall. Then at the far end came the private cabinet, a corner of the shop shut off by a partition glazed with the frosted glass of a small square pattern. In the daytime, this little room received a dim light from a window that looked onto the Rue Pirouette, and in the evening a gas jet burnt over the 2 tables painted to resemble marble. It was there that Gavard and his political friends met each evening after dinner. They looked upon themselves as being quite at home there, and had prevailed on the landlord to reserve the place for them. When Monsieur Lebigre had closed the door of the glazed partition, they knew themselves to be so safely screened from intrusion that they spoke quite unreservedly of the great sweep out which they were fond of discussing. No unprivileged customer would have dared to enter. On the first day that Gavard took Florent off, he gave him some particulars of Monsieur Lebigre. He was a good fellow, he said, who sometimes came to drink his coffee with them, and, as he had said one day that he'd fought in '48, no one felt the least constraint in his presence. He spoke but little and seemed rather thick-headed. As the gentlemen passed him on their way to the private room, they grasped his hand in silence across the glasses and bottles. By his side on the crimson leather seat behind the counter there was generally a fair little woman whom he had engaged as counter-assistant, in addition to the white-aproned waiter who attended to the tables and the billiard-room. The young woman's name was Rose, and she seemed a very gentle and submissive being. Gavard, with a wink of his eye, told Florent that he fancied Lebigre had a weakness for her. It was she, by the way, who waited upon the friends in the private room, coming and going with her happy, humble air amidst the stormiest political discussions. Upon the day on which the poultry dealer took Florent to Lebigre's to present him to his friends, the only person whom the pair found in the little room when they entered it was a man of some 50 years of age, of a mild and thoughtful appearance. He wore a rather shabby-looking hat and a long chestnut-colored overcoat, and sat with his chin resting on the ivory knob of a thick cane in front of a glass mug full of beer. His mouth was so completely concealed by a vigorous growth of beard that his face had a dumb, lipless appearance. "How are you, Robin?" exclaimed Gavard. Robin silently thrust out his hand without making any reply, though his eyes softened into a slight smile of welcome. Then he let his chin drop onto the knob of his cane again and looked at Florent over his beer. Florent had made Gavard swear to keep his story a secret for fear of some dangerous indiscretion, and he was not displeased to observe a touch of distrust in the discreet demeanor of the gentleman with the heavy beard. However, he was really mistaken in this, for Robin never talked more than he did now. He was always the first to arrive just as the clock struck 8, and he always sat in the same corner, never letting go his hold of his cane, and never taking off either his hat or his overcoat. No one had ever seen him without his hat upon his head. He remained there, listening to the talk of the others till midnight, taking 4 hours to empty his mug of beer, and gazing successively at the different speakers as though he heard them with his eyes. When Florent afterwards questioned Gavard about Robin, The poultry dealer spoke of the latter as though he held him in high esteem. Robin, he asserted, was an extremely clever and able man, and though he was unable to say exactly where he had given proof of his hostility to the established order of things, he declared that he was one of the most dreaded of the government's opponents. He lived in the Rue Saint-Denis, in rooms to which no one as a rule could gain admission. The poultry dealer, however, asserted that he himself had once been in them. The waxed floors, he said, were protected by strips of green linen, and there were covers over the furniture and an alabaster timepiece with columns. He'd caught a glimpse of the back of a lady who was just disappearing through one doorway as he was entering by another, and had taken her to be Madame Robin. She appeared to be an old lady of very genteel appearance, with her hair arranged in corkscrew curls. But of this he could not be quite certain. No one knew why they'd taken up their abode amidst all the uproar of a business neighborhood, for the husband did nothing at all, spending his days no one knew how, and living on no one knew what, though he made his appearance every evening as though he were tired but delighted with some excursion into the highest regions of politics.
"Well, have you read the speech from the throne?" asked Gavard, taking up a newspaper that was lying on the table.
Robin shrugged his shoulders. Just at that moment, however, the door of the glazed partition clattered noisily, and a hunchback made his appearance. Florent at once recognized the deformed crier of the fish market, though his hands were now washed and he was neatly dressed, with his neck encircled by a great red muffler, one end of which hung down over his hump like the skirt of a Venetian cloak.
"Ah, here's Logre!" exclaimed the poultry dealer. "Now we shall hear what he thinks about the speech from the throne."
Logre, however, was apparently furious. To begin with, he almost broke the pegs off in hanging up his hat and muffler. Then he threw himself violently into a chair and brought his fist down on the table while tossing away the newspaper.
"Do you think I read their fearful lies?" he cried.
Then he gave vent to the anger raging within him.
"Did ever anyone hear," he cried, "of masters making such fools of their people? For 2 whole hours I've been waiting for my pay. There were 10 of us in the office kicking our heels there. Then at last Monsieur Manory arrived in a cab. Where he'd come from I don't know, and don't care, but I'm quite sure it wasn't any respectable place. Those salesmen are all a parcel of thieves and libertines. And then, too, the hog actually gave me all my money in small change."
Robin expressed his sympathy with Logre by the slight movement of his eyelids. But suddenly the hunchback bethought him of a victim upon whom to pour his wrath.
"Rose! Rose!" he cried, stretching his head out of a little room.
The young woman quickly responded to the call, trembling all over.
"Well," shouted Logre, "what do you stand staring at me like that for? Much good that'll do. You saw me come in, didn't you? Why haven't you brought me my glass of black coffee, then?"
Gavard ordered 2 similar glasses, and Rose made all haste to bring what was required, while Logre glared sternly at the glasses in little sugar trays, as if studying them. When he had taken a drink, he seemed to grow somewhat calmer.
"But it's Charvet who must be getting bored," he said presently. "He's waiting outside on the pavement for Clémence."
Charvet, however, now made his appearance, followed by Clémence. He was a tall, scraggy young man, carefully shaved, with a skinny nose and thin lips. He lived in the Rue Vavin, behind the Luxembourg, and called himself a professor. In politics he was a disciple of Hébert. Footnote. Hébert, as the reader will remember, was the furious demagogue with the foul tongue and poisoned pen who edited the Père Duchesne at the time of the first French Revolution. We had a revival of his politics in his journal in Paris during the Commune of 1871. Translator. He wore his hair very long, and the collar and lapels of his threadbare frock coat were broadly turned back. Affecting the manner and speech of a member of a national convention, he would pour out such a flood of bitter words and make such a haughty display of pedantic learning that he generally crushed his adversaries. Gavard was afraid of him, though he would not confess it. Still, in Charvet's absence, he would say that he really went too far. Robin, for his part, expressed approval of everything with his eyes. Logre sometimes opposed Charvet on the question of salaries, but the other was really the autocrat of the coterie, having the greatest fund of information and the most overbearing manner. For more than 10 years, he and Clémence had lived together as man and wife, in accordance with a previously arranged contract, the terms of which were strictly observed by both parties to it. Florent looked at the young woman with some little surprise, but at last he recollected where he'd previously seen her. This was at the fish auction. She was indeed none other than the tall, dark female clerk whom he'd observed writing with outstretched fingers, after the manner of one who'd been carefully instructed in the art of holding a pen. Rose made her appearance at the heels of the two newcomers. Without saying a word, she placed a mug of beer before Charvet and a tray before Clémence, who in a leisurely fashion made to compound a glass of grog, pouring some hot water over a slice of lemon, which she crushed with her spoon, and glancing carefully at the decanter as she poured out some rum, so as not to add more of it than a small liqueur glass could contain. Gavard now presented Florent to the company, but more especially to Charvet. He introduced them to one another as professors and very able men, who would be sure to get on well together. But it was probable that he'd already been guilty of some indiscretion, for all the men at once shook hands with a tight and somewhat Masonic squeeze of each other's fingers. Charvet, for his part, showed himself almost amiable, and whether he and the others knew anything of Florent's antecedents, they at all events indulged in no embarrassing allusions.
"Did Manory pay you in small change?" Logre asked Clémence.
She answered affirmatively, and produced a roll of francs and another of 2-franc pieces, and unwrapped them. Charvet watched her, and his eyes followed the rolls as she replaced them in her pocket, after counting their contents and satisfying herself that they were correct.
"We have our accounts to settle," he said in a low voice.
"Yes, we'll settle up tonight," the young woman replied. "But we're about even, I should think. I've breakfasted with you 4 times, haven't I? But I lent you 100 sous last week, you know." Florent, surprised at hearing this, discreetly turned his head away. Then Clémence slipped the last roll of silver into her pocket, drank a little of her grog, and, leaning against the glazed partition, quietly settled herself down to listen to the men talking politics. Gavard had taken up a newspaper again, and in tones which he strove to render comic, was reading out some passages of the speech from the throne which had been delivered that morning at the opening of the chambers. Charvet made fine sport of the official phraseology. There was not a single line of it which he did not tear to pieces. One sentence afforded especial amusement to them all. It was this: "We are confident, gentlemen, that leaning on your lights," footnote, in the sense of illumination of mind. It has been necessary to give a literal translation of this phrase to enable the reader to realize the point of subsequent witticisms in which Clémence and Gavard indulge. Translator. "And the conservative sentiments of the country, we shall succeed in increasing the national prosperity day by day." Logre rose up and repeated the sentence, and by speaking through his nose succeeded fairly well in mimicking the emperor's drawling voice.
"It is lovely, that prosperity of his. Why, everyone's dying of hunger," said Charvet.
"Trade is shocking," asserted Gavard. "And what in the name of goodness is the meaning of anybody leaning on lights?" continued Clémence, who prided herself upon literary culture. Robin himself even allowed a faint laugh to escape from the depths of his beard. The discussion began to grow warm. The party fell foul of the corps législatif and spoke of it with great severity. L'Ancre did not cease ranting, and Florent found him the same as when he cried the fish at the auctions, protruding his jaws and hurling his words forward with a wave of the arm, whilst retaining the crouching attitude of a snarling dog. Indeed, he talked politics in just the same furious manner as he offered a tray full of souls for sale. Charvet, on the other hand, became quieter and colder amidst the smoke of the pipes and the fumes of the gas which were now filling the little den, and his voice assumed a dry, incisive tone, sharp like a guillotine blade, while Robin gently wagged his head without once removing his chin from the ivory knob of his cane. However, some remark of Gavard's led the conversation to the subject of women. Woman, declared Charvet dryly, is the equal of man, and that being so, she ought not to inconvenience him in the management of his life. Marriage is a partnership in which everything should be halved. Isn't that so, Clémence? Clearly so, replied the young woman, leaning back with her head against the wall and gazing into the air. However, Florent now saw Lacaille, the costermonger, and Alexandre, the porter, Claude Lantier's friend, come into the little room. In the past, these two had long remained at the other table in the sanctum. They did not belong to the same class as the others. By the help of politics, however, their chairs had drawn nearer, and they had ended by forming part of the circle. Charvet, in whose eyes they represented the people, did his best to indoctrinate them with his advanced political theories, while Gavard played the part of a shopkeeper free from all social prejudices by clinking glasses with them. Alexandre was a cheerful, good-humoured giant with the manner of a big, merry lad. Lacaille, on the other hand, was embittered. His hair was already grizzling, and bent and wearied by his ceaseless perambulations through the streets of Paris, he would at times glance loweringly at the placid figure of Robin and his sound boots and heavy coat. That evening, both Lacaille and Alexandre called for a liqueur glass of brandy, and then the conversation was renewed with increased warmth and excitement, the party being now quite complete. A little later, while the door of the cabinet was left ajar, Florent caught sight of Mademoiselle Saget standing in front of the counter. She had taken a bottle from under her apron and was watching Rose as the latter poured it into a large measureful of black currant syrup and a smaller one of brandy. Then the bottle disappeared under the apron again, and Mademoiselle Saget, with her hands out of sight, remained talking in the bright glow of the counter, face to face with the big mirror, in which the flasks and bottles of liqueur were reflected like rows of Venetian lanterns. In the evening all the metal and glass of the establishment helped to illuminate it with wonderful brilliancy. The old maid, standing there in her black skirts, looked almost like some big strange insect amidst all the crude brightness. Florent noticed that she was trying to inveigle Rose into a conversation, and shrewdly suspected that she'd caught sight of him through the half-open doorway. Since he had been on duty at the markets, he'd met her at almost every step, loitering in one or another of the covered ways, and generally in the company of Madame Lecoeur and La Sarriette. He'd noticed also that the three women stealthily examined him, and seemed lost in amazement at seeing him installed in the position of inspector. That evening, however, Rose was no doubt loath to enter into conversation with the old maid, for the latter at last turned round, apparently with the intention of approaching Monsieur Lebigre, who was playing piquet with a customer at one of the bronze tables. Creeping quietly along, Mademoiselle Saget had at last managed to install herself beside the partition of the cabinet, when she was observed by Gavard, who detested her.
"Shut the door, Florent," he cried unceremoniously. "We can't even be by ourselves, it seems."
When midnight came and Lacaille went away, he exchanged a few whispered words with Monsieur Lebigre, and as the latter shook hands with him, he slipped 4 5-franc pieces into his palm without anyone noticing it.
"That'll make 22 francs that you'll have to pay tomorrow, remember," he whispered in his ear. The person who lends the money won't do it for less in future. Don't forget, too, that you owe 3 days' truck hire. You must pay everything off." Then Monsieur Lebigre wished the friends good night. He was very sleepy and should sleep well, he said, with a yawn which revealed his big teeth, while Rose gazed at him with an air of submissive humility. However, he gave her a push and told her to go and turn out the gas in the little room. On reaching the pavement, Gavard stumbled and nearly fell, and being in a humorous vein, he thereupon exclaimed, "Confound it all! At any rate, I don't seem to be leaning on anybody's lights." This remark seemed to amuse the others, and the party broke up. A little later, Florent returned to Lebigre's, and indeed he became quite attached to the cabinet, finding a seductive charm in Robin's contemplative silence, Logre's fiery outbursts, and Charvet's cool venom. When he went home, he did not at once retire to bed. He'd grown very fond of his attic, that girlish bedroom, where Augustine had left scraps of ribbons, souvenirs, and other feminine trifles lying about. There still remained some hairpins on the mantelpiece, with gilt cardboard boxes of buttons and lozenges, cut-out pictures, and empty pomade pots that retained an odor of jasmine. Then there were some reels of thread, needles, and a missal lying by the side of a soiled dream book in the drawer of the rickety deal table. A white summer dress with yellow spots hung forgotten from a nail, while upon the board which served as a toilet table a big stain behind the water jug showed where a bottle of bandoline had been overturned. The little chamber, with its narrow iron bed, its 2 rush-bottomed chairs, and its faded grey wallpaper, was instinct with innocent simplicity. The plain white curtains, the childishness suggested by the cardboard boxes and the dream book, and the clumsy coquetry which had stained the walls, all charmed Florent and brought him back to the dreams of youth. He would have preferred not to have known that plain, wire-haired Augustine, but to have been able to imagine that he was occupying the room of a sister, some bright, sweet girl of whose budding womanhood every trifle around him spoke. Yet another pleasure which he took was to lean out of the garret window at night time. In front of it was a narrow ledge of roof, enclosed by an iron railing, and forming a sort of balcony on which Augustine had grown a pomegranate in a box. Since the nights had turned cold, Florent had brought the pomegranate indoors and kept it by the foot of his bed till morning. He would linger for a few minutes by the open window, inhaling deep draughts of the sharp, fresh air which was wafted up from the Seine over the housetops of the Rue de Rivoli. Below him the roofs of the market spread confusedly in a grey expanse, like slumbering lakes on whose surface the furtive reflection of a pane of glass gleamed every now and then like a silvery ripple. Farther away, the roofs of the meat and poultry pavilions lay in deeper gloom, and became mere masses of shadow, barring the horizon. Florent delighted in the great stretch of open sky in front of him, in that spreading expanse of the markets which amidst all the narrow city streets brought him a dim vision of some strip of sea-coast, of the still grey waters of a bay scarce quivering from the roll of the distant billows. He used to lose himself in dreams as he stood there. Each night he conjured up the vision of some fresh coastline. To return in mind to the 8 years of despair which he'd spent away from France rendered him both very sad and very happy. Then at last, shivering all over, he would close the window. Often, as he stood in front of the fireplace taking off his collar, the photograph of Auguste and Augustine would fill him with disquietude. They seemed to be watching him as he stood there, hand in hand, smiling faintly. Florent's first few weeks at the fish market were very painful to him. The Méhudin treated him with open hostility, which infected the whole market with a spirit of opposition. The beautiful Norman intended to revenge herself on the handsome Lisa, and the latter's cousin seemed a victim ready to hand. The Méhudin came from Rouen.
Louise's mother still related how she first arrived in Paris with a basket of eels. She had ever afterwards remained in the fish trade. She'd married a man employed in the octroi service, who died leaving her with 2 little girls. It was she who, by her full figure and glowing freshness, had won for herself in earlier days the nickname of the Beautiful Norman, which her eldest daughter had inherited. Now 65 years of age, Madame Méhudin had become flabby and shapeless, and the damp air of the fish market had rendered her voice rough and hoarse, and given a bluish tinge to her skin. Sedentary life had made her extremely bulky, and her head was thrown backwards by the exuberance of her bosom. She'd never been willing to renounce the fashions of her younger days, but still wore the flowered gown, the yellow kerchief, and turban-like headgear of the classic fishwife, besides retaining the latter's loud voice and rapidity of gesture, as she stood with her hands on her hips, shouting out the whole abusive vocabulary of her calling. She looked back regretfully to the old Marché des Innocents, which the new central markets had supplanted. She would talk of the ancient rights of the market ladies, and mingle stories of fisticuffs exchanged with the police with reminiscences of the visit she paid the court in the time of Charles X and Louis Philippe, dressed in silk and carrying a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Old Mother Méhugin, as she was now generally called, had for a long time been the banner-bearer of the Sisterhood of the Virgin at Saint-Lô. She would relate that in the processions in the church there she'd worn a dress and cap of tulle trimmed with satin ribbons, whilst holding aloft in her puffy fingers the gilded staff of the richly fringed silk standard on which the figure of the Holy Mother was embroidered. According to the gossip of the neighborhood, the old woman had made a fairly substantial fortune, though the only signs of it were the massive gold ornaments with which she loaded her neck and arms and bosom on important occasions. Her 2 daughters got on badly together as they grew up. The younger one, Claire, an idle, fair-complexioned girl, complained of the ill treatment which she received from her sister Louise, protesting in her languid voice that she could never submit to be the other's servant. As they would certainly have ended by coming to blows, their mother separated them. She gave her stall in the fish market to Louise, while Claire, whom the smell of the skate and the herrings affected in the lungs, installed herself among the freshwater fish. And from that time the old mother, although she pretended to have retired from business altogether, would flit from one stall to the other, still interfering in the selling of the fish, and causing her daughters continual annoyance by the foul insolence with which she would at times speak to customers. This ends Section 6. Section 7 of The Fat and the Thin by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 7. Claire was a fantastical creature, very gentle in her manner, and yet continually at loggerheads with others. People said that she invariably followed her own whimsical inclinations. In spite of her dreamy, girlish face, she was imbued with a nature of silent firmness, a spirit of independence which prompted her to live apart. She never took things as other people did, but would one day evince perfect fairness, and the next day arrant injustice. She would sometimes throw the market into confusion by suddenly increasing or lowering the prices at her stall, without anyone being able to guess her reason for doing so. She herself would refuse to explain her motive. By the time she reached her 30th year, her delicate physique and fine skin, which the water of the tank seemed to keep continually fresh and soft, her small, faintly marked face and lissom limbs would probably become heavy, coarse, and flabby, till she would look like some faded saint that had stepped from a stained-glass window into the degrading sphere of the markets. At 22, however, Claire, in the midst of her carp and eels, was, to use Claude Lantier's expression, a Murillo. A Murillo, that is, whose hair was often in disorder, who wore heavy shoes and clumsily cut dresses, which left her without any figure. But she was free from all coquetry, and she assumed an air of scornful contempt when Louise, displaying her bows and ribbons, chaffed her about her clumsily knotted neckerchiefs. Moreover, she was virtuous. It was said that the son of a rich shopkeeper in the neighborhood had gone abroad in despair at having failed to induce her to listen to his suit. Louise, the beautiful Norman, was of a different nature. She'd been engaged to be married to a clerk in the corn market, but a sack of flour falling upon the young man had broken his back and killed him. Not very long afterwards, Louise had given birth to a boy. In the Méhudin circle of acquaintance, she was looked upon as a widow, and the old fishwife in conversation would occasionally refer to the time when her son-in-law was alive. The Méhudins were a power in the markets. When Monsieur Verlac had finished instructing Florent in his new duties, he advised him to conciliate certain of the stallholders, if he wished his life to be endurable, and he even carried his sympathy so far as to put him in possession of the little secrets of the office, such as the various little breaches of rule that it was necessary to wink at, and those at which he would have to feign stern displeasure, and also the circumstances under which he might accept a small present. A market inspector is at once a constable and a magistrate. He has to maintain proper order and cleanliness, and settle in a conciliatory spirit all disputes between buyers and sellers. Florent, who was of a weak disposition, put on an artificial sternness when he was obliged to exercise his authority, and generally overacted his part. Moreover, his gloomy, pariah-like face and bitterness of spirit, the result of long suffering, were against him. The beautiful Norman's idea was to involve him in some quarrel or other. She'd sworn that he would not keep his berth a fortnight. "That fat Lisa's much mistaken," said she one morning, on meeting Madame Lecoeur, "if she thinks that she's going to put people over us. We don't want such ugly wretches here. That sweetheart of hers is a perfect fright." After the auctions, when Florent commenced his round of inspection, strolling slowly through the dripping alleys, he could plainly see the beautiful Normande watching him with an impudent smile on her face. Her stall, which was in the second row on the left, near the freshwater fish department, faced the Rue Rambuteau. She would turn round, however, and never take her eyes off her victim whilst making fun of him with her neighbours. And when he passed in front of her, slowly examining the slabs, she feigned hilarious merriment, slapped her fish with her hand, and turned her jets of water on at full stream, flooding the pathway. Nevertheless, Florent remained perfectly calm. At last, one morning, as was bound to happen, war broke out. As Florent reached La Normande's stall that day, an unbearable stench assailed his nostrils. On the marble slab, in addition to part of a magnificent salmon showing its soft, roseate flesh, there lay some turbots of creamy whiteness, a few conger eels pierced with black pins to mark their divisions, several pairs of soles, and some bass and red mullet. In fact, quite a display of fresh fish. But in the midst of it, amongst all these fish whose eyes still gleamed and whose gills were of a bright crimson, there lay a huge skate of a ruddy tinge, splotched with dark stains, superb indeed with all its strange colourings. Unfortunately, it was rotten. Its tail was falling off, and the ribs of its fins were breaking through the skin. "You must throw that skate away," said Florent as he came up. The beautiful Normande broke into a slight laugh. Florent raised his eyes and saw her standing before him with her back against the bronze lamp-post which lighted the stalls in her division. She'd mounted upon a box to keep her feet out of the damp, and appeared very tall as he glanced at her. She looked also handsomer than usual, with her hair arranged in little curls, her sly face slightly bent, her lips compressed and her hands showing somewhat too rosily against her big white apron. Florent had never before seen her decked with so much jewelry. She had long pendants in her ears, a chain round her neck, a brooch in her dress body, and quite a collection of rings on 2 fingers of her left hand and 1 of her right. As she still continued to look slyly at Florent without making any reply, the latter continued, "Do you hear? You must remove that skate." He had not yet noticed the presence of old Madame Méhudin, who sat all of a heap on a chair in a corner. She now got up, however, and with her fists resting on the marble slab, insolently exclaimed, "Dear me, and why is she to throw her skate away? You won't pay her for it, I'll bet." Florent immediately understood the position. The women at the other stalls began to titter, and he felt that he was surrounded by covert rebellion, which a word might cause to blaze forth. He therefore restrained himself, and in person drew the refuse pail from under the stall and dropped the skate into it. Old Madame Méhudin had already stuck her hands on her hips, while the beautiful Norman, who had not spoken a word, burst into another malicious laugh, as Florent strode sternly away amid a chorus of jeers, which he pretended not to hear. Each day now some new trick was played upon him, and he was obliged to walk through the market alleys as warily as though he were in a hostile country. He was splashed with water from the sponges employed to cleanse the slabs. He stumbled and almost fell over slippery refuse intentionally spread in his way, and even the porters contrived to run their baskets against the nape of his neck. One day, moreover, when 2 of the fishwives were quarreling and he hastened up to prevent them coming to blows, he was obliged to duck in order to escape being slapped on either cheek by a shower of little dabs which passed over his head. There was a general outburst of laughter on this occasion, and Florent always believed that the 2 fishwives were in league with the Méhudins. However, his old-time experience as a teacher had endowed him with angelic patience, and he was able to maintain a magisterial coolness of manner even when anger was hotly rising within him, and his whole being quivered with a sense of humiliation. Still, the young scamps of the Rue de l'Estrapade had never manifested the savagery of these fishwives, the cruel tenacity of these huge females, whose massive figures heaved and shook with a giant-like joy whenever he fell into any trap. They stared him out of countenance with their red faces, and in the coarse tones of their voices and the impudent gesture of their hands he could read volumes of filthy abuse levelled at himself. Gavard would have been quite in his element amidst all these petticoats, and would have freely cuffed them all round. But Florent, who had always been afraid of women, gradually felt overwhelmed by a sort of nightmare in which giant women, buxom beyond all imagination, danced threateningly around him, shouting at him in hoarse voices and brandishing bare arms as massive as any prize fighters. Amongst this horde of females, however, Florent had one friend. Claire unhesitatingly declared that the new inspector was a very good fellow. When he passed in front of her, pursued by the coarse abuse of the others, she gave him a pleasant smile, sitting nonchalantly behind her stall, with unruly errant locks of pale hair straying over her neck and her brow, and the bodice of her dress pinned all askew. He also often saw her dipping her hands into her tanks, transferring the fish from one compartment to another, and amusing herself by turning on the brass taps, shaped like little dolphins with open mouths, from which the water poured in streamlets. Amidst the rustling sound of the water, she had some of the quivering grace of a girl who'd just been bathing and had hurriedly slipped on her clothes. One morning she was particularly amiable. She called the inspector to her to show him a huge eel which had been the wonder of the market when exhibited at the auction. She opened the grating which he'd previously closed over the basin, in whose depths the eel seemed to be lying sound asleep. "Wait a moment," she said, "and I'll show it to you." Then she gently slipped her bare arm into the water. It was not a very plump arm, and its veins showed softly blue beneath its satiny skin. As soon as the eel felt her touch, it rapidly twisted round and seemed to fill the narrow trough with its glistening greenish coils. And directly it had settled down to rest against Claire, once more stirred it with her fingertips. "It is an enormous creature," Florent felt bound to say. "I've rarely seen such a fine one." Claire thereupon confessed to him that she had at first been frightened of eels, but now she'd learned how to tighten her grip so that they could not slip away. From another compartment she took a smaller one, which began to wriggle both with head and tail, as she held it about the middle in her closed fist. This made her laugh. She let it go, then seized another, and another, scouring the basin and stirring up the whole heap of snaky-looking creatures with her slim fingers. Afterwards, she began to speak of the slackness of trade. The hawkers on the foot pavement of the covered way did the regular saleswomen a great deal of injury, she said. Meantime, her bare arm, which she had not wiped, was glistening and dripping with water. Big drops trickled from each finger. "Oh," she exclaimed suddenly, "I must show you my carp, too." She now removed another grating, and, using both hands, lifted out a large carp, which began to flap its tail and gasp. It was too big to be held conveniently, so she sought another one. This was smaller, and she could hold it with one hand, but the latter was forced slightly open by the panting of the sides each time the fish gasped. To amuse herself, it occurred to Claire to pop the tip of her thumb into the carp's mouth whilst it was dilated. "It won't bite," said she with her gentle laugh. "It's not spiteful. No more are the crawfishes. I'm not the least afraid of them." She plunged her arm into the water again, and from a compartment full of a confused crawling mass brought up a crawfish that had caught her little finger in its claws. She gave the creature a shake, but it no doubt gripped her too tightly, for she turned very red and snapped off its claw with a quick, angry gesture, though still continuing to smile. "By the way," she continued quickly, to conceal her emotion, "I wouldn't trust myself with a pike. He'd cut off my fingers like a knife." She thereupon showed him some big pike arranged in order of size upon clean scoured shelves, besides some bronze-hued tench and little heaps of gudgeon. Her hands were now quite slimy with handling the carp, and as she stood there in the dampness rising from the tanks, she held them outstretched over the dripping fish on the stall. She seemed enveloped by an odor of spawn, that heavy scent which rises from among the reeds and water lilies when the fish, languid in the sunlight, discharge their eggs. Then she wiped her hands on her apron, still smiling the placid smile of a girl who knew nothing of passion in that quivering atmosphere of the frigid loves of the river. The kindliness which Claire showed to Florent was but a slight consolation to him. By stopping to talk to the girl, he only drew upon himself still coarser jeers from the other stall-keepers. Claire shrugged her shoulders and said that her mother was an old jade and her sister a worthless creature. The injustice of the market folk towards the new inspector filled her with indignation. The war between them, however, grew more bitter every day. Florent had serious thoughts of resigning his post. Indeed, he would not have retained it for another 24 hours if he had not been afraid that Lisa might imagine him to be a coward. He was frightened of what she might say and what she might think. She was naturally well aware of the contest which was going on between the fishwives and their inspector, for the whole echoing market resounded with it, and the entire neighborhood discussed each fresh incident with endless comments. "Ah, well," Lisa would often say in the evening after dinner, "I'd soon bring them to reason if I had anything to do with them. Why, there are a lot of dirty jades that I wouldn't touch with the tip of my finger. That Normande is the lowest of the low. I'd soon crush her, that I would. You should really use your authority, Florent. You're wrong to behave as you do. Put your foot down, and they'll all come to their senses very quickly, you'll see." A terrible climax was presently reached. One morning, the servant of Madame Taboureau, the baker, came to the market to buy a brill, and the beautiful Norman, having noticed her lingering near her stall for several minutes, began to make overtures to her in a coaxing way. "Come and see me. I'll suit you," she said. "Would you like a pair of soles or a fine turbot?" Then, as the servant at last came up and sniffed at a brill with that dissatisfied pout which buyers assume in the hope of getting what they want at a lower price, La Normande continued, "Just feel the weight of that now." And so saying, she laid the brill, wrapped in a sheet of thick yellow paper, on the woman's open palm. The servant, a mournful little woman from Auvergne, felt the weight of the brill and examined its gills, still pouting, and saying not a word. "And how much do you want for it?" she asked presently, in a reluctant tone. 15 francs, replied La Normande. At this the servant hastily laid the brill on the stall again, and seemed anxious to hurry away. But the other detained her. "Wait a moment," said she. "What do you offer?" No, I can't take it. It's much too dear." "Come now, make me an offer." "Well, will you take 8 francs? Old Madame Méhudin, who was there, suddenly seemed to wake up, and broke out into a contemptuous laugh. Did people think she and her daughter stole the fish they sold? 8 francs for a brill that size," she exclaimed. "You'll be wanting one for nothing next to use as a cooling plaster." Meantime, La Normande turned her head away, as though greatly offended. However, the servant came back twice and offered 9 francs, and finally she increased her bid to 10. "All right, come, give me your money," cried the fish girl, seeing that the woman was now really going away. The servant took her stand in front of a stall and entered into a friendly gossip with old Madame Méhudin. Madame Taboureau, she said, was so exacting. She'd got some people coming to dinner that evening, some cousins from Blois, a notary and his wife. Madame Taboureau's family, she added, was a very respectable one, and she herself, although only a baker, had received an excellent education. "You'll clean it nicely for me, won't you?" added the woman, pausing in her chatter. With a jerk of her finger, La Normande had removed the fish's entrails and tossed them into a pail. Then she slipped a corner of her apron under its gills to wipe away a few grains of sand. "There, my dear," she said, putting the fish into the servant's basket. "You'll come back to thank me." Certainly, the servant did come back a quarter of an hour later, but it was with a flushed red face. She'd been crying, and her little body was trembling all over with anger. Tossing the brill onto the marble slab, she pointed to a broad gash in its belly that reached the bone. Then a flood of broken words burst from her throat, which was still contracted by sobbing. "Madame Taboureau won't have it. She says she couldn't put it on her table. She told me to, but I was an idiot and let myself be cheated by anyone. You can see for yourself that the fish is spoilt. I never thought of turning it round. I quite trusted you. Give me my 10 francs back." "You should look at what you buy," the handsome Norman calmly observed. And then, as the servant was just raising her voice again, old Madame Méhudin got up. "Just you shut up," she cried. "We're not going to take back a fish that's been knocking about in other people's houses. How do we know that you didn't let it fall and damage it yourself?" "I damage it?" The little servant was choking with indignation. "Ah, you're a couple of thieves," she cried, sobbing bitterly. "Yes, a couple of thieves. Madame Taboureau herself told me so." Matters then became uproarious. Boiling over with rage and brandishing their fists, both mother and daughter fairly exploded, while the poor little servant, quite bewildered by their voices, the one hoarse and the other shrill, which belabored her with insults as though they were battledores and she a shuttlecock, sobbed on more bitterly than ever. "Be off with you. Your Madame Taboureau would like to be half as fresh as that fish is. She'd like us to sew it up for her, no doubt. A whole fish for 10 francs. What'll she want next?" Then came coarse words and foul accusations. Had the servant been the most worthless of her sex, she could not have been more bitterly upbraided. Florent, whom the market-keeper had gone to fetch, made his appearance when the quarrel was at its hottest. The whole pavilion seemed to be in a state of insurrection. The fishwives, who manifest the keenest jealousy of each other when the sale of a penny herring is in question, display a united front when a quarrel arises with a buyer. They sang the popular old ditty, "The baker's wife has heaps of crowns which cost her precious little." They stamped their feet and goaded the Méhudins as though the latter were dogs which they were urging on to bite and devour. And there were even some, having stalls at the other end of the alley, who rushed up wildly as though they meant to spring at the chignon of the poor little woman, she meantime being quite submerged by the flood of insulting abuse poured upon her. "Return mademoiselle her 10 francs, said Florent sternly, when he learnt what had taken place. But old Madame Méhudin had her blood up. "As for you, my little man," quoth she, "go to blazes. Here, that's how I'll return the 10 francs. As she spoke, she flung the brill with all her force at the head of Madame Taboureau's servant, who received it full in the face. The blood spurted from her nose, and the brill, after adhering for a moment to her cheeks, fell to the ground and burst with a flop like that of a wet clout. This brutal act threw Florent into a fury. The beautiful Normand felt frightened and recoiled as he cried out, "I suspend you for a week, and I'll have your license withdrawn. You hear me?" Then, as the other fishwives were still jeering behind him, he turned round with such a threatening air that they quailed like wild beasts mastered by the tamer, and tried to assume an expression of innocence. When the Méhudins had returned the 10 francs, Florent peremptorily ordered them to cease selling at once. The old woman was choking with rage, while the daughter kept silent but turned very white. She, the beautiful Normand, to be driven out of her stall! Claire said in her quiet voice that it served her mother and sister right, a remark which nearly resulted in the 2 girls tearing each other's hair out that evening when they returned home to the Rue Pirouette. However, when the Méhudins came back to the market at the week's end, they remained very quiet, reserved, and curt of speech, though full of a cold-blooded wrath. Moreover, they found the pavilion quite calm and restored to order again. From that day forward, the beautiful Normand must have harbored the thought of some terrible vengeance. She felt that she really had Lisa to thank for what had happened. She'd met her the day after the battle, carrying her head so high that she'd sworn she would make her pay dearly for her glance of triumph. She held interminable confabulations with Madame Saget, Madame Lecoeur, and La Sarriette in quiet corners of the market. However, all their chatter about the shameless conduct which they slanderously ascribed to Lisa and her cousin, and about the hairs which they declared were found in Quenu's chitterlings, brought La Normande little consolation. She was trying to think of some very malicious plan of vengeance which would strike her rival to the heart. Her child was growing up in the fish market in all freedom and neglect. When but 3 years old, the youngster had been brought there, and day by day remained squatting on some rag amidst the fish. He would fall asleep beside the big tunnies as though he were one of them, and awake among the mackerel and whiting. The little rascal smelt of fish as strongly as though he were some big fish's offspring. For a long time, his favorite pastime, whenever his mother's back was turned, was to build walls and houses of herring, and he would also play at soldiers on the marble slab, arranging the red gurnets in confronting lines, pushing them against each other and battering their heads, while imitating the sound of drum and trumpet with his lips, after which he would throw them all into a heap again and exclaim that they were dead. When he grew older, he would prowl about his Aunt Claire's stall to get hold of the bladders of the carp and pike which she gutted. He placed them on the ground and made them burst, an amusement which afforded him vast delight. When he was 7, he rushed about the alleys, crawled under the stalls, ferreted amongst the zinc-bound fish boxes, and became the spoiled pet of all the women. Whenever they showed him something fresh which pleased him, he'd clasp his hands and exclaim in ecstasy, "Oh, isn't that stunning!" Much was the exact word which he used, much being the equivalent of stunning in the lingo of the markets, and he used the expression so often that it clung to him as a nickname. He became known all over the place as Much. It was Much here, there, and everywhere. No one called him anything else. He was to be met with in every nook, in out-of-the-way corners of the offices in the auction pavilion, among the piles of oyster baskets, and betwixt the buckets where the refuse was thrown. With a pinky fairness of skin, he was like a young barbel, frisking and gliding about in deep water. He was as fond of running, streaming water as any young fry. He was ever dabbling in the pools in the alleys. He wetted himself with the drippings from the tables, and when no one was looking, often slyly turned on the taps, rejoicing in the bursting gush of water. But it was especially beside the fountains near the cellar steps that his mother went to seek him in the evening, and she would find him thence with his hands quite blue, and his shoes and even his pockets full of water. At 7 years old, Much was as pretty as an angel and as coarse in his manners as any carter. He had curly chestnut hair, beautiful eyes, and an innocent-looking mouth, which gave vent to language that even a gendarme would have hesitated to use. Brought up amidst all the ribaldry and profanity of the markets, he had the whole vocabulary of the place on the tip of his tongue. With his hands on his hips, he often mimicked Grandmother Méhudin in her anger, and at these times the coarsest and vilest expressions would stream from his lips in a voice of crystalline purity that might have belonged to some little chorister chanting the Ave Maria. He would even try to assume a hoarse roughness of tone, seek to degrade and taint that exquisite freshness of childhood which made him resemble a bambino on the Madonna's knees. The fishwives laughed at him till they cried, and he, encouraged, could scarcely say a couple of words without rapping out an oath. But in spite of all this, he still remained charming, understanding nothing of the dirt amidst which he lived, kept in vigorous health by the fresh breezes and sharp odors of the fish market, and reciting his vocabulary of coarse indecencies with as pure a face as though he were saying his prayers. The winter was approaching, and Much seemed very sensitive to the cold. As soon as the chilly weather set in, he manifested a strong predilection for the inspector's office. This was situated in the left-hand corner of the pavilion, on the side of the Rue Rambuteau. The furniture consisted of a table, a stack of drawers, an easy chair, 2 other chairs, and a stove. It was this stove which attracted Much. Florent quite worshipped children, and when he saw the little fellow with his dripping legs, gazing wistfully through the window, he made him come inside. His first conversation with the lad caused him profound amazement. Much sat down in front of the stove, and in his quiet voice exclaimed, "I'll just toast my toes, do you see? It's damned cold this morning." Then he broke into a rippling laugh, and added, "Aunt Claire looks awfully blue this morning. Is it true, sir, that you're sweet on her?" Amazed though he was, Florent felt quite interested in the odd little fellow. The handsome Norman retained her surly bearing, but allowed her son to frequent the inspector's office without a word of objection. Florent consequently concluded that he had the mother's permission to receive the boy, and every afternoon he asked him in, by degrees forming the idea of turning him into a steady, respectable young fellow. He could almost fancy that his brother Quenu had grown little again, and that they were both in the room in the Rue Royer-Collard once more. The life which his self-sacrificing nature pictured to him as perfect happiness was a life spent with some young being who would never grow up, whom he could go on teaching forever, and in whose innocence he might still love his fellow man. On the 3rd day of his acquaintance with Much, he brought an alphabet to the office, and the lad delighted him by the intelligence he manifested. He learned his letters with all the sharp precocity which marks the Parisian street Arab, and derived great amusement from the woodcuts illustrating the alphabet. He found opportunities, too, for plenty of fine fun in the little office, where the stove still remained the chief attraction and a source of endless enjoyment. At first he cooked potatoes and chestnuts at it, but presently these seemed insipid, and he thereupon stole some gudgeons from his Aunt Claire, roasted them one by one, suspended from a string in front of the glowing fire, and then devoured them with gusto, though he had no bread. One day he even brought a carp with him, but it was impossible to roast it sufficiently, and it made such a smell in the office that both window and door had to be thrown open. Sometimes, when the odor of all these culinary operations became too strong, Florent would throw the fish into the street, but as a rule he only laughed. By the end of a couple of months, Much was able to read fairly well, and his copybooks did him credit. Meantime, every evening the lad wearied his mother with his talk about his good friend Florent. His good friend Florent had drawn him pictures of trees and of men in huts, said he. His good friend Florent waved his arm and said that men would be far better if they all knew how to read. And at last La Normande heard so much about Florent that she seemed to be almost intimate with this man, against whom she harbored so much rancor. One day she shut Much up at home to prevent him from going to the inspector's, but he cried so bitterly that she gave him his liberty again on the following morning. There was very little determination about her, in spite of her broad shoulders and bold looks. When the lad told her how nice and warm he'd been in the office, and came back to her with his clothes quite dry, she felt a sort of vague gratitude, a pleasure in knowing that he'd found a shelter place where he could sit with his feet in front of a fire. Later on she was quite touched when he read her some words from a scrap of soiled newspaper wrapped round a slice of conger eel. By degrees, indeed, she began to think, though without admitting it, that Florent could not really be a bad sort of fellow. She felt respect for his knowledge, mingled with an increasing curiosity to see more of him and learn something of his life. Then, all at once, she found an excuse for gratifying this inquisitiveness. She would use it as a means of vengeance. It would be fine fun to make friends with Florent and embroil him with that great fat Lisa. "Does your good friend Florent ever speak to you about me?" she asked Much, one morning as she was dressing him. "Oh, no," replied the boy. "We enjoy ourselves." "Well, you can tell him that I've quite forgiven him, and that I'm much obliged to him for having taught you to read." Thenceforward the child was entrusted with some message every day. He went backwards and forwards from his mother to the inspector, and from the inspector to his mother, charged with kindly words and questions and answers, which he repeated mechanically without knowing their meaning. He might indeed have been safely trusted with the most compromising communications. However, the beautiful Normande felt afraid of appearing timid, and so one day she herself went to the inspector's office and sat down on the second chair, while Much was having his writing lesson. She proved very suave and complimentary, and Florent was by far the more embarrassed of the two. They only spoke of the lad, and when Florent expressed the fear that he might not be able to continue the lessons in the office, La Normande invited him to come to their home in the evening. She spoke also of payment, but at this he blushed, and said that he certainly would not come if any mention were made of money. Thereupon the young woman determined in her own mind that she would recompense him with presents of choice fish. Peace was thus made between them. The beautiful Normande even took Florent under her protection. Apart from this, however, the whole market was becoming reconciled to the new inspector, the fishwives arriving at the conclusion that he was really a better fellow than Monsieur Verloc, notwithstanding his strange eyes. It was only old Madame Méhoudin who still shrugged her shoulders, full of rancor as she was against the long, lanky guts, as she contemptuously called him. And then, too, a strange thing happened. One morning, when Florent stopped with a smile before Claire's tanks, The girl dropped an eel which she was holding and angrily turned her back upon him, her cheeks quite swollen and reddened by temper. The inspector was so much astonished that he spoke to La Normande about it. "Oh, never mind her," said the young woman. "She's cracked. She makes a point of always differing from everybody else. She only behaved like that to annoy me." La Normande was now triumphant. She strutted about her stall and became more coquettish than ever, arranging her hair in the most elaborate manner. Meeting the handsome Lisa one day, she returned her look of scorn and even burst out laughing in her face. The certainty she felt of driving the mistress of the pork shop to despair by winning her cousin from her endowed her with a gay, sonorous laugh, which rolled up from her chest and rippled her white, plump neck. She now had the whim of dressing Mouche very showily in a little Highland costume and velvet bonnet. The lad had never previously worn anything but a tattered blouse. It unfortunately happened, however, that just about this time he again became very fond of the water. The ice had melted and the weather was mild, so he gave his Scotch jacket a bath, turning the fountain tap on at full flow and letting the water pour down his arm from his elbow to his hand. He called this playing at gutters. Then a little later, when his mother came up and caught him, she found him with two other young scamps watching a couple of little fishes swimming about in his velvet cap, which he had filled with water. For nearly 8 months Florent lived in the markets, feeling continual drowsiness. After his 7 years of suffering, he had lighted upon such calm quietude, such unbroken regularity of life, that he was scarcely conscious of existing. He gave himself up to this jog-trot peacefulness with a dazed sort of feeling, continually experiencing surprise at finding himself each morning in the same armchair in the little office. This office with its bare hut-like appearance had a charm for him. He here found a quiet and secluded refuge amidst that ceaseless roar of the markets which made him dream of some surging sea spreading around him and isolating him from the world. Gradually, however, a vague nervousness began to prey upon him. He became discontented, accused himself of faults which he could not define, and began to rebel against the emptiness which he experienced more and more acutely in mind and body. Then, too, the evil smells of the fish market brought him nausea. By degrees he became unhinged, his vague boredom developing into restless, nervous excitement. All his days were precisely alike, spent among the same sounds and the same odors. In the mornings, the noisy buzzing of the auction sales resounded in his ears like a distant echo of bells, and sometimes, when there was a delay in the arrival of the fish, the auctions continued till very late. Upon these occasions he remained in the pavilion till noon, disturbed at every moment by quarrels and disputes, which he endeavored to settle with scrupulous justice. Hours elapsed before he could get free of some miserable matter or other which was exciting the market. He paced up and down amidst the crush and uproar of the sales, slowly perambulating the alleys and occasionally stopping in front of the stalls which fringed the Rue Rambuteau, and where lay rosy heaps of prawns and baskets of boiled lobsters with tails tied backwards, while live ones were gradually dying as they sprawled over the marble slabs. And then he would watch gentlemen in silk hats and black gloves bargaining with the fishwives, and finally going off with boiled lobsters wrapped in paper in the pockets of their frock coats. Footnote: the little fish basket for the use of customers, so familiar in London, is not known in Paris. Translator. Farther away at the temporary stalls, where the commoner sorts of fish were sold, he would recognize the bare-headed women of the neighborhood, who always came at the same hour to make their purchases. At times he took an interest in some well-dressed lady trailing her lace petticoats over the damp stones, and escorted by a servant in a white apron, and he would follow her at a little distance on noticing how the fishwives shrugged their shoulders at sight of her air of disgust. The medley of hampers and baskets and bags, The crowd of skirts flitting along the damp alleys occupied his attention until lunchtime. He took a delight in the dripping water and the fresh breeze as he passed from the acrid smell of the shellfish to the pungent odor of the salted fish. It was always with the latter that he brought his official round of inspection to a close. The cases of red herrings, the Nantes sardine in their layers of leaves, and the rolled cod exposed for sale under the eyes of stout, faded fishwives, brought him thoughts of a voyage necessitating a vast supply of salted provisions. In the afternoon the markets became quieter, grew drowsy, and Florent then shut himself up in his office, made out his reports, and enjoyed the happiest hours of his day. If he happened to go out and cross the fish market, he found it almost deserted. There was no longer the crushing and pushing and uproar of 10 o'clock in the morning. The fishwives, seated behind their stalls, leant back knitting, while a few belated purchasers prowled about, casting sidelong glances at the remaining fish, with the thoughtful eyes and compressed lips of women closely calculating the price of their dinner. At last the twilight fell. There was a noise of boxes being moved, and the fish was laid for the night on beds of ice. And then, after witnessing the closing of the gates, Florent went off, seemingly carrying the fish market along with him in his clothes and his beard and his hair. For the first few months, this penetrating odor caused him no great discomfort. The winter was a severe one. The frosts converted the alleys into slippery mirrors, and the fountains and marble slabs were fringed with the lacework of ice. In the mornings it was necessary to place little braziers underneath the taps before a drop of water could be drawn. The frozen fish had twisted tails, and dull of hue and hard to the touch, like unpolished metal, gave out a ringing sound akin to that of pale cast iron when it snaps. Until February, the pavilion presented a most mournful appearance. It was deserted and wrapped in a bristling shroud of ice. But with March came a thaw, with mild weather and fogs and rain. Then the fish became soft again, and unpleasant odors mingled with the smell of mud wafted from the neighboring streets. These odors were as yet vague, tempered by the moisture which clung to the ground. But in the blazing June afternoons, a reeking stench arose, and the atmosphere became heavy with a pestilential haze. The upper windows were then opened, and huge blinds of grey canvas were drawn beneath the burning sky. Nevertheless, a fiery rain seemed to be pouring down, heating the market as though it were a big stove, and there was not a breath of air to waft away the noxious emanations from the fish. A visible steam went up from the stalls. The masses of food amongst which Florent lived now began to cause him the greatest discomfort. The disgust with which the pork shop had filled him came back in a still more intolerable fashion. He almost sickened as he passed these masses of fish which, despite all the water lavished upon them, turned bad under a sudden whiff of hot air. Even when he shut himself up in his office, his discomfort continued, for the abominable odor forced its way through the chinks in the woodwork of the window and door. When the sky was gray and leaden, the little room remained quite dark, and then the day was like a long twilight in the depths of some fetid march. He was often attacked by fits of nervous excitement, and felt a craving desire to walk, and he would then descend into the cellars by the broad staircase opening in the middle of the pavilion. In the pent-up air down below, in the dim light of the occasional gas jets, he once more found the refreshing coolness diffused by pure cold water. He would stand in front of the big tank where the reserve stock of live fish was kept, and listen to the ceaseless murmur of the 4 streamlets of water falling from the 4 corners of a central urn, and then spreading into a broad stream and gliding beneath the locked gratings of the basins with a gentle and continuous flow. This subterranean spring, this stream murmuring in the gloom, had a tranquilizing effect upon him. Of an evening, too, he delighted in the fine sunsets which threw the delicate lacework of the market buildings blackly against the red glow of the heavens. The dancing dust of the last sun rays streamed through every opening, through every chink of the Venetian shutters, and the whole was like some luminous transparency on which the slender shafts of the columns, the elegant curves of the girders, and the geometrical tracery of the roofs was minutely outlined. Florent feasted his eyes on this mighty diagram washed in with India ink on phosphorescent vellum, and his mind reverted to his old fancy of a colossal machine with wheels and levers and beams espied in the crimson glow of the fires blazing beneath its boilers. At each consecutive hour of the day, the changing play of the light, from the bluish haze of early morning and the black shadows of noon, to the flaring of a sinking sun and the paling of its fires in the ashy gray of a twilight, revealed the markets under a new aspect. But on the flaming evenings, when the foul smells arose and forced their way across the broad yellow beams like hot puffs of steam, Florent again experienced discomfort, and his dream changed, and he imagined himself in some gigantic knacker's boiling house where the fat of a whole people was being melted down. The coarseness of the market people, whose words and gestures seemed to be infected with the evil smell of the place, also made him suffer. He was very tolerant and showed no mock modesty. Still, these impudent women often embarrassed him. Madame Francois, whom he again met, was the only one with whom he felt at ease. She showed such pleasure on learning he'd found a berth, and was quite comfortable and out of worry, as she put it, that he was quite touched. The laughter of Lisa, the handsome Norman, and the others disquieted him, but of Madame Francois he would willingly have made a confidant. She never laughed mockingly at him. When she did laugh, it was like a woman rejoicing at another's happiness. She was a brave, plucky creature, too. Hers was a hard business in winter. During the frosts and the rainy weather was still more trying. On some mornings Florent saw her arrive in a pouring deluge which had been slowly, coldly falling ever since the previous night. Between Nanterre and Paris, the wheels of her cart had sunk up to the axles in mud, and Balthazar was caked with mire to his belly. His mistress would pity him and sympathize with him as she wiped him down with some old aprons. "The poor creatures are very sensitive," said she. "A mere nothing gives them a cold." "Ah, my poor old Balthazar! He really thought we had tumbled into the Seine as we crossed the Neuilly Bridge. The rain came down in such a deluge." While Balthazar was housed in the inn stable, his mistress remained in the pouring rain to sell her vegetables. The footway was transformed into a lake of liquid mud. The cabbages, carrots, and turnips were pelted by the grey water, quite drowned by the muddy torrent that rushed along the pavement. There was no longer any of that glorious greenery so apparent on bright mornings. The market gardeners, cowering in their heavy cloaks beneath the downpour, swore at the municipality which, after due inquiry, had declared that rain was in no way injurious to vegetables, and that there was accordingly no necessity to erect any shelters. Those rainy mornings greatly worried Florent, who thought about Madame Francois. He always managed to slip away and get a word with her, but he never found her at all low-spirited. She shook herself like a poodle, saying that she was quite used to such weather and was not made of sugar to melt away beneath a few drops of rain. However, he made her seek refuge for a few minutes in one of the covered ways, and frequently even took her to Monsieur Lebigre's, where they had some hot wine together. While she, with her peaceful face, beamed on him in all friendliness, he felt quite delighted with the healthy odor of the fields which she brought into the midst of the foul market atmosphere. She exhaled a scent of earth, hay, fresh air, and open skies. "You must come to Nanterre, my lad," she said to him, "and look at my kitchen garden. I've put borders of thyme everywhere. How bad your villainous Paris does smell." Then she went off, dripping. Florent, on his side, felt quite reinvigorated when he parted from her. He tried, too, the effect of work upon the nervous depression which he suffered. He was a man of a very methodical temperament, and sometimes carried out his plans for the allotment of his time with a strictness that bordered on mania. He shut himself up 2 evenings a week in order to write an exhaustive work on Cayenne. His modest bedroom was excellently adapted, he thought, to calm his mind and incline him to work. He lighted his fire, saw that the pomegranate at the foot of the bed was looking all right, and then seated himself at the little table and remained working till midnight. He pushed the missal and dream book back in the drawer, which was now filling with notes, memoranda, manuscripts of all kinds. The work on Cayenne made but slow progress, however, as it was constantly being interrupted by other projects, plans for enormous undertakings which he sketched out in a few words. He successively drafted an outline of a complete reform of the administrative system of the markets, a scheme for transforming the city dues, levied on produce as it entered Paris, into taxes levied upon the sales, a new system of victualling the poorer neighborhoods, and lastly, a somewhat vague socialist enactment for the storing in common warehouses of all the provisions brought to the markets, and the ensuring of a minimum daily supply to each household in Paris. As he sat there with his head bent over his table, and his mind absorbed in thoughts of all these weighty matters, his gloomy figure cast a great black shadow on the soft peacefulness of the garret. Sometimes a chaffinch which he picked up one snowy day in the market would mistake the lamplight for the day and break the silence, which only the scratching of Florent's pen on his paper disturbed, by a cry. Florent was fated to revert to politics. He'd suffered too much through them not to make them the dearest occupation of his life. Under other conditions he might have become a good provincial schoolmaster, happy in the peaceful life of some little town. But he'd been treated as though he were a wolf, and felt as though he'd been marked out by exile for some great combative task. His nervous discomfort was the outcome of his long reveries at Cayenne, the brooding bitterness he'd felt at his unmerited sufferings, and the vows he had secretly sworn to avenge humanity and justice, the former scourged with a whip, and the latter trodden underfoot. Those colossal markets and their teeming odoriferous masses of food had hastened the crisis. To Florent they appeared symbolical of some glutted, digesting beast, of Paris wallowing in its fat and silently upholding the empire. He seemed to be encircled by swelling forms and sleek fat faces, which ever and ever protested against his own martyr-like scragginess and sallow, discontented visage. To him the markets were like the stomach of the shopkeeping classes, the stomach of all the folks of average rectitude, puffing itself out, rejoicing, glistening in the sunshine, and declaring that everything was for the best, since peaceable people had never before grown so beautifully fat. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Florent clenched his fists and felt ready for a struggle, more irritated now by the thought of his exile than he'd been when he first returned to France. Hatred resumed entire possession of him. He often let his pen drop and became absorbed in dreams. The dying fire cast a bright glow upon his face, the lamp burned smokily, and the chaffinch fell asleep again on one leg, with its head tucked under its wing. Sometimes Auguste, on coming upstairs at 11 o'clock and seeing the light shining under the door, would knock before going to bed. Florent admitted him with some impatience. The assistant sat down in front of the fire, speaking but little, and never saying why he'd come. His eyes would all the time remain fixed upon the photograph of himself and Augustine in their Sunday finery. Florent came to the conclusion that the young man took a pleasure in visiting the room, for the simple reason that it had been occupied by his sweetheart. And one evening he asked him, with a smile, if he'd guessed correctly. "Well, perhaps it's so," replied Auguste, very much surprised at the discovery which he himself now made of the reasons which actuated him. "I never really thought of that before. I came to see you without knowing why. But if I were to tell Augustine, how she'd laugh." Whenever he showed himself at all loquacious, His one eternal theme was the pork shop, which he was going to set up with Augustine at Plaisance. He seemed so perfectly assured of arranging his life in accordance with his desires that Florent grew to feel a sort of respect for him, mingled with irritation. After all, the young fellow was very resolute and energetic in spite of his seeming stupidity. He made straight for the goal he had in view, and would doubtless reach it in perfect assurance and happiness. On the evenings of these visits from the apprentice, Florent could not settle down to work again. He went off to bed in a discontented mood, and did not recover his equilibrium till the thought passed through his mind, "Why, that Auguste is a perfect animal." Every month he went to Clermont to see Monsieur Verlac. These visits were almost a delight to him. The poor man still lingered on, to the great astonishment of Gavard, who had not expected him to last for more than 6 months. Every time that Florent went to see him, Verlac would declare that he was feeling better, and was almost anxious to resume his work again. But the days glided by, and he had serious relapses. Florent would sit by his bedside, chat about the fish market, and do what he could to enliven him. He deposited on the pedestal table the 50 francs which he surrendered to him each month, and the old inspector, though the payment had been agreed upon, invariably protested, and seemed disinclined to take the money. Then they would begin to speak of something else, and the coins remained lying on the table. When Florent went away, Madame Verlac always accompanied him to the street door. She was a gentle little woman of a very tearful disposition. Her one topic of conversation was the expense necessitated by her husband's illnesses, the costliness of chicken broth, butcher's meat, Bordeaux wine, medicine, and doctor's fees. Her doleful conversation greatly embarrassed Florent, and on the first few occasions he did not understand the drift of it. But at last, as the poor woman seemed always in a state of tears, and kept saying how happy and comfortable they had been when they had enjoyed the full salary of 1,800 francs a year, he timidly offered to make her a private allowance, to be kept secret from her husband. This offer, however, she declined, inconsistently declaring that the 50 francs were sufficient. But in the course of the month she frequently wrote to Florent, calling him their saviour. Her handwriting was small and fine, yet she would contrive to fill 3 pages of letter paper with humble, flowing sentences, entreating the loan of 10 francs, and this she at last did so regularly that well nigh the whole of Florent's 150 francs found its way to the Verlacs. The husband was probably unaware of it. However, the wife gratefully kissed Florent's hands. This charity afforded him the greatest pleasure, and he concealed it as though it were some forbidden selfish indulgence.
"That rascal Verlac is making a fool of you," Gavard would sometimes say. "He's coddling himself up finely now that you're doing the work and paying him an income." At last, one day, Florent replied, "Oh, we've arranged matters together. I'm only to give him 25 francs a month in future." As a matter of fact, Florent had but little need of money. The Quenus continued to provide him with board and lodging, and the few francs which he kept by him sufficed to pay for the refreshment he took in the evening at Monsieur Lebigre's. His life had gradually assumed all the regularity of clockwork. He worked in his bedroom, continued to teach little Mouche twice a week from 8 to 9 o'clock, devoted an evening to Lisa to avoid offending her, and spent the rest of his spare time in the little cabinet with Gavard and his friends. When he went to the Méhudin, there was a touch of tutorial stiffness in his gentle demeanor. He was pleased with the old house in the Rue Pirouette. On the ground floor he passed through the faint odors pervading the premises of the purveyor of cooked vegetables. Big pans of boiled spinach and sorrel stood cooling in the little backyard. Then he ascended the winding staircase, greasy and dark, with worn and bulging steps which sloped in a disquieting manner. The Méhudin occupied the whole of the second floor. Even when they had attained to comfortable circumstances, the old mother had always declined to move into fresh quarters, despite all the supplications of her daughters, who dreamt of living in a new house in a fine, broad street. But on this point the old woman was not to be moved.
She'd lived there, she said, and meant to die there. She contented herself, moreover, with a dark little closet, leaving the largest rooms to Claire and La Normande. The latter, with the authority of the elder born, had taken possession of the room that overlooked the street. It was the best and largest of the suite. Claire was so much annoyed at her sister's action in the matter that she refused to occupy the adjoining room, whose window overlooked the yard, and obstinately insisted on sleeping on the other side of the landing in a sort of garret, which she did not even have whitewashed. However, she'd had her own key, and so was independent. Directly anything happening to displease her, she locked herself up in her own quarters. This ends section 7.